Chapter 751 Confession. Evelyn nodded gently, not trying to justify herself. The words you said when you first met us in Spider Valley, such as killing your teammates in a missed fight against Rape, were they made up out of thin air, right? Audrey continued to press. Evelyn nodded ashamedly and explained in a low voice, I know that I am not a good person, and I don't want to be an enemy with you. I have to compile a story and get through. I have to say that this story is very exciting. We were all fooled by you. Audrey sneered and then asked her, considering your situation at that time, I made up lies for self-protection. I am not incomprehensible, but I can't understand why, after we believe your lies, why don't you leave as soon as possible and instead accept my brother's invite and follow us? Evelyn, you are not the same as my confused brother. You are a very smart woman. Of course you know that a lie will be covered up with more lies. With us, you will show your feet sooner or later, but why take this unnecessary risk? I don't know. Evelyn's eyes were red, and her trembling voice cried. In fact, without you telling me, I also know that I should stay away from you as soon as possible, so as not to expose the lies. But at the time, I was fainted somehow. I couldn't bear to refuse Mr. Holden's invitation. I thought to myself that it would be fine to walk with you for a while. At the latest, tomorrow night, I will sneak away. But in the evening of the next day, I was shaken again, and finally failed to stick to the original plan. I thought it would be okay to stay one more day. In this way, day after day, the longer we spent time with each other, the more intense the torment that I suffer. Every night, when I was quiet, I was alone in the tent. I was always panicked, afraid that my lies would be exposed, and worried that the good image created in front of you would be torn apart, revealing the true face that even I myself hate. Let's go. Let's go. Evelyn, it's too late to go again. I urge myself this way in my heart, but I can't take the most critical step anyway. Why is this? Hayala couldn't help but ask. Evelyn, you are not like that kind of indecisive woman. You should know how to do more for yourself. Why not do it? I'm sorry, Miss Hayala, I want to disappoint you. Evelyn gave a tearful grin to the female swordsman. Before I met you, I also looked down on the indecisive woman, and felt that I was very detached and very rational. Now my thinking has changed. In fact, I am the kind of woman I once looked down upon. After a night of sleepless nights, the next morning, when I walked out of the tent with anxiety, I came back to you again, especially when I saw. Evelyn glanced at Holden with a blush. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. My mood is immediately improved, and such a good mood will last for a whole day, making me even more reluctant to leave until the late night when I am alone. To be honest, I envy each of you. Listening to you talking about life in the sun, all kinds of interesting things on the university campus always make me fascinated. I really hope that I am also a human being and a college student at Mage Joan University, and live like you. Unfortunately I am not. Monsters like me, even if they can become humanoid, are not allowed to step into the university gate. I can only curl up in a dark corner, with a pair of eyes full of longing, watching you young, like a maggot in the gutter, looking up at the birds flying freely in the sun. Evelyn took a deep breath and restrained the gradual hiccups. I once deceived the dwarf and lied that I was a female college student. This is probably a projection of my inner desire, and I can't really become my ideal. I have to deceive people with a disguised identity. It's certainly not good to swindle with false identity. However, honestly, I really like this feeling, as if not only deceiving others, but I myself also believe this set of lies. Audrey, in fact, Evelyn is also very pitiful. People will inevitably make mistakes. Who can guarantee that they will not lie for life? Don't bother her. Hayala couldn't help showing sympathy. Miss Paladin gave her a blank expression and said lightly, deception is not unforgivable. But how do you know that everything she said is not a lie? Evelyn once lied to us once. Who can guarantee that there will not be a second time? Her acting is so clever that she is so deep into the play that sometimes she can't even tell the reality and lies herself. For example, at this moment, her tears and confession, whether it is a confession from the heart, or another act of emotional performance, Who of you can be sure? Hayla opened his mouth and finally sighed, saying nothing. Holden seemed to have something to say, but his sister's indifferent eyes made him shudder and did not dare to speak. Joan watched with cold eyes, and inexplicably felt that he was an outsider and an audience watching the show off stage. He is not totally indifferent to the grievances between his companions, but he does not experience such delicate and complicated emotions. It's like a girl telling a boy how irritable and irritated she is during the menstrual period, uncomfortable, and very eager to hit someone. The boy may not feel the same if he wants to break his head. He can only respond dryly. Will you feel more comfortable drinking more water? As far as the psychological and emotional aspects are concerned, both homosexual and heterosexual, there are communication barriers that vary from person to person, light or heavy. Joan's obstacles are particularly serious in this respect, perhaps because he lacks some kind of mental function to feel and release love. No matter where he is, there is always an invisible barrier that makes him feel like an outsider. Audrey's dialogue with Evelyn, or interrogation, is more appropriate, reopening after a brief period of silence. Audrey still took the initiative in the conversation, but the topic shifted to outsiders. Skulls said, "You are a spider woman. What does he mean by that?" This actually means literally. What a literal meaning. You translate it for me. What a literal meaning. Audrey's aggressive questioning forced Evelyn to respond positively. "I'm sorry, actually I'm not human, but Warcraft in your human eyes. Metamorphosis." Evelyn lowered her head and exuded her inferiority, wishing she could shrink into the ground. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 752. Non-human. Evelyn confessed to being World of Warcraft, and Joanne was not surprised. In fact, when he tested Evelyn's blood, he guessed that the opponent was not a human being, and it was more likely to be a kind of Warcraft disguising the true colors with the help of spells or supernatural abilities. However, when he heard the name Morph, he couldn't help but change his face slightly. According to the relevant records in the Valley's monster illustration worm-shaped creatures subvolume, the deformed spider is a very special arachnid deformed creature. As its name suggests, Morph Spider has a natural supernatural deformability and can become a humanoid. From this perspective, the image of Evelyn's beautiful girl is not considered fraud. After all, a person can become beautiful by nature, and it is different from the day after tomorrow to use foreign objects to make up. Just like a fat man, by insisting on fitness and dieting to become a bodybuilder, you can't say that he is lying. Evelyn's ability to transform is just to make this step of changing himself easier. Since she is born with two forms of girl and Warcraft, if she believes that the girl is her true face, it seems that it cannot be wrong. In addition to its natural ability to transform, Transformer has other powerful talents. It can not only draw a net like a common mutant spider, use fangs to deal with enemies, but also have a smart mind and extraordinary charm. All metamorphic spiders have a warlock talent from birth. As we grow older, the power in the bloodline is continuously developed, and the level of the warlock is also increased. In this comparison, the gene of the amoeba is obviously much stronger than humans, but Evelyn is inferior to her own species, and envied inferior to her humans in all aspects. This mentality is really strange. Joanne reminds herself of Evelyn. The strange pedigree is actually a kind of warlock pedigree. Although Joan did not actively develop the magic contained in his blood, in all fairness, the peculiar pedigree did indeed give him an advantage over ordinary people. For example, the deformed eyeball behind the neck does not actually affect his image, but benefits even more. For example, he can observe the movements behind him at will, not to mention that strange eyeballs come with dark vision. These are talents that ordinary people do not have. From this point of view, Joan should have a sense of superiority in front of ordinary people, and should even claim to be a higher creature. However, this is not the case. The peculiar pedigree is more of a sense of inferiority, which is similar to Evelyn's mentality. Recalling Evelyn's inner confession just now, Joan gradually realized where the problem was. The human beings envied by Evelyn are not those mediocre people who live at the bottom of the society and struggle for their livelihood, nor are they slaves deprived of their personal freedom in the plantation. She envied the carefree female college students on the campus, envied the youth and romantic lifestyle and colorful social activities, and she also wanted to be that kind of person and live that kind of life. The reason why human beings envy other intelligent species is not because of the extraordinary talents of individual human beings, but because of the success of human beings in building the most complex and dynamic community in the world. This community of human races is called society. Evelyn or Joan himself, the reason for feeling inferior in front of humans is not because they are inferior in biology, but because they are more difficult to integrate into human society than ordinary people. But human society is so great, so brilliant, so dazzled them. It's like a huge magnet that attracts them to get close to each other without hesitation. They don't hesitate to use lies and camouflage, or twist their own nature, but also try to integrate into this great society. They envy human beings, not the individual human beings in the biological sense, but the social attributes of human beings, the rich material and spiritual wealth jointly created by human society, and the opportunity for human beings to find themselves in this all-encompassing social community, satisfied position, and retain the hope of continuing to climb upwards. This social evolution is even more fascinating to Joan than natural evolution at the biological level. Without society and without a civilized community, the power of a single creature is meaningless. Outsiders outside the social community, even with unlimited power, will only bring infinite loneliness and infinite despair. Monsters like Joan and Evelyn, if they don't understand human society at all, could have lived calmly. However, when they came into contact with human society, such as Evelyn, or were born in human society, such as Joan, unfortunately followed. Just like two iron nails attracted by magnets, moths attracted by candlelight. In this world, they cannot find a biological group that can embody social civilization more than humans. They have no choice but to bludgeon and rush into this society that is not for them, trying to find a foothold. Even if he was rejected and ridiculed for this, he broke his head and bleeds, and he suffered bruises all over his body. Joan sighed and took back his divergent thoughts. Audrey's questioning of Evelyn continued, and the questions raised became more and more acute. Skulls accused you of setting a trap to trick them into the spider's den to die. Evelyn, what do you have to say about this? Of course I have something to say. The sorceress raised her head abruptly, with a trace of resentment on her tear-stained face. When I was in the dwarf camp, I didn't immediately explain the charges against Schultz. I didn't admit that I was guilty, but because I knew the dwarf was a stubborn, selfish, and prejudiced race. This group of stubborn little men, only willing to believe that they are in favor of rhetoric, even if I make a rebuttal at that time, they will not accept, and will still hold all the sins on my head. Calm down, Evelyn, there are no dwarves here. We have heard the accusations from Schultz on you, and now I want to hear what you said about the matter, and fully understand the testimonies of the parties before we can get closer to the truth. Audrey said calmly, first of all I have to admit that everything the dwarf said basically conforms to the facts. However, not lying does not mean honesty, because what the dwarf said is only part of the truth. The dwarf accused me of forging identity to approach them and tricking them into the spider's den, but he didn't tell you why I should do it. In fact, I have every reason to do this, because this is a revenge. Evelyn shouted, shaking with excitement. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 753. The truth. After yelling hysterically, Evelyn was deeply embarrassed by her gaffe. She lowered her head and inhaled deeply, trying to calm down her excited emotions as soon as possible. My grievances with the dwarf prospecting team will have to start from half a month ago. At that time, The dwarves were exploring mineral veins in the middle of the Nida Mountains. The survey site they selected was just near my den. The dwarves banged and beaten all day, digging pits everywhere, making me upset. What makes me unbearable is that a tunnel excavated by the dwarves happens to cross the underground river. If they continue to dig in accordance with the progress of the project, the river will pour into my nest along the pit and flood my home. In order to keep my home, I had to negotiate with the dwarves and tell them frankly that they are trying in vain. No one knows the situation near my home better than me. The generation didn't have any mineral veins at all. The dwarves dig a lot. Not only will they not be able to make a fortune, but they will also cause my nest to be destroyed by floods. I kindly warn the dwarves to stop the meaningless exploration work as soon as possible. They can save some effort, and I can live a safe life again. Unfortunately, I was wrong. What is wrong should not be too frank, and one should not try to persuade the stubborn dwarves to admit their mistakes, nor should they deal with them in the shape of a deformed spider. This group of narrow-minded little men not only refused my good advice, but also mocked me as an ugly monster in the face, slandering me for my bad intentions, and even trying to kill me. I almost died in the dwarf camp that day, and I just escaped. Since the abominable dwarf treats me in such a rough manner, don't blame me for playing tricks. I went back to my lair, raised my wounds, turned into a girl, and went to the dwarf camp again, forged the identity of a female college student, and used lies to deceive the dwarf's trust. What happened afterwards, I don't need to say that you also I know. If you ask me, what do you think of this matter? First of all, I have to admit that I am really not a good person, and indeed deceived the dwarves to die in Spider Valley. However, I will never admit that I am guilty. I have the right to get justice from the dwarf because of the insults and damages I have suffered, even if I do anything. Evelyn's undulated violently, and tears twirled in her eyes, and she couldn't talk anymore. Joan sighed secretly. Based on his knowledge of the dwarves, Evelyn's justification may have been true. Stubborn, arrogant, rude, irritable and irritable. Most dwarves do give such a stereotype. However, when you look deeper, this is not a unique shortcoming of the dwarf family. If it was the human expedition that dealt with Evelyn, it would probably be the same result. After hearing Evelyn's confession, Audrey's face eased, and Holden and Hayala made no secret of sympathy for her. If this is the truth, then Evelyn and the dwarves should not bear all the blame. I have no more questions. How about you? Audrey looked back at Joan, Hayala and Holden. What else do you want to say to Evelyn? I have a question. Hayala quickly raised his hand. Evelyn, you just admitted that you are a metamorphic spider. In other words, you and the variant spiders in the Spider Valley, and the phase spiders, at least are close relatives. Since you are all a spider family, it should be reasonable to have a good relationship. Why did you induce the dwarves to enter the spider's nest, intentionally guide the two sides to fight, and later also actively help us eliminate the remaining spiders in the nest? Even the spider eggs are all in one pot. This is not, is it, contradictory? Hayala's question happened to be a question that Joan couldn't figure out, and he looked forward to Evelyn's answer. I do have similarities with those in Spider Valley in terms of physiological structure. If we think that we are close relatives on the biological level, I can't refute. However, creatures of the same race will definitely be able to love each other. Evelyn shook her head and sneered, then threw an unusually sharp rhetorical question. In my eyes, you humans and war lizards belong to the same kind of creatures. Why can't you get along with each other? Halalton was embarrassed and speechless. War lizards and humans are the same humanoids, and their similarities are even more than that of metamorphic spiders and phase spiders. The two sides are still unable to live in harmony. Evelyn is hostile to phase spiders. What's so strange? Even within human society, there are countless contradictions among different nations and countries. The conflicts that erupt within human beings are frequent and violent, and even exceed human wars against aliens. I hate the dwarves and the guys in Spider Valley, provoking them to fight each other. I don't feel guilty at all. Evelyn sighed. with a trace of regret in her eyes. Unfortunately, I was too smug to reveal my true intentions in front of the dwarf. But there was also a dwarf Schultz, who escaped from the spider's den alive, forcing me to avoid the dwarf prospecting team, lest the little elves look for me. Hatred. Especially after meeting you, I have another layer of worry. I am afraid that you will meet Schultz and expose my true face. So in the past few days, you always intentionally or unintentionally induced us to stay away from the dwarf prospecting team. Just don't want to meet Skulls and them? Hyla asked. Evelyn nodded guiltily. Helpless people are not as good as the sky. The crowd finally met with the dwarf prospecting team in the Kingbing mining area, which caused her lies to be exposed in public and had to escape from the dwarf camp. I have nothing to say. Hyla turned and looked at Holden, casting an encouraging look. Little hooligan, you have the deepest relationship with Evelyn. There must be a lot of words to say to her. Until now, I am still dumb. It's not enough to be loyal. Holden shook his head, his face bitter. It is precisely because of the deepest feelings and the deeper hurt, which cannot be calm. What I want to know, you just asked Evelyn just now, and now I have nothing to say. I just want to ask you not to embarrass Evelyn. Lies and deception are indeed very hurtful, but Evelyn is not malicious after all, not to mention the fact that she has helped us a lot in these days of traveling together. I hope that everyone can forgive her for her mistakes and give her a chance to start a new life, and still be friends in the future. Holden's pleading moved Evelyn into tears. Joan and Hyla exchanged glances, and they all agreed with Holden's initiative. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 754. Serious Evelyn was indeed wrong, but not unforgivably wrong. Let the past grievances pass. Now that Evelyn has sincerely confessed, everyone can continue to be friends in the future. Holden's generous understanding, combined with the sympathy of Joan and Hyla, was not enough to determine Evelyn's fate. Her mood still oscillated between touch and panic, looking at the beautiful and majestic blonde girl in front of her timidly, waiting for her ruling. Evelyn's contact with Audrey is not long, but she has been sensitively aware that compared to the strong Audrey, Holden, who is a younger brother, is inevitably weak. If the sisters and brothers disagree, Holden will often obey his sister's will. In fact, not only Evelyn, Joan felt a similar feeling, but also felt more deeply than Evelyn. In their small team, Hyla is the oldest and the most experienced in adventure. She is also the founder of the team. It stands to reason that she has the most say. However, this is not the case. Hyla is only a nominal captain. When it's really critical, it's always Audrey who makes the decision. Her beautiful appearance, noble background, strong personality and quiet temperament all combined into an awesome powerful will, which can become the talker of the group in between. After a long silence, Audrey finally showed her attitude towards Evelyn. For the sake of friends, I can forgive your deception, and I will not tell the dwarf your whereabouts, but I hope you can prove your honesty with action. How do I prove it? Evelyn asked slightly uncomfortably. It's very simple. As long as you are in front of everyone, showing your other face. If you really think we are friends, you will never hide your true image from your friends. Audrey's words sounded cold. Joan looked at her in surprise, and vaguely felt that she made this request to Evelyn, not only to satisfy her curiosity. Evelyn's face flushed instantly. Audrey's request almost violated her privacy, making her feel embarrassed. But she knew in her heart that compared to her lies and deception, Audrey's request was not excessive. She bit her lip, and after a short and intense psychological struggle, she finally nodded and accepted Audrey's request, and her body surface dazzled with light. Joan, Hyla, and Zion's sisters all turned their heads to cover their eyes, avoiding the strong brilliance. When the light dimmed and looked back, the original beautiful girl had disappeared, and instead appeared in front of them was a spooky and strange spider-shaped monster. Joanne first calmed down from the consternation, and tried to examine Evelyn's morphing spider form with a research mentality. Similar to the phase spider, The deformed spider also has the spider's body and the human face. The limbs are also alienated into a pair of human arms, and flexible fingers can be used to grab weapons or cast spells. If you only look at Evelyn's face, it is actually very similar to its human form, and it can be called beautiful and moving. It is a pity that this beautiful face is grown on a round and large milky white spider body, and its 8 long legs are like sharp sickles, which makes people feel terrified. On the back of the deformed spider, there is also a high-lifted hump-shaped organ through the translucent chitinous exoskeleton on the back. The interior of the hump is vaguely visible, containing a large group of brain-like organs, accompanied by a slight vibration of the heartbeat rhythm. Measured by human aesthetic standards, the impression transfiguration gives people, even if not to say that it is ugly, and ugly is at least not beautiful. Despite his psychological preparation, Joan was frightened by Evelyn's true colors. When he wanted to come, as long as he was a normal man, he was unlikely to be pleasing to see Evelyn. If you are not scared and run away, you will be brave enough. Audrey took a deep look at Evelyn. Her sapphire eyes alternated with the complex emotions of disgust and pity, and then turned to look at Holden. Holden, what else do you want to say to Evelyn? At this moment, Audrey's true intentions have become clear. The more beautiful women, the more sober understanding of the power of beauty. Audrey is such a sober woman. She is well aware of the fact that she is easy to win the opposite sex, especially the opposite sex, mainly because of the beautiful appearance. Of course, her charm is not limited to a beautiful face, but her knowledge, ability, character, and family background are not as intuitive as the appearance, and it is easy to make a strong first impression, pushing oneself to others. Audrey has reason to believe that the basic attitude of a man towards a woman depends mainly on how beautiful the other person is. Beauty and ugly women make the same mistakes. The former often wins the understanding of men more than the latter. This is not fair, but the reality is so cruel. The love between men and women at first sight often depends on the eye margin brought by the first impression. If you really like someone, at least one premise must be met: the other person's appearance doesn't look annoying. Now that Evelyn has exposed the image of the transfiguration spider and lost the beautiful face on which to confuse the man, Audrey feels that her brother should also be awake from the love that is destined to have no good results. Especially considering Holden's special family background, he and Evelyn were cut off in this regard. For both of them, it is a wise decision that long pain is worse than short pain. Under the sisters' expectation, Holden lowered his head, bit his lip, and walked straight to Evelyn. Evelyn couldn't help moving the spider's legs and backing away. Her tears filled her face, and it was difficult to conceal her shameful shame. However, she did not expect that Holden suddenly stepped up to him, open her arms, hug her tightly, and print a deep kiss on her lips. Looking at the two people hugging each other, Hyla's eyes widened in surprise, expressing heartfelt admiration. Joan also noticed that Audrey's eyes were equally wide and her face was unbelievable. The extremely beautiful face can't help but twitch slightly, just like all the almost perfect works of art in the world. Once twisted, it will go from extreme beauty to the other extreme, and even become a bit terrible. Strange to say, compared to Audrey's elegant and elegant face, it was her face that was no longer perfect due to consternation and annoyance at the moment, which made Joan feel more moved. Perhaps it is because this face reveals the negative emotions that Her Royal Highness is trying to avoid to reveal, which destroys the perfect image she deliberately created, but it looks more real and moving. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 755 Frost Lizard. Chapter 281 Frost Lizard. After a hug and kiss, Holden whispered goodbye to Evelyn's ear. With a shy face, Evelyn listened silently, then nodded solemnly, and turned to give Audrey, Joan and Hyla a slightly sad smile. Thank you for taking care of me these days. No matter how you look at me, in my heart, you will always be my most precious friend. It's time to say goodbye, dear friends. One day in the future, the gods will lead us to meet again. With a farewell blessing, Evelyn kissed Holden again, then opened any door and merged into the radiance of transmission. Audrey watched her disappear and suddenly raised her hand on her forehead and sighed regretfully. "Joan, did you find out?" "What did you find?" Joan saw that she was in a bad mood, but she didn't know how to comfort her. "I just did a stupid thing that I am clever but really stupid." When Joan saw that she was about to pat her head again, she quickly grabbed her hand. "I'm not sure what you are regretting, but hitting your head will definitely not make you smarter." Audrey shook his hand off with anger. "I would rather shoot myself as a fool." "As you like, it's the same in my opinion anyway." Joan saw that her mood had improved, so she stopped persuading and turned away. "What does all the same mean?" Audrey stared at Joan's back, biting her lips for a long time, and gradually savoring the intention of his last sentence. She gritted her teeth secretly, but was reluctant to pat her head again, so as not to really become stupid. Joan walked up to Holden, who was still stunned, and patted his shoulder, but did not try to speak comfort. Everything was silent. Holden smiled reluctantly, pretending to say calmly, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Evelyn has safely left the mine, let's go quickly." Hayla reminded his companions that this place should not stay long. "The dwarves have said that there is a Cold War craft called Frost Lizard lurking in the pit. We better leave the pit before they are discovered." The proposal of the female swordsman was unanimously agreed, but there were more than one road to leave the pit. Which one should be chosen? The four people disagree. Holden thought that the road closest to the exit should be chosen, that is, the exit just sent by Evelyn. The advantage of this is that the route is shorter, the risk of encountering monster attacks is lower, and it is safer. Audrey suggested walking back and forth. Although this road is far away, the exit is closest to the dwarf camp. We sent Evelyn away, but things are not over yet. The dwarves must be explained next. It is difficult to try to resolve the hatred between the dwarf and Evelyn, but we must try hard. Evasion only exacerbates the conflict between the two sides. What's more, the dwarves treat us as welcoming guests, and if we leave without saying goodbye, wouldn't it be rude? Audrey's remarks were justified. Joan had tended to go away and save trouble. But after listening to Audrey's analysis, I also felt that I would not be too impolite, and am sorry for my old friend Kleinstove. Having said that, to help people, just slip away without saying anything. What is going on? With such a thought, Joan made up his mind and turned back. Audrey smiled slightly and quickly followed. Holden and Hayla looked at each other helplessly and had to catch up. In this four-person team, Audrey is very opinionated, and Joan is very self-willed. Whatever he wants, sometimes even too lazy to explain to his companions. Once the two of them reached a consensus, Holden and Hayla, these two people who were not strong enough, could only follow suit. The four of them walked in a tunnel with thick frost for about 20 minutes, and suddenly a cold wind blew in front of them. Joan, who was at the forefront, couldn't help but shudder and stopped quickly. "Where is the wind blowing? It's so cold." Hayla couldn't help trembling, as if responding to her doubts. The roar of the beast came from the deep ice cave in front of her, and there was a faint sound of fighting. Everyone suddenly became alert and all their faces became dignified. Joan exhaled a frosting white mist, quickly cast a spellcasting gesture, and spent one mythic power to bless himself with 2 rings of cold enchantment. The cold wind that struck just now is not a naturally generated low-temperature airflow, but more like the aftermath of cold magic or supernatural power. If I guess right, there are probably frost lizards in front of us. We better be careful. Joan flipped out 3 bottles of cold resistance potion from the storage bag and distributed it to his companions, instructing them to take it as soon as possible. No matter how thick the clothes are, they can't resist the magic cold current. They don't want to be frozen. It's best to take medicine in advance to get the cold resistance protection. Audrey, Hayla and Holden, all now aware of the severity of the problem, took the potion from Joan and poured it into their throats. A warm stream of liquid swallowed into the abdomen, and the 3 immediately felt chills disappeared, and a layer of red aura appeared on the body surface. which was a sign of the effectiveness of the cold resistance. The magic potion prepared by Joan has the same cold resistance effect as he himself casts. It can completely absorb explosive cold attacks of no more than 7 energy levels, or continuous cold erosion of 1 energy level per second. The cold current spreading from the opposite side did not exceed the resistance limit of the enchantment. Everyone hurried forward against the cold current, and did not feel anything inappropriate. Turning around a corner, an empty ice cave appeared in front. The roar and fighting sound of the beast came from here. Joan rushed into the ice cave first. See 2 familiar figures from afar. A man was lying prone in front of the ice wall. His right hand clenched a pickaxe. His body was frozen and stiff. It was Schultz. Klein Stove, holding a large shield and a warhammer, guarded the Shorts, who was unable to fall to the ground, spraying a large white mist in his mouth, trying to resist the siege of 3 blue monsters, preventing them from circling behind him. Unconscious Shorts. Joan looked forward, observing the 3 monsters on the opposite side. This creature is about 6 feet long from head to tail. At first glance, it looks like a common lizard in a dark area. The body is covered with a hard ice shell, dragging a long tail. The belly is milky, and the back is ice blue, with black stripes. Is obviously the frost lizard that the dwarves talk about. But looking closely, Joan found that the physiological structure of this cold magic beast is obviously different from that of the reptilian lizards. The frost lizard has a total of 3 pairs of lower limbs. The 2 hind legs are the thickest, the wide feet have suction cups, and the webs between the toes are suitable for walking on smooth ice, and can even crawl freely on the ice wall perpendicular to the ground. The frosted lizard's center and front 2 pairs of limbs are more slender and dexterous than the hind legs, and the toes have claws that can be used as melee weapons. During the battle, the frost lizard forms a triangular bracket with a strong hind leg and tail, props up the upper body, frees 2 pairs of claws to scratch the opponent, and sometimes forwards the probe, starting with a wide, toothy mouth. In addition, the frost lizard is also centered on itself, and emits supernatural cold air through the tiny gaps below the scales. Joan, the cold wind they just felt was the cold aura emanating from the frost lizard's body. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 756 Rescue. Although Klein Fire Furnace is a high-level Earthwalker, he independently fights the siege of 3 fierce frost lizards, while enduring the attack of the cold aura, but also protects the frozen stoles behind him. The situation is very dangerous and fundamental. There is no time to withdraw and perform any door. Just then, another frost lizard came up against the ice wall, and the cold eyes shimmered in the ice cave, reflecting their long, bifurcated dark blue letter in the exit. The new frost lizard, which frequently vomits the letter, seems to be detecting odor particles, and then searching for the nearest prey in the dark. It quickly selected its target, turned over and jumped onto the dome of the ice cave, and its feet with strong suction cups were firmly attached to the smooth ice surface, bypassing Klein from the top. The cunning warcraft twisted his neck and raised his forelimbs and claws, intending to pounce directly from the heights to the unconscious Scorts. Joan knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He quickly took the branch of Ilmancer from the storage bag, and at the same time flicked the cloak, inspiring the shifting and reshaping, and a radiant circle of teleportation erupted around him. Skulls, who was stiff on the ice, disappeared out of thin air, and Joan appeared to replace him behind Klein. The frost lizard attached to the dome. His pupils contracted slightly, and he did not understand how the frozen dwarf suddenly turned into a human teenager wearing a black cloak. Something changed. Unable to change its hunting intentions, he slammed the ice wall with his hind legs and leapt down from the high dome. 2 pairs of claws grabbed Joan at the same time. Joan looked up and stared at the frost lizard that was flying over, coldly chanting a spell that activated the magic of Branch of Ilmancer. The thin body of the juvenile mage swelled sharply, and suddenly became a tall tree man. He raised his giant palm and emptied the sky. Then he squeezed the frosted lizard in his hands. The frost lizard roared in horror, twisting his body desperately, trying to get rid of the giant palm of the tree man. Joan's 5 fingers pressed, and there was a crackling in his palm. First, the layer of ice armor on the surface of the frost lizard was crushed by the powerful force of Pamo, and then the bones that had lost the protection of the ice armor were also pinched. The frost lizard was almost mad with pain, and was still struggling for the last time, biting the treeman's finger with his teeth and claws. Although this monster has good teeth, it cannot shake the powerful giant palm of the tree. The fingers twisted together by countless branches are less likely to be destroyed by the minions. Joan slowly raised his right arm, grabbed the frost lizard's tail, and volleyed loudly, as if swinging a handkerchief, and then smashed it to the ground. Boom! The frost lizard's body is deeply embedded in the ice surface, and his eyes like a dead fish turn white, standing up and twitching, light blue blood, like spring water pouring out of his mouth. Seeing that it was not dead, Joan lifted up the giant foot entangled in the roots of the tree and filled it with a heavy foot. There was another loud noise, and a large radial crack appeared on the ice surface at the foot of the tree, and the blue blood flowed through the roots. The frost lizard was stepped into a meatloaf by Joan's foot, and his bones were broken, stopping the last struggle. At the same time that Joan rescued Schultz and turned into a tree ant to kill Frost Lizard, his companions were not idle. Holden took the lead to draw a gun and fire. The second bullet luckily triggered the funny gun enchantment effect, turning a Frost Lizard under siege to climb into a stone figure. Hayala chanted spellcasting spells, protruding forward within his forehead, and his fingertips fired 2 diverging fiery rays. 2 burning rays hit the remaining 2 frost lizards that were besieging Klein. 2 ring arcane scorching rays is a typical fire attribute magic, specifically to restrain frozen subspecies such as frost lizard. When the 2 rays hit the frost lizard, they caused double damage, and burned a blood hole in the abdomen and neck as big as a fist. The injured frost lizard wailed in horror, immediately gave up on siege of Klein, and turned his head with his tail to escape to the depths of the ice cave, leaving bloodstains along the way. Audrey raised her hand to stop Hayala from chasing the frost lizard, and quickly walked to Skoles. The probe touched the dwarf's chest, felt a weak heartbeat, and quickly performed the holy treatment first aid. The warm holy light was injected into the dwarf's chest through the fingertips, dispelling the cold in the body and awakening him from the coma. Schultz groaned tremblingly, slowly opened his eyes, clenched his weapon for the first time, struggling to get up and fight. Klein quickly reached out to help his old friend, beckoning him not to worry. The frost lizard that had attacked him had been driven away by Joan and others. Brother Joan, thanks to your timely arrival. Otherwise, Klein recalled what happened just now and couldn't help being afraid. There were roaring roars from far away in the tunnel, and a large group of frost lizards were gathering towards this side. The situation was urgent, and Joan couldn't be more polite. Mr. Klein, this is not a place to speak. You will soon take Mr. Skulls to leave. We will take care of it. Okay, he'll be back soon to meet you. Klein also knew that the longer he procrastinated, the more dangerous the situation would be for everyone. He helped Schultz stand up, launched the Enly door, and teleported to a safe place away from the frost lizard. Joan and others did not dare to delay, leaving the ice cave quickly. Follow the way you came, and retreat towards the exit. The roar coming from behind was getting closer, and everyone's nerves were tense to the extreme, as if they were racing against death. Just half a minute later, Joan sensed an unusually strong magical wave beside him, sending a radiance to bloom from the darkness, and Klein's statue figure emerged. Brother, hurry, I will take you. Teleport. Earthwalkers urged eagerly. Mr. Klein, how many people can you bring at a time? Joan asked questions calmly. A maximum of 2 people at a time. Then take the ladies first, and Joan and I will stay here waiting for you, Holden said without thinking. Joan nodded, which is exactly what he thought. Klein laughed, and slapped on the shoulders of the two. Good thing. All great men. Audrey felt that she was more qualified than her brother and Joan to stay behind. However, the dwarves, who always believed in the supremacy of men, at this juncture of life and death, did not give women a chance to speak at all, nor would they take seriously the opinions of women. Out of danger. Joan and Holden are back to back, waiting for Klein to return. In the dark tunnel, except the frost lizards roaring from far to near, they can only hear their respective heartbeats. The two people's heartbeats are difficult to contain the gradual change. Holden licked his dry lips, racked his brain, tried to tell a joke, and enlivened the atmosphere. At this moment, Joan seemed to suddenly think of something, and Luff ran back when he turned his head. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 757. Fate. Joan ran to the frost lizard corpse that was trampled to death before he stopped. He hurriedly applied shrinkage to the corpse, then dug out the slap-frosted lizard corpse from the ice cave, slammed it into his backpack, and ran back. Holden watched Joan running back and forth all the way. Seeing him dare to go back at such a terrible moment, he was stunned to think about collecting specimens. Others are doing research at best, and Joan is dying. It's a lunatic. Just then, Joan appeared again to send light. The dwarf Uncle Klein Stove, the rock-solid and reliable figure, arrived as scheduled. Good boys. Follow me quickly. Klein grabbed the juvenile mage and the poet's wrists respectively, and opened the arbitrary door, and the figures of the three people disappeared into the bright magical glory. When a large group of frost lizards arrived, the transmission light had dimmed, and no hair was left for them at the scene. Outside the pit, Audrey, Hayla and Shorts are waiting anxiously. Hayla couldn't help but want to run back to the pit, but Joan and Holden, who had been delayed, were caught by Audrey. Audrey's mood is no less relaxed than that of Hayla, but at least she can remain rational, knowing that staying outside the pit and waiting is the best choice they can make at the moment. The irritating wait seemed to last as long as a century. The exit of the mine pit finally rose to send light, so that the figure they wanted to wear emerged from it. Little girl, uncle, ill talk and count. This will not bring your friends back. Klein Stove laughed and walked out of any door. Audrey and Hayla quickly greeted Joan and Holden, and they were relieved to see that both were safe and sound. Shorts also came over and came to Joan and others with a little embarrassment, thanking for the life-saving grace. Facing the grateful Shorts, Audrey was keenly aware that this is the best time to resolve her grievances, and of course she would not miss it. Mr. Shorts, frankly, we met Evelyn before meeting you and Mr. Klein in the mine, and learned the whole story from her mouth. Evelyn visited the dwarf camp in her true colors before deceiving you as a girl. I beg you and your colleagues to consider her interests while exploring, and don't let the underground river rush down her nest. Is this fact true? Audrey's inquiry was neither overbearing nor overbearing, and she radiated an air of anger and majesty. Shorts blushed old, and he was speechless for a moment. Perhaps he is the most typical dwarf in Evelyn's mouth: stubborn, impatient, arrogant, and face-saving. These shortcomings are facts, but the dwarves also have admirable virtues. For example, loyalty, firmness, tenaciousness, what you say, and of course, thanksgiving. No matter how much she loves face, Shorts cannot ignore the facts in the face of a life-saving benefactor, not to mention that the other party is a paladin who is good at recognizing lies. Facing Audrey's awe-inspiring eyes, he nodded in shame, admitting that Evelyn's words were true. Now that the facts are clear, I think neither of you will deny that in this conflict of personal regret, each other should bear some of the responsibility. It is as you said, respectable lady. Shorts replied flatly. Evelyn has promised us that she will never take the initiative to find the dwarf in the future. Mr. Shorts, it stands to reason that I have no right to ask you to make a promise of reciprocity. However, Evelyn and the dwarves are our friends. I don't want to see both of you because of a misunderstanding. Mr. Shorts, you just said that you are very grateful for our life-saving grace. Imho, in fact, We don't need your thanks, Evelyn. You need your understanding more than anyone at this moment. May the brilliance of my Lord Paleo disperse the haze in your eyes and turn the resentment in your heart into forgiveness. Audrey's earnest words seemed to have some kind of deep divine power, and even the stubborn dwarf such as Schultz couldn't help moving. As you wish, respectable lady, as long as the Spider-Woman does not appear in front of me again, I promise not to take the initiative to find her trouble. Despite his reluctance, Schultz finally accepted Audrey's mediation and gave up the idea of seeking revenge on Evelyn. Audrey was relieved and looked back at Holden. Holden scratched his head awkwardly, daring not to look squarely at his sister's eyes. Of course he knew that Audrey struggled to win the understanding of the dwarf for Evelyn, mainly for his brother, so that he could not rest assured of Evelyn's safety. Holden's care for his sister is actually already commonplace. From small to big, every time he broke into trouble, he would always trouble Audrey to help him clean up the mess, and it was a heartbroken heart for his brother. Joan noticed the eye contact between Sisters Ian and envious of the brother and sister's deep feelings, and also had a deeper understanding of Audrey. If you only look at her usual attitude towards her younger brother, she is indeed suspected of being overbearing. But when Holden was in trouble, the only one who could really rely on was the sister Audrey. Okay, boys, don't mention the past grudges. Now we should drink 2 glasses and celebrate the escape. Uncle Clon's hearty laughter made the atmosphere lively, and then greeted Joan and they returned to the camp together to feast on the young friends. Joan, they don't just eat and drink. Take out the crab blood plasma they collected before and share them with the dwarf friends. The dwarf wine brewed into the cave fishing crab plasma has become more hot and exciting, and is the best catalyst for deepening friendship. There is no contradiction, it is insoluble in a glass of crab blood wine. If so, have another drink. Because of the conflict between Schultz and Evelyn, Joan and their relationship with the dwarf prospecting team had a few cracks. After drinking a glass of crab blood wine at the moment, even this trace of cracks no longer exists. The atmosphere became unprecedentedly warm. Joan doesn't like this kind of strong spirit with a strong smell, but looking at the fact that the crab blood wine helped him and his companions regain the trust of the dwarves, he was considered a meritorious officer, and he drank 2 more drinks. Unexpectedly, these 2 cups of competent officials were really rude to him. The ferocious spirit hit his head and nearly knocked him down on the spot. Klein wanted to take advantage of juxing to discuss with Joan how to deal with the pesky frost lizard in the mine. But look at the posture of Master Mage. Why are you trying to drill under the table? Finished. It must be too drunk to find the north, brother. The amount of wine is really not good. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 758. Giant 1. The dwarf man, who was drunk with alcohol, saw Joan already drunk and straightened his eyes, so he had to send him back to rest first, and it was not too late to discuss the matter when the wine was awake. Joan felt like a sack of wet flour and was carried by the Klein stove away from the banquet hall and sent to a secluded tent to rest. Shortly after Klein left, Joan struggled to sit up and his dizzy feeling was fading rapidly. He is indeed invincible, but the influence of alcohol on him comes and goes quickly. From a broader perspective, alcohol is actually a kind of toxin. Liquor is on the top, similar to a poisoning reaction. Joan has taken the snake dragon egg, has an antitoxic physique, and has a particularly strong ability to absorb alcohol. The 2 glasses of crab blood mixed bartending just now, he drank too quickly, so he would be drunk on the spot. After a short break, the alcohol ingested by the body is absorbed and broken down, and the uncomfortable feeling subsides. Joan hiccuped, stood up, walked to the door of the tent and stopped. Now that he is not too drunk, should he return to the banquet venue? Joan soon dismissed the idea. Going back, you still have to be drunk by the dwarves like a wolf, then it is better to hide in a tent and get drunk. Of course, he didn't really lie drunk in bed. It is rare to get a moment of cleanliness, of course, to use free time. it is better to identify the centipede robe peeled from the old blind man and the obsidian wand inlaid with amber balls. In addition, he also wanted to dissect the bodies of old blind men, earth monsters and frost lizards to make specimens. Joan rubbed his hands excitedly, rolled up his sleeves, and immediately devoted himself to the research. For him, this is more interesting than drinking. Joan opened the storage bag, took out the portable folding table and chairs, opened and laid it flat. Then put the old blind man's robe and obsidian rod on the table. Both of these things exude magical fluctuations, and Joan needs further identification to determine the specific spell attached. He first picked up the leather robe. After the inventory, he confirmed that there were a total of 10 red-headed centipedes embroidered on the robe. The leather robe was a whole piece of red linen dyed. Joan remembers that the old blind man had activated the magic of this leather robe and transformed the pattern of centipedes embroidered on the robe into a large group of living centipedes. It is speculated that the leather robe is likely to be a summoning spell. Joan took out the pen and ink and skillfully painted the number 4 rune answers on the leather robe. With the power of runes, the spell configuration in the leather robe was successfully resolved. After a little identification, Joan's guess was verified. Attached to the leather robe are 2 rings of flying bugs, a summoning spell belonging to the spell school. When the caster successfully casts this spell, he can summon a large group of small animals or insects out of thin air. During the duration of the spell, the caster can use telepathy to remotely summon animals or insect clusters. Flying insects and beasts has a wide range of spell configurations, and the caster is free to choose the type of cluster creature he wants to summon. Each individual in a cluster of creatures must not be too strong or too large in size, otherwise it will exceed the upper limit of the energy level allowed by this spell. Common small animals and insects, such as mice, toads, bats, sparrows, centipedes, wasps, spiders, scorpions, moths, locusts, mosquitoes, can be summoned in a cluster way. The stronger the biological individual, the smaller the size of the summoned cluster. Conversely, the weaker and smaller the biological individual, the larger the size of the summoned cluster. No matter what kind of biological cluster is called, if the strength data of the biological individual is multiplied by its number, the value will basically remain unchanged, thus ensuring the magic level of the spell is unchanged. After an in-depth analysis of flying bugs, Joan soon discovered the essence of this spell. The strength of summoned creatures is inversely related to the number of them. Both can't have both. And naturally there are 2 options. Either choose to summon more powerful creatures, but a small number, or summon weaker creatures, but a large number. The spell configuration of Flying Beast determines the strongest creature that this spell can summon, but it is just a bat stream, with a rare number and no value at all. Conversely, if a small insect such as a centipede is called, although it is far less powerful than a bat in a single view, it wins a large number, and the practical value is even greater. After a comprehensive comparison, Joan feels that in most cases, it is obviously more practical to call insect clusters than to call a group of small animals. To display flying beasts, a red cloth is needed as a casting material. In this way, the red linen lining of the robe also serves as a caster. The flying insect attached to this robe, the spell configuration has been changed, and it is limited to only summon centipedes, which coincides with the pattern of the robe. Adding such a restriction has the advantage that it can free up more magic space for enhancing the effectiveness of the spell in other aspects. For example, spells can last longer or summon more centipedes than normal. Joan has no special preference for centipedes, so when copying flying bugs, he did not choose the version of the old blind man magic reform, but chose to copy the original version of flying bugs, keeping the freedom to choose the species to call. Permissions. It took 20 minutes for Joan to transcribe flying bugs into his spellbook. Next, he picked up the obsidian cane and appreciated it. The stone rod is about 3 feet long, which is equivalent to 2 to 3 times the length of the ordinary wand. It is wide at the top and thin at the bottom. The sharpened end is extremely sharp and can be used as a melee weapon. The head of the stick is inlaid with a honeycombed amber ball. And there is also a small hymenoptera flying in the prehistoric era. Tens of thousands of years ago, this little flying insect may be lying on the tree trunk, basking in the sun. Doom accompanied by a mass of turpentine suddenly fell on it, making its time forever frozen in this moment. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and the pine resin buried deep underground has turned into amber. This poor little flying insect still kept his wings fluttering, as if he could survive. This amber ball that contains prehistoric insects is as large as an adult's fist, and is worth 10 times as much gold as its equivalent. The old blind man inlaid such a precious gemstone on the obsidian wand, of course, not just an ornament. In fact, this amber ball, together with the small flying insects enclosed in the ball, fits perfectly with the 4 rings of giant insect attached to the wand, which can significantly enhance the power of this spell. The 4th ring Big Bug spell is a spell specifically designed to strengthen those seemingly insignificant bugs. For example, centipedes, wasps, spiders and scorpions. Such insects or arachnids, even if they are weak in the eyes of ordinary people, can be trampled to death with 1 foot. However, as long as the giant insect technique is released to these small insects, a drastic change will occur, from tiny insects to huge monsters, and the destructive power will also increase synchronously with the size of the body. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 759 Two Dark Clouds. Not long ago, Joan witnessed the old blind man casting giant insect with his wand in the Kingbing mine, turning the centipedes summoned by flying beasts into terror giant insects of more than 10 feet in length. At that time, if Evelyn shot in time and cast 4 rings of arcane black tentacles to trap those big centipedes, Joan's situation would become very dangerous. How big can the big insect technique make the bug? The answer to this question depends on the caster's level. The higher the cast level, the more significant the effect of the giant insect technique. It can make the insects larger and stronger, and the obedience to the caster is better. Casters below 9th level, using giant insects, can only make insects resemble humans at most, that is, 6 to 7 feet. The old blind man is an 8th level druid. It stands to reason that he can only turn ordinary centipedes up to 7 feet long. But Joan clearly remembered that after the old blind man performed the giant insect technique in the pit, all the centipedes were made more than 10 feet long, greatly exceeding his own mana level. This is why the mystery is the amber ball inlaid on the stick head. Certain gems embedded in the magic wand can enhance certain spells. This amber ball has the effect of enhancing the giant insect technique. When the old blind man casts the giant insect with his wand, the amber ball can help him to increase the 3 casting levels, which is equivalent to an 11th level druid casting spells. And when the cast level exceeds 10, the power of giant insect will be further strengthened, which can turn micro insects into large monsters. As far as the centipede is concerned, the original body is only about 1 foot long, which is strengthened by the giant wand, and the body length instantly increases to more than 10 feet. The giant insect technique can only temporarily change the insect to a huge form, and the duration is also proportional to the cast level. Counting the 3 additional levels of amber ball, this wand can cast giant insect up to 10 times per day. Each time, up to 11 centipedes or other similar insects can be transformed into a 14-foot-long giant insect, and the time limit for transformation can last up to 11 minutes. Joan is very interested in giant insect, but unfortunately this is a natural divine art, and there is no corresponding arcane version so far. He couldn't parse it out like he did with arcane, and transcribed it into his own book, so he had to put away the giant wand and wait for further study when he was free. Next, Joan opened his backpack and took out 3 monster corpses that had been shrunk by magic. He first came to dissect the body of the frost lizard. Before moving the knife, first cancel the reduction technique. The frost lizard corpse, which has been lifted from its magical power, expands rapidly. After a few seconds, it becomes the size of a mouse and returns to its original size. Frost lizard is an elemental subspecies that is native to the cold plane. The light blue blood flowing in the body has a temperature far below freezing point and contains abundant energy of ice element. After the frost lizard died, most of the cold energy in the body has been lost. However, the cold air remaining in the blood is still sufficient to freeze the organisms that contact the corpse alive. When the corpse is shrinking, Joan's feeling is not obvious because the surface area is relatively small and the radiation of cold magic power is relatively small. The corpse is now back to its original state. The magical radiation of the cold system is greatly increased, and Joan's teeth are trembling, and the stiff fingers can hardly hold the knife handle. Joan hurriedly moved away from the frost lizard corpse, hurriedly cast a spell, blessing himself with the 2-ring protection system spell cold enchantment to block the cold air outside. With this layer of magical enchantment protection, Joan can safely touch the frost lizard corpse without any frostbite. He tapped the back of the body lightly with the back of the knife, and the metal struck the hard and smooth scales of the frost lizard, making a crisp sound. Joan nodded with satisfaction, wiping out several ice blue scales with a knife, exposing soft flesh. Next, Joan took out a large injection, put a needle on it, plunged it into the body, extracted the plasma containing cold energy, and stored it in 2 containers. One of the bottles of plasma has a volume of about 1 pint. And Joan prepares it as a material for blood interpretation. The remaining blood is packed into a larger metal bottle and sealed for future study of magic and alchemy. Frost lizard's scales, leather, muscles, bones and internal organs. Joan collected samples one by one and sealed them separately. The remaining corpses were dehydrated with alchemical drugs to prepare specimens and stored in specimen boxes. The next step is the highlight. Joan first performed magic tricks to purify the bloodstains on his body and hands, then took a low-temperature E-resistant ceramic flask containing a frost lizard blood sample, placed it on the desk, and interpreted the blood with number 4 rune. The spell was completed successfully. A ray of blue mist rose slowly from the mouth of the ceramic bottle, forming a lingering cloud in the air, like a small blue cumulonimbus. Joan also noticed that there are 2 golden streamers composed of countless magic runes in the icy blue cloud, which slowly moves around. Under the magic candlelight, there is no dreamy beauty. Based on past experience, Joan recognized that the 2 golden runes were magic marks, corresponding to 2 supernatural abilities of the frost lizard, frost armor, and frozen aura. Joan transcribed the 2 magic marks into the spellbook. In the transcription process, he is also thinking about a problem. Are there any spells corresponding to frost armor and frozen aura in the field of arcane? Even if you can't find the exact same one, you can use similar functions. Unfortunately, he searched the memory and failed to find a similar arcane. This is different from the previous analysis of the lockthroat monster and the phase spider. The 2 magic marks extracted from the frost lizard's blood seem to be unable to provide reference value for his arcane practice, at least not yet. Joan had a hunch. Now he has not found the arcane for frost armor and frozen aura. It is not really not. It is probably because he has only learned a little and has not been exposed to this arcane. This hunch is largely due to his pride in the subject. Arcane major, all-encompassing, has a long history and can come out in large numbers. If you compare the arcane discipline to a building, today, this building has basically been completed. Although there are still some blank areas objectively, which need to be studied in depth, they are only a few special cases, nothing more than 2 dark clouds over the arcane mansion. Joan feels that these 2 supernatural abilities of the frost lizard do not seem to be uncommon. There must be a corresponding arcane version, but I don't know it yet. Even if it really doesn't, it doesn't matter. For young students like him, it's a good opportunity. He can refer to these 2 magic marks, write similar spell configurations, and then invent 2 new arcane spells, which can be regarded as adding 2 bricks and tiles to improve the arcane mansion, making a little contribution. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 760 Spell Expansion. After copying the 2 magic marks of the frost lizard, Qiao Anshun took notes in his notebook to further study the blood of the frost lizard. For example, capture close relatives of some frost lizards, large creeping lizards, inject frost lizard plasma, and observe the follow-up situation. According to Joan's prediction, 99% of these large lizards that were transfused would be frozen to death by the blood plasma of the strange frost lizard, or due to rejection. However, there may be a very small number of lucky people who survived, affected by the frost lizard plasma, and mutated into a cold subspecies magic beast. It may even awaken the supernatural abilities of frost armor and frozen aura. After completing the interpretation of the frost lizard's blood, next, Joan stretches the magic claw towards the earth monster. Still the same operation: put the corpse first, cancel the shrinkage technique, and restore the normal body shape. The body of the earth monster is much larger than the frost lizard, and it almost squeezed Joan's tent. Joan couldn't find a foothold and simply climbed onto the giant monster to dissect it. The focus of the research is, of course, the monster's peculiar eyeballs. With a dagger, Joan opened the inner and outer eyelids of the earth monster and stared at the dull eye, recalling the horror feeling when he first looked at it. The earth monster is dead, and these dull eyes can no longer send out insane sight. However, the eyeball itself still contains some magic power, and its affinity with ray magic is very high. It is suitable for the germ material of the ray magic guide, or the alchemy medicine in the related field. Joan carefully moved the knife, squeezed out both eyes of the giant monster, wiped it clean with gauze, and bottled it for sealing. Looking at these 2 eyes, Joan couldn't help but touch his fake eye. His prosthetic eye itself has no special magic. What happens if you dig out the prosthetic eye, replace it with the eyeball of the earth monster, and re-enchant it? According to common sense, under the premise that other conditions remain unchanged, using the earth monster eyeball as the enchanting embryo material is definitely better than using the ordinary artificial eye, and the performance and range of the spell will be improved. So, is it necessary to replace? After the initial heartbeat, Joan gave up this rather tempting idea. The prosthetic eye transplanted by Mr. JV for himself has been in his eyes for a whole year, and has almost merged with flesh and blood, becoming a part of himself. Joan was used to this prosthetic eye and was reluctant to dig it out and replace it. Moreover, there are some objective factors preventing him from doing so. For example, the eyeball of a giant monster is as big as a billiard ball. The size is not suitable for his eyes, and it looks far less beautiful and charming than his own prosthetic eye. So it seems to be narcissistic. In fact, these are still secondary. The biggest trouble in replacing the artificial eye lies in the need to re-enchant. Joan couldn't count how many spells his prosthetic eyes had attached, and how much magic crystals he spent for it. If it were all repeated, only the magic crystal needed for enchanting would cost him a lot of money. The poor should have the consciousness of the poor. The prosthetic eye is not useless. What else? Let's make up first. The seam will be repaired for another 3 years. The giant monster's tentacles, claws, and carapace are also valuable magic and alchemy materials. After collecting them one by one, Joan lit up the artifact necessary for home travel. The large syringe. The thick needle of this wine bottle is very promising. When Joan was going to school in Port Leiden, he often went to Vernon Hills on weekends to help Lieutenant Colonel Vauser breed his donkeys and horses to make mules. The natural mating of donkeys and horses requires consideration of the estrus period, and the mating process is relatively cumbersome. In order to improve the breeding efficiency, Joan helped Lieutenant Colonel Vaser design a complete set of artificial collection and artificial fertilization breeding process. This large-sized needle tube is a device customized for artificial fertilization, equipped with a needle for the syringe. You can also draw blood or inject medicine for big animals. Now, Joan inserted this forbidding needle into the body of the giant earth monster to draw plasma. According to the experimental procedure just now, the blood is divided into 2 containers, 1 pint of which is used for blood interpretation. The interpreted magic mark corresponds to the unique supernatural ability of the giant earth monster to confuse gaze. This magical imprint is much more friendly than the 2 imprints Joan had just read from the frost lizard's blood. Although Joan has not yet learned the 4th puzzle technique, he bet that the magic mark of puzzle gaze and the spell configuration of puzzle technique must be able to find many similarities. Joan copied the magic mark of confused gaze into his spell book, which can be used as a reference when studying the 4th confusion in the future. The body of the earth monster was eventually made into a specimen by Joan Cannon, and then shrunk into the specimen box. Now, Joan's body bag has the last body left to be studied. The body of the old blind man of the war lizard shaman. Joanne had already dissected a war lizard's body yesterday, so it's no reason to do repeated work. However, the old blind man is different from the ordinary war lizard. He is a caster. His blood may contain something that Joan is interested in. As just now, Joan drew the blood of the old blind man and cooperated with the rune number 4 to perform a blood interpretation. The spell blood interpretation does not limit the blood master's spellcasting profession. However, in practice, Joan can only interpret the blood of the arcane spellcaster. Although the blood of a magical spellcaster such as the old blind man can be forcibly interpreted, the decoded magical configuration is shrouded in a hazy golden light and cannot be seen at all. This layer of golden light is the so-called divine will. Only divine spellcasters can obtain the recognition of divine will through prayerful prayer and show the mysteries of divine configuration to his believers. Joan is not a believer in any deity or natural origin. It is impossible for a person like him who lacks pious faith to interpret divine art. However, Joan was not discouraged. Unable to interpret the divine art, it was completely within his expectation. What he sought in the blood of the old blind man was not a magical configuration, but it might exist. Another kind of knowledge. Found it. Joan suddenly blinked. In a lot of ambiguous magical configurations, there is also a blue rune hidden, like a water grass floating in the golden ocean, waiting for his arrival quietly. This is the only rune in the blood of the old blind man that Joan can clearly interpret. It corresponds to neither magic art nor arcane art, but a super magic skill. Divine skills and arcane skills have different discipline barriers due to their different foundations. However, this problem does not exist in super magic skills. Regardless of divine spellcaster or arcane spellcaster, the super magic memory of learning and use is the same and can be used universally. Joan forcibly interpreted the blood of the old blind man, with a glimmer of hope. Maybe he could get super magic skills from the blood. Frankly speaking, this kind of thought is pure luck. But luck came. The city walls couldn't stop it, and he was really touched. Joanne restrained the excitement, carefully recognized the super magic skills resolved in the blood, and finally confirmed that it was spell expansion. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 761 Tactics. Spell expansion is a very practical super magic skill. To add this super magic skill to a spell, you need to increase the spell slot by 1 ring. The benefit is to double the value of the spell's scope. For example, 3-ring fireball. The normal kill range is a spherical area with a radius of 20 feet. After the addition of spell expansion, it is upgraded to 4th ring. The other effects of this super magic fireball remain unchanged. Only the damage range is expanded to a spherical area with a 40-foot radius explosion. As for the spells without coverage, such as magic missile, it will not be affected by spell expansion. Joan dipped the pen in ink, and quickly wrote down the spell expansion to finish today's research work. Put away the desk and chair stationery, make a big yawn, wrap a blanket, and soon fall asleep. Joan fell asleep until the next morning, got up to prepare the spell, and returned to the dwarf's tent. In the tent, a rich breakfast is ready. Joan and his companions reconciled, filling Uncle Clon's warm hospitality with a hot creamy mushroom soup and ham bread. Joan was originally worried about being drunk again, but he did not see any alcoholic beverages on the dining table. This is really abnormal for dwarves who are drunk like alcohol. After inquiring about Klein, Joan learned that the prospecting team had regulations that prohibit drinking alcohol for breakfast and lunch on weekdays. Since talking about working days, Klein took the opportunity to bring the topic to prospecting work. The dwarf prospecting team's exploration of the Kingbing vein is currently facing a major obstacle, which is the large group of frost lizards entrenched deep in the pit. These monsters covered with ice armor and emitting cold are very difficult to entangle and pose a great threat to the miners. If you want to continue to explore the veins and collect the ore, you must try to destroy this group of frost lizards. According to Skull's survey, the total number of frost lizards inhabiting the mine pit is no less than 30 or 40. The total number of members of the prospecting team is twice that of the frost lizard, but the combat effectiveness of the ordinary dwarf miners is far from the frost lizard. Not to mention Toon, even if 1 of 10 is played, it may not necessarily be a winning ticket. The frost lizard has 2 magic weapons. One is the indestructible frost armor, and the other is the frozen aura that radiates the surrounding 20-foot space. In the prospecting team, only Klein and Shorts possess magic weapons capable of penetrating frost armor. The weapons held by other dwarf miners are just ordinary steel products. Even if they exert their strength, it is difficult to cause fatal damage to the frost lizard with ice armor. What's more, the frozen aura emitted from the frost lizard's body will also cause continuous cold damage to any creature within 20 feet of itself. Joan used the blood interpretation to study the magic mark of frozen aura yesterday, and incidentally calculated the lethality of this supernatural attack. According to his calculations, if a dwarf lacks protection against the magic of the cold system, when he is within the radiation range of frozen aura, he will suffer an average of 1 level of cold damage every 4 seconds. Calculated in this way, even if the frost lizard does not take the initiative to attack, but just stands quietly, those dwarves who are too close to it can't stand for a minute or two and will be frozen into ice sculptures alive. After hearing Joan's analysis, Klein and Schultz's faces were heavy. The dwarf miners under their hands were not useful in this battle against the frost lizard. To put it bluntly, how many die? Even the powerful dwarf warriors such as Klein and Skorts can't last long in the face of the frozen aura. This point, what Skorts encountered in the pit yesterday was a lesson. At that time, he was besieged by the 3-headed frost lizard and barely supported for a few rounds. He was frozen and conscious. If it weren't for Kln's desperate protection, later Joan and others rushed to the rescue in time. Even the team leaders like Klein and Skorts are the same. How can the dwarf prospecting team solve this problem? It is difficult to discover the Kingbing mine veins, which is one step away from realizing the dream of getting rich and getting rich. No one is willing to give up. Brother Joan, you and your friends are both spellcasters. Is there a way to fight the frost lizard? If you can help brother solve this problem, the revenue of the mineral veins will definitely be yours. Kln's solemn promise made Joan and others' minds alive. Whether out of friends' loyalty or self-interest, they have an incentive to help the dwarf against the frost lizard. Monetary benefits, like a stimulant, caused Hyla's blood to boil, and his mind became unprecedentedly active. It's actually not difficult to deal with the frost lizard. I have a good idea. Holden looked at her in surprise, a little unbelievable. Among all of us, Joan has the best mind. Joan didn't speak. You have an idea? Why, can't I be smarter occasionally? Hyla was very unhappy. No, Sister Fortune fans, I am worried that you are eager to make money, and the problem is not well thought out. It's not comprehensive, and it's hard to say now. Let's listen to Hayla first. Audrey smiled. It's no problem. I'll say my own ideas first. What's wrong? Everyone will help improve it. Hayla's countermeasures are not new at all. Just copying the tactics everyone used to explore in Spider Valley. The core idea of this tactic is to consolidate defense and advance steadily. First of all, we need to build a refuge hut in the mine pit to serve as a frontline fortress. The refuge cabin is best installed in an open area in all directions, so that we can take the initiative to attack and quickly retreat. And the release of fireball in open space will not cause the risk of collapsing the mine. The refuge hut is set up. Joan is responsible for staying in the hut. Others blessed the cold resistance and formed an advance team to explore the pit. If you encounter a frost lizard on the way, the members of the advance team will shoot together and quickly solve it. If there is a large group of frost lizards besieging, the advance team must resolutely turn back and withdraw to the shelter. If you retreat and encounter resistance, you must ask Uncle Klein to take the shot, play the any door, and take your teammates out of the encirclement. After the advance team withdraws to the hut, the frost lizards are likely to follow. Don't worry, the refuge cabin has an impenetrable force field shield, frost lizards' claws and supernatural cold, which can't hurt the people in the house. If the frost lizard is besieging the hut, it is destined to be in vain. During this period, we can rest and heal in the house, recuperate our spirits, and find another opportunity to go out and fight back. Just attack like this, lure the enemy, rest, and repeat the cycle. Without a day's work, we can destroy all the frost lizards in the pit. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 762 King Shuang Frost Lizard 1. Hayla finished talking about his plan. His face could not hide the excitement. Everyone thinks, how about my solution? Sounds pretty good. But I am worried, will the frost lizard be that silly? Holden raised concerns. In the beginning, we used this tactic to kill spiders very well. That's because the spiders have low intelligence. Knowing that they can't destroy the hut, on will they send one wave after another. If the frost lizard loses its memory after a long time, what should we do? Mine pits are the frost lizard's lair. Unless they are willing to escape from the old nest, they have only two options, either to be pulled out by the advance team and wiped out, or to gather together and rush a wave. Is there any other way? Hayla refuted with confidence, making Holden indisputable. No matter how big the Kingbing pit is, after all, the space is limited. Klein and Scorts are very familiar with the tunnel, and it is easy to find the frost lizard's nest. The frost lizard was blocked and hunted by the door of his house, and he could not hide for a while. Regardless of whether they are willing or not, indeed only the two paths pointed out by Hayla are optional. Both of these roads lead to destruction. Joan silently listened to the discussion of his peers, and finally gave a data that provided strong support for Hayla's tactics from a more objective point of view. When I encountered the frost lizard in the mine yesterday, I performed tire endoscopy to check the physical properties of this warcraft. 6 samples were selected before and after. A frost lizard with the highest intelligence has only 6 intelligence attributes. What is the 6-point intelligence attribute level? First, it must be smarter than beasts and mutant spiders, but far worse than humans. The ogres, known for being stupid, are almost at the level of 6 intelligence. After Joan analyzed the frost lizard's intelligence level, everyone was relieved. With the frost lizard's brain, don't expect them to be able to see through Hayla's criminal scheme. The battle plan proposed by Hayla received unanimous support from everyone. Next, we must determine the candidates for the battle. The refuge cabin can only accommodate up to 10 people at the same time, which limits the upper limit of the number of participants. Joan, Hayla, and Zion's younger brothers, plus the throat monster Jew, which Joan subdued, accounted for half of the quota. On the side of the dwarf prospecting team, Klein and Scorts must be in the battle. The strength of other miners is too inferior to them, and the lack of magic weapons, and bringing 3 people cannot increase the combat power, but it is a drag. Joan's team plus the 2 dwarfs Klein and Skorts. The decision to join the battle is thus decided. A group of 6 people, together with the grunt of the Throatlock, entered the mine pit after breakfast and launched a combat operation to clear the frost lizard. Shorts is most familiar with the terrain inside the mine and suggested Joan to place the refuge hut in the middle of the ice cave where he was attacked yesterday. The terrain there is open, the intersection of the 3 tunnels, and there are many smaller natural ice caves nearby, which are the nests of the frost lizards. Joan opened the navigation compass, and after comparing the map, confirmed that the ice caves that Schultz said were indeed suitable for the team's stronghold, and followed the dwarves towards the location of the ice cave. Considering that the frost lizard may be attacked during the march, except for Joan, who does not need to participate in the frontal battle, the other 5 members of the team are all ready to take advantage of the guy. Audrey's Knight Shield and Longsword are both enchanted weapons. Not to mention Holden's humorous sword and funny gun. Hayla's Wave-Edged sword, although not a magic weapon, but Hayla can use the professional ability of the magic warrior to temporarily enchant the giant sword. The frost lizard is a subspecies of the cold system. While being immune to cold damage, it also has the weakness of the fire system. Hayla took full advantage of this weakness of the frost lizard and spent 2 magic powers to temporarily upgrade the Wave Blade Giant Sword to a +1 Flaming Giant Sword. The blade spewed flames like a burning torch. This Flaming Giant Sword, every time it successfully hits a frost lizard, will cause double fire damage. The lethal power of the Great Sword is originally the strongest of the most common melee weapons. Counting the enchantment effects and double damage, if a frost lizard is unfortunately hit by Shanghai Leia's full sword, only half of his life will be left. Klein's full set of equipment, including shields, armor, horned helmets and war hammers, are all magic equipment. In particular, Klein's war hammer can be used not only in close combat, but also thrown out, hitting distant enemies, and automatically returned to the owner. This magic flying hammer is the most respected weapon of Nidafvil's dwarf nobles. Flint Anvil, the old dwarf in Dillon Township, Joan's hometown, also has a magic hammer of the same type. In terms of seniority, Flint and Klein are cousins, but they are far away from each other. Shorts is a 10th level dwarf warrior with both melee and long-range skills, and possesses 2 enchanted weapons. The melee weapon is a +1 heavy pickaxe, and the long-range attack relies on a magic crystal shotgun from the Schmidt arsenal. Shot's shotgun has the flame special effect, and the bullets will explode extra fire damage when it hits the target, and even ignites the target. It is most suitable for shooting Cold War craft such as Frost Lizard. On the trip to the Central Ice Cave, Joan and they were attacked by the Frost Lizard twice. 2 came for the first time, and 1 came for the second time. They were killed on the spot without any suspense. In these 2 encounters, the 2 magic guns of Holden and Schultz performed the most brilliantly. Audrey, Hayla and Klein are mainly defensive, blocking the frost lizard in the front row, and Schultz and Holden sniper at the back, blasting the frost lizard flesh and blood with a mess of guns. Joan didn't shoot in these 2 battles, and there was no need to waste precious spell slots for such small scenes. The other teammates took advantage of the opportunity to hone their tactical cooperation. The 3 were in close combat with 2 gunmen. The lineup was very reasonable. This lineup not only protects itself, but also hunts frost lizards very efficiently. It took an hour, and everyone arrived at the scheduled place in a panic. Schultz returned to the place where he thrashed the street yesterday, flexing his muscles and uttering a shame. Joan was in the middle of the ice cave, and he could see the ice that was crushed by his foot after he turned into a tree man yesterday. On the broken ice, pale blue blood stains still exist, and the cracks vaguely showed the outline of frost lizards. At that time, the frost lizard stepped on the ice by Joan's foot was dissected by him last night to make a specimen. In addition to Joan's way when they came, there were 2 tunnels connected to the ice cave, and the roar of the frost lizard came from far away. This is a necessary place for frost lizards to go out for food, and may be besieged by a large group of frost lizards at any time. In order to avoid accidents, Joan took the time to cast a spell and successfully created a refuge hut in the middle of the ice cave. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 763 King Shuang Frost Lizard 2. Everyone entered the refuge cabin one after another. The force field shield isolates the cold from the ice cave. The temperature inside the cabin is suitable. Everyone feels very comfortable and feels a little more secure. Before leaving the hut, there are final preparations. Joan spent 5 mythical powers to bless his teammates' cold resistance. Cold enchantment is a 2-ring spell, and Joan's mythical power is equivalent to a 3-ring spell slot. In order to make full use of the power of myth, Joan also added a super magic skill, advanced spell delay when casting a spell. In this way, the duration of the cold resistance has been extended from 70 minutes to 7 hours. During this period, even if Audrey, Hayla, Holden, Klein, and Shorts came into close contact with the frost lizard, they would not be injured by the frozen aura emitted by their bodies. The 2 most powerful magic weapons of the frost lizard are frost armor and frozen aura. Everyone's magic weapon can ensure the penetration of frost armor, and cold resistance can shield frozen aura. The 2 magic weapons of the frost lizard are all abolished. They can only rely on teeth and claws to fight. Their combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. They are not much stronger than the giant lizards that can be seen everywhere in the dark areas. The 5 people who were ready to fight left the refuge cabin, and Joan himself could only stay behind. Once he also left the cabin, the spell resolved automatically. However, Joan is not completely outside the battlefield. He can't accompany his teammates to fight, but through the visual link, he can let Gulu take his eyes and go to watch the battle when necessary. He can also use Eagle Eyes to set up an invisible observation point in the frontal battle zone. Even if he doesn't leave the house, he can still get an overview of the battlefield. Shorts really chose a good place. A group of 5 people was only 200 yards away from the shelter, and a hissing roar came from across the ice cave. Klein, who was at the forefront, quickly raised his hand and signaled his companions to stop and prepare for battle. Joan, who was in the magic hut, also saw this scene through his grunt's eyes, and his heartstrings could not help but tensed slightly. Golem hung upside down on the smooth ice wall, widening his eyes and staring at the place where the roar came. Thinking about it, when the owner's friends fight with the big lizard, he will have the opportunity to pick up the leak, attack with a sneak attack, and strangle the lizard to win the master's praise. Joan perceives Guru's psychological activity through the second mind connection, and quickly sends out telepathy, ordering him to dispel the idea of death. Frost lizard, is that a little throat monster you can afford? This warcraft, covered with thick ice armor, the neck is particularly thick and strong. With the small arms of Golem, I'm afraid I don't have enough strength to strangle the frost lizard. In case of being bitten back, even if it is not fortunate, it will be crippled on the spot. Guru still hid in the safety zone early and watched the game honestly, not to mess up the advance team. At the same time, when Joan reprimanded the lock-throat monster, 3 fat frost lizards crawled out of the ice cave. 1 mother and 2 males, looks like a typical frost lizard family. Short and sturdy, arrogant is the mother and the head of the family, followed by 2 slender lovers. The female frost lizard looks at the humans and dwarves in the opposite tunnel with greedy and impure eyes. In her eyes, these guys who arbitrarily broke into their own territory were all food delivered to the door. The 2 male lizards, in order to compete in front of their goddess, Spit Excited Letter, cannot wait to launch an attack, quickly climbed over from both sides of the ice wall, unfolding. The female lizard turned the eyes of the bird of prey, and a hint of cunning appeared on her face. She is not as rash as her lover. The group of people on the opposite side, holding weapons that emit magical aura, rushed straight up, unavoidably suffering. The female lizard propped itself up with its strong lower limbs and tail, leapt upwards, and turned over against the ice wall above his head. With the attitude of hanging upside down, he approached the intruder's head and stopped 15 feet away. The female lizard supervises the war in an upside-down position, and at the same time urges the frozen aura to the outside body, eroding the intruder invisibly. When the intruder is tired of resisting the attack of the two male lizards, it will ignore the cold current from the top of the head and unconsciously be frozen. The female lizard's abacus is very good, but her malicious intentions are doomed to fail. All members of the advance team have cold resistance protection, not afraid of the cold wave radiating from her body surface. Audrey lifted her long sword, chanted the praise of the sun god, and opened a golden halo around her body, covering all her companions, blessing everyone with a blessing technique to improve her combat power and morale. Holden cleared his throat and sang a poem containing the magic of fascination. The two male frost lizards rushing to the forefront were bewildered by his singing and stopped charging one after another, only to concentrate on listening. Holden gestured to the companion beside him while singing loudly, beckoning not to attack first. The frost lizard, bewildered by the song, will wake up immediately if attacked, and will no longer be hypnotized by ecstasy. Holden has 6 professional levels of bard. The ecstasy he sang, not only temporarily enemies into a state of distraction, but also has an implicit derivative function, that is, hint. The frost lizard can't understand Holden's lyrics, but the moving melody can cross the language barrier and also touch the frost lizard's heartstrings. The young poet sowed the seeds of suspicion into the heart of a male frost lizard through a magic song, revealing the following facts to it. If it can get rid of the same kind around it, it will become the only love of the mistress and enjoy her love alone. The two male frost lizards did not conflict with the jealousy of the wind on weekdays, but they did not dare to tear the face completely under the pressure of the female lizard. Holden's singing, like the whisper of the devil, ignited a male lizard's repressed fire for a long time, turned his head without warning, opened a large mouth covered with teeth, and bit the man beside him obsessively. Holden's singing, unguarded male lizard. The male lizard, who was bitten in the neck, woke up in pain, writhing desperately, trying to shake off his companion suddenly for some reason. The female lizard hanging upside down on the ice wall of the dome found that her two lovers did not attack the enemy, but instead wrestled with each other. Suddenly frightened and angry, he screamed and warned them to stop the internal strife. Holden didn't want her to destroy the drama of the palace fight she provoked, and while maintaining her concentration, she raised her hand and fired a shot at the mother lizard. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 764 King Shuang Frost Lizard 3 Boom. The moment the gunshot sounded, a blood flower burst on the female lizard's face, and the roar immediately turned into a painful wail. Skoles was reminded by the sound of the gunshot, holding up the large E-caliber magic crystal shotgun with both hands, aiming at the head of the female lizard and pulling the trigger, and then giving her another shot. The magic crystal rifle produced by Nador Arsenal fired a large E-caliber lead ammunition, which was far more destructive than a pistol bullet. Rifle shells roared on the head of the female lizard, first penetrated the thick ice armor, then lifted the scales, embedded in flesh and blood, exploded a large group of fiery magic flames. The female lizard was shot twice in a row, wounded and wounded, dragging along wailing from the dome and falling heavily on the frozen ground. Hayala held up the giant sword and rushed up, riding the female lizard's falling hair faintly, splitting two swords in one breath. The giant sword with the special effect of flaming flames cast a cloud of fire in the dim pit, cut off the spine of the female lizard into 3 pieces, and moaned in the fire. The two frost lizards, who were instigated by Holden to bite each other, realized that the sweetheart was suffering a fatal blow, and immediately recovered, dragging their body, and rushed towards Hayla, trying to rescue her mother from under her sword. Lizard, stupid reptile, get me back! Klein Furnace roared and threw a warhammer, smashing the frost lizard rushing to the front. The Earthwalker raised his hand to catch the warhammer flying back, and his feet rose to send light, and the solid body turned into a twisted light and shadow disappeared out of thin air. The frost lizard, knocked down by Klein with a flying hammer, broke his head and blew into a dizziness. Before he could regain his consciousness, an arbitrary door had been opened behind him. The Earth Walker jumped out. His feet stepped on the back of the lizard, and he held up the warhammer, hitting the head of the lizard like a storm. Boom! 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 After 3 heavy blows, the frost lizard's head burst and blood spattered, staining Klein's warhammer. The only remaining frost lizard rushed forward 2 steps, confessing a threatening gesture. When it realized that the group of people on the opposite side did not show the slightest expression of fear, but on their own side, 1 male and 1 mother and 2 companions were knocked to the ground, unable to recover. This situation made it feel bad, and panikedly wanted to turn around and escape back to the cave. Audrey rushed up in time, the sword in her hand spewed out a flame of magic, and suddenly crossed the back of the frost lizard's ridge, bursting into a dazzling glow. A ring of Paladin's magical technique adds an additional level of fire damage to Audrey's sword. What's even more terrible is that while Yanyan kills the enemy, it will also ignite the opponent's body, causing continuous burns. The frost lizard is a subspecies of the cold system and is naturally fearful of fire. Audrey made a note of Yang Yanchong and cut off half of her life. The scorching magical power of the blade ignited its flesh and blood, shrouded in blazing flames, rolling across the ground in pain, but unable to extinguish this magical flame of the same bone. Shorts and Holden turned the muzzle together, aiming at the frost lizard struggling in the flames. After the 2 gunshots, the last frost lizard was also killed, and the stiff body stopped struggling, gradually being roasted by the magical flame. The raw meat is almost fully cooked, and it smells really tempting. Schultz carried a shotgun and grinned. Since digging this mine, he has been deeply troubled by the frost lizard's harassment. When chasing Evelyn yesterday, she was also attacked by a frost lizard and almost died here. Although he was rescued and his old life was recovered, he still felt very embarrassed afterwards. Skulls suffocated the fire, and now all vented, not to mention how refreshing. Klein carried a warhammer and jumped from the back of the frost lizard whose head was crushed by him, with a smile on his face. It seems that our tactics are very effective. Take a break and continue to explore. There are more frost lizards waiting for us to teach. Uncle, we are not tired. We must seize the time to continue to explore, lest Joan be anxious. Hayla backhanded the giant sword into the scabbard, which seemed very easy. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes, and everyone didn't make much effort. The 3 frost lizards fluttered the street, and Hayla felt even more than enjoyable. The young people didn't feel tired, and Klein no longer delayed. He led the crowd across the blue ice surface stained by the blood of the frost lizard and continued to explore deep into the cave. The next trip gradually became more difficult. Many frost lizards, due to lack of sufficient food in the pit, spend most of the year sleeping in ice caves, thereby reducing energy consumption. Now Klein and his party broke into the hibernation zone, killing and killing. The noise was too great, and the frost lizards in hibernation were awakened by fighting sounds one after another. These hungry World of Warcraft, smelling the smell of living people, were all excited to swallow saliva, climbed out of the nest, and participated in the hunt for Klein and others. After killing 3 frost lizards, Klein and his party encountered 2 waves of siege. The first time was 4 frost lizards, which was not difficult to solve. Soon after, the number of frost lizards besieging them increased to 7. The crowd was in a bitter battle this time, and it took some effort to kill 5 frost lizards, and the other 2 fled with injuries. Klein and others have been exhausted and exhausted. They are more or less colored, and can only watch the 2 frost lizards run away, unable to chase them down. While they were still resting on the battlefield, things were turning sharper in a worse direction. The 2 frost lizards that they ran away came back in 10 minutes without any surprise. Behind these 2 guys, a group of relatives and friends followed. Well, it turned out to be a group of revenge. Audrey visually inspected, deep in the dim and empty ice cave, flashing no less than 20 pairs of dark red eyes, like a ghostly ghost fire. Even more disturbing to her is that behind this large group of frost lizards, there is a particularly large black shadow, which is rapidly approaching. That huge monster is 4 times the size of an ordinary frost lizard. Judging from its silhouette, it is probably the leader of all frost lizards in the pit. The low and heart-rending roar, like thunder and thunder, spread out from the depths of the ice cave. As a paladin, Audrey was sheltered by the grace of God, and she stepped on the aura of courage. Even in the face of the dragon, she would not feel fear, but she was still breathless. The Hyla and Holden beside her didn't possess the paladin's courage. Hearing the frost lizard patriarch's roar, they were immediately frightened by the fear of aura spreading out of him, and he couldn't help changing his face. Trembling like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 765 Aerotherapy. Klein and Skorts, both now feeling the invisible coercion exuding from the depths of the ice cave, could not help but look at each other, their faces surprised. Such a powerful coercion, only the leader-level monsters will have. It can be seen that their slaughter of frost lizards in the mine pit has alarmed the boss of the frost lizard family, unable to restrain their anger, and came out to find a place in person. Guys, there are too many monsters here, and there is a dangerous big guy. We have to go back quickly. Klein reminded his companions loudly. Yes, now is not the time to hesitate. We have to withdraw the shelter as soon as possible. Audrey also made the same judgment as Klein about the current situation. Everyone in the party felt that the threat of death was approaching. Before the frost lizard patriarch led a large group of heirs to surround him, he immediately turned away. Follow the road that came when you flew towards the refuge hut where Joan sat. At the juncture of the retreat of everybody, Joan, who was far away in the refuge cabin, had also sensed the urgency of the situation through his eyes. Joan sent a telepathy, summoning Golem to return to the shelter. After that, he lifted his left hand, palms up, and called Tears of God with his spiritual strength. A crystal-clear teardrop-shaped gemstone emerged from the palm of his left hand in response to his call. Joan took a deep breath, slowly gathered his 5 fingers, held the Tears of God, extracted energy from it, and refilled the mythical power that has been consumed today. After waiting for about half an hour, Guru first appeared in Joan's field of vision. Shortly thereafter, Joan saw the figures of Sisters Klein, Schultz and Zion through a new way transparent force field shield. Hyla landed at the end of the team, and when he ran, he sometimes looked back. When the other companions had withdrawn to the hut, Hyla stopped at the door and turned to look at the entrance to the west side of the ice cave. A large group of frost lizards are following the footprints of the people when they retreat, and are chased by the west entrance. Hyla quickly made a series of spellcasting gestures, aimed at the opposite entrance, and fired a fireball. The magical fireball escaped Hyla's palm, wrapped in heat waves, hovered and flew to the west entrance, just hit the frost lizard chasing the forefront, and immediately exploded violently. The roar from the burst of fireball almost shattered the ice cave, and the flames that burst out engulfed all the frost lizards near the entrance, and the burning Linjia made a snorting noise. The echo of the fireball explosion was still stirring in the ice cave, and the cry of frost lizard followed. Hyla himself was also affected by the shockwave stimulated by the spell, as if he was pushed hard by someone, and he floated up involuntarily and fell into the refuge cabin in an inverted posture. Fortunately, Audrey's eyes were fast. She reached out and hugged the falling Hyla in time, so that she could avoid hitting Joan with her head. Joan looked around the cabin and confirmed that all his companions were safely withdrawn. A stone fell on his heart and told everyone to rest and heal on the spot. Among the 5 people who went out to lure the enemy, Hyla and the 2 dwarves were seriously injured. Audrey cast a holy treatment to cure Hyla's trauma, and Holden went to the dwarf, intending to cast a spell to help them heal. Shorts waved his hand to decline the poet's good intentions, sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and seemed to be in a state of meditation. While Holden was wondering, Klein patted his shoulder and smiled to explain. Skulls is using chi therapy. As long as it takes a few minutes to meditate and excite a breath of energy stored in his own body. It is not difficult to heal this level of injury. Your healing spell is still to be more critical. Use it again. After that, Klein sat on his own. Close your eyes and meditate like Schultz and heal yourself with chi therapy. Joan saw that Holden was still a little confused, and took over Klein's topic. Then introduced him to chi therapy. Chi therapy is a supernatural ability. In addition to the warrior profession, some schools of monks are also good at this. The supernatural energy used in chi therapy is called chi or true chi, which is the manifestation of the life potential of the warrior and does not depend on the magic web. Chi therapy can only be applied to itself, and it is very effective in treating mild to moderate trauma. As for the severely injured and dying, there is almost no extra life potential for transforming chi. At this time, chi therapy is difficult to play a big role. Still have to rely on magic treatment. Although there are various restrictions, chi therapy has a great advantage that all healing spells are unmatched. What advantage? Holden asked curiously. The old and new continents have cultural differences in many ways. Holden is from the kingdom of Canaan in the old continent. The local professional system is not the same as that in the new continent. It is also a warrior profession. Old world warriors simply do not understand the supernatural ability of chi therapy, but rely on a strong body to carry pain. For this reason, Holden lacked understanding of this area of knowledge and was very interested in Joan's story. Healing spells need to consume the corresponding spell slot each time they are cast. After using the spell slot, you cannot cast it again within the day. Chi therapy is not magic, and of course no spell slots are needed. After performing chi therapy, as long as 1 hour or so of full rest, the one breath that was consumed can be recondensed and used to perform chi therapy again. Joan looked to Klein and Schwartz who were meditating. The breath of the two dwarves maintained a certain rhythm, soothing and long. Every time the gas in the chest was exhaled, a faint golden glow appeared. At the same time, their trauma was quickly hemostasis healing. The scene before him made Joan associate. Since chi therapy is a supernatural power, it should logically have a corresponding magic mark. However, chi therapy does not rely on the magic net. It uses the true chi condensed by the human body's own life potential. It is inappropriate to continue to use the term magic mark. Perhaps it should be called the chi mark. Joan is very interested in this subject, but intends to do some in-depth research. Unfortunately, the roaring and knocking sounds from outside the cabin made him realize that now is not a good time for academic research, and there are more urgent matters waiting for him to deal with. Joan turned and walked to the front of the force field shield, looking out. A large group of frost lizards has been traced to the refuge cabin. The prey suddenly disappeared inside the hemispherical glass cover, which surprised the frost lizards. A total of 20 or 30 frost lizards surrounded the shelter and tried to find the entrance. When they confirmed that there were no ready-made entrances, they bravely climbed up the roof, some cheeks pressed against the wall, trying to peep inside, and some scratched the wall with their claws, trying to tear a crack. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 766 Frost Lizard Chief. One more and more frost lizards climbed into the refuge hut, milky white belly connected together, almost filling Joan's vision. In such a situation, when Klein recovered from their injuries and regained their energy, I am afraid that it will be difficult to rush out of the refuge hut heavily blocked by the frost lizard. Even if you rush out, you will immediately fall into the encirclement. It might as well not go out. In the following time, the people in the house seemed to be able to do nothing but wait. Who was more patient with frost lizard? Until most frost lizards have exhausted their patience and actively evacuated the ice cave where the hut is located, they have the opportunity to go out and fight back. This strategy is very sound. However, Joan felt that his time was precious, so impatiently wasted all the time. Since the frost lizard refused to leave, he was still lying on the roof, flicking his tail unscrupulously, and taking a nap. Joan felt that it was better to take the initiative and use the spell to give this group of stupid reptiles a little color. Thinking so, Joan opened the casting kit, took out a small piece of dried ham skin, and held it in his hand. Joan freed his left hand, made a string of skillful gestures, and chanted the spell of the second ring of fuel spell, Pura. The moment the spell was completed, Joan didn't forget to attach a super magic skill spell over obstacle to it, creating a large amount of fuel outside the cabin through the force field shield. The dark fuel, like a sudden heavy rain, fell down on the frost lizards lying on the roof. The sudden black rain caused a stir in the lizard swarm. However, they soon discovered that the black grease on their body, except for a little stickiness, did not hinder it, so they were too lazy to ignore it. A group of reptiles who don't know what to do. Joan sneered secretly at the sight, and extracted a mythical power to cast the second spell. He lifted his palms, pressed the force field shield, put his hands together with his thumbs, and opened the other four fingers outward. Yeah. Joan spit out a spell symbolizing scorching in a cold tone, with the mythical burning hand attached to spell overcoming obstacles, and responded. 10 bright and nearly white flames spewed out from the fingertips, crossed the force field shield, and spread a large fire curtain. A fan-shaped fire curtain with a radius of up to 30 feet, like a huge broom, enveloped the unprotected group of frost lizards outside the house, causing burns while igniting the fuel attached to them. Mythical burning hand, plus fuel technology, causes a total of 9 levels of fire damage. Counting the frost lizard's inherent fear of fire, the damage doubles, reaching the horrible 18 energy levels, enough to kill an adult frost lizard. The fan-shaped fire curtain swept away, screaming one after another. No less than 10 frost lizards were first burned by the mythical burning hand, and then ignited, and they all caught fire. They fell from the roof, rolled over, and wailed and struggled. In the end, it was impossible to escape the fate of being burnt into coke alive. The fire curtain suddenly erupted from inside the house, causing great shock to all the frost lizards gathered around the hut. Now these warcraft are finally aware that the magically shaped wall in front of them will only block themselves, but will not prevent the caster in the house from attacking them. Those frost lizards who had escaped by the flames, all quickly moved away from the hut. The area around the hut, which was originally full of frost lizards, has been emptied. Only those frost lizards ignited by Joan's spell remain in place, and they are still struggling in the final fire. Joan saw through the force field shield that a large group of frost lizards were retreating, but they did not escape too far, seeming to hesitate and watching. It seems that the lesson just now is not deep enough. Joan decided to give them a little more color. Singing the spell in a low voice, Joan raised his right hand and pointed at a burning frost lizard corpse across the force field shield. Lumber. The magic net outside the house changed drastically, and the frost lizard corpse selected by Joan as the casting material suddenly turned into a blazing flash. Spell over obstacles. 2 rings of pyrotechnics. The frost lizards hovering around the hut are protected from strong light radiation, and all of them were stabbed in the eyes and temporarily blinded. The refuge cabin is also within the reach of pyrotechnics. Fortunately, the field shield has its own function of filtering strong light. The light transmitted into the room is weakened, and will not cause harm to Joan and his companions. When Joan saw that the frost lizards outside the house were blind, most of them buried their heads on the ground and screamed in pain. They took the opportunity to take out a piece of black agate and cast Mage Ghost Palm with spell overcoming obstacle. Fair. A spell representing the soul echoed in the hut. At the same time, the magic net outside the house was led by this spell to a high concentration of negative energy, and a dark giant palm condensed into the sky. Joan focused his attention, remotely controlled the giant palm with a touch of mental power, grabbed a frost lizard nearby, acting as a meteor hammer, and slammed into another frost lizard that could not open his eyes. Boom! The heads of the 2 frost lizards collided and their blood burst into a kuma. The black giant palm lifted the half-dead frost lizard, and the volley wheel was like a windmill, constantly hitting other frost lizards nearby. The muffled sound of flesh and blood collides with drums. Among the dense drum beats, frost lizards were mixed with horror and painful wail. After smashing for more than 10 times in a breath, Joan found that the frost lizard in his palm was blurry and split, and he remotely controlled the giant palm to throw this broken corpse away and grab another frost lizard on the spot, which was more convenient. Weapons. The brand new flesh and blood meteor hammer was once again waved by the ruthless magic palm, and with the breaking wind screaming, he smashed his head to the frost lizards who were blind and unable to dodge. The beating continued until the frost lizards got rid of the irritation caused by the firework one after another, barely opening their tearful eyes, and was horrified to find that there were very few similar people around them. Around the refuge cabin, there was a mess. The frost lizard, who was beaten by the black giant palm, was lying on the ground in a row, and all of them were covered with flesh and blood, and the blood was flowing. Some of them had been cut off, and some were still moaning in the pool of blood. This unbearable scene caused great psychological shadows to the surviving frost lizards, rushing to escape the ice cave with their tails. However, not all frost lizards are scared away. A roar came from the depths of the ice cave, quickly from far and near, and an extra large frost lizard rushed straight over. This gigantic monster almost broke the entrance of the ice cave, and the frozen ice armor on his body was sharp and angular, just like a nice blue stegosaurus. Is this guy the leader of all the frost lizards in the mine? Joan stared at the grumpy mother outside the house and secretly guessed. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 767. Frost Lizard Chief. To the head of the Frost Lizard Patriarch moved in unison, quickly approaching the shelter. Through a layer of force field cover, Joan could feel the horror pressure exuded from it. Judging from the aura of the monster's fangs and claws, its natural weapons are also magic weapons, which may have the property of a destructive field shield. In a moment of alertness, Joan immediately responded, remotely controlling the mage Netherpalm with his mind, to block the Frost Lizard Patriarch who ran over. The black giant became a fist, like a blasting cannonball, which hit the Frost Lizard Clan Chief's face with a sudden nosebleed. Faced with such a heavy punch head, the Frost Lizard Patriarch stopped and shook his head dizzy, his eyes stained with blood red, emitting a fierce light. Joan pulled back the Master's Netherpalm with his intentions, intending to use his full strength and throw a heavy punch again. This time, the Frost Lizard Patriarch did not wait for being beaten, and suddenly turned around in place, struggling to shake the thick tail. The black giant fist that broke through the air, like a tennis ball that was intercepted, was slammed by the tail of the Frost Lizard Clan. The remote control distance of Mage Netherpalm is limited. Joan strengthened his mental control and finally stopped before the Mage Netherpalm was pumped out of the maximum remote control distance. However, he hadn't been able to breathe a sigh of relief. The Frost Lizard Patriarch had already snarled and chased him up, opened his blood basin, and bit the black big hand that had to be bricked so hard. The Frost Lizard Clan is full of sharp teeth and bites the Mage Ghost Palm, which even distorts the force field boundary that restricts the negative energy, as if it may collapse at any time. Joan's idea is closely connected with Mage Netherpalm. The pressure on the latter is completely reflected on him, but the physical pressure is transformed into the same level of mental pressure. The severe headache made Joan feel blurred, as if his head was being bitten by the Frost Lizard Chief. He is well aware that this situation will continue. He will soon lose control of Mage Netherpalm, and will be spiritually shocked by the magic backlash. At this time, both Hayla and Zion also noticed the fierce fighting taking place outside the house. Their sight was first attracted by the fierce Frost Lizard Patriarch. Seeing that Joan's remote palm was bitten by the monster, they all came back together and cast their attention on Joan. The companion's eyes seemed to give Joan some encouragement. He took a deep breath, his face calmed down, and he sat on his knees. Seeing this scene, Hayla and Zion's brothers looked at each other at a loss. not knowing what Joan meant to sit down suddenly. They didn't care about thinking deeply about it, because immediately, Joan's expression became very strange. The young mage's left eye seemed to have lost focus. It expanded rapidly and then contracted quickly. His pupil was extremely bright, like a cold star in the night, and ablaze in the dark. Just when everyone was worried about Joan, the young mage had entered a mysterious distraction state, splitting his consciousness into two parts, each corresponding to an independent personality. Joan used the master personality to maintain the mage nether palm and tried to resist the increasing pressure between the frost lizard clan's long teeth. At the same time, he used the personal personality to control his body and took out a handful of iron powder as a casting material to bless himself. Myth becomes giant technique. Turkifin. Joan started the incantation with the vice personality chant, and the iron powder sprinkled on his body burst into a golden radiance, covering himself. Under the magic light, Joan's body expanded rapidly, and within 3 seconds, his height increased to 4 times its original height. Until this moment, Hayla and Zion's sister and brother suddenly realized that Joan had to sit down before casting the spell. Under the influence of mythology, Joan is over 20 feet in size. If he is in a standing position during the casting process, he will inevitably hit the ceiling of the refuge cabin. With the expansion of his size, Joan's strength attribute also gained 4 additional points. Taking into account his original strength and the bonus of Mage Nether Palm, the comprehensive strength attribute reached 24. This level of strength is still slightly inferior to that of the Frost Lizard Patriarch. However, Joan's mythology becomes a giant technique. The purpose is not just to obtain these 4 powers. While his own size became larger, the Mage Nether Palm under his remote control also increased synchronously, which was 4 times larger than the original size. The 3-dimensional scale is 4 times larger, which means that the volume of Mage Nether Palm becomes 64 times the original. The Frost Lizard clan's mouth is large, but it cannot accommodate a black giant fist that expands 64 times sharply, and the entire mouth is swollen in a blink of an eye. The first is that the upper and lower teeth are overwhelmed, and the teeth are broken off. Then the corner of the mouth cannot bear the pressure. The muscles of the cheeks exceed the elastic limit, and the 2 cracks extend rapidly from the corner of the mouth toward the root of the ear, and the blood flows drip along the wound. The Frost Lizard Patriarch was frightened, opened his mouth desperately, and shook his head backwards, trying to spit out a huge, expanding fist in his mouth. Joan sneered silently, remotely controlling the giant palm, clutching the monster's tongue tightly without letting go. The Frost Lizard Patriarch is in a dire dilemma. If you continue to struggle, the tongue will be cut off by the giant palm, and it will not be far away from death. If you give up the struggle, the result will be the same, and sooner or later you will be blown up by the continuous expansion of the giant palm in your mouth. Just before the end of despair, the giant palm finally stopped expanding and reached the volume limit. At this time, the mouth of the Frost Lizard Chief has been dislocated. The upper and lower teeth open a huge obtuse angle of almost 180 degrees, which looks scary and funny. In this state, the Frost Lizard Patriarch has become very difficult to breathe, let alone bite. Joan didn't let it go. Continue to urge sub-mystery. Draw 5 mythical powers at a time, all used to cast 1 ring of arcane electric claw. While casting the spell, Joan also uses the unique ability of Mythic Archmage to energy replacement to switch the element attribute of electric claw to fire attribute. Energy substitution will not change the original lethality of the spell. However, compared to the electric claw, Fire Claw can cause double damage to the Frost Lizard Clan chiefs who are naturally fearful of fire. Spells like Electric Claws can only be transmitted through physical contact under normal circumstances. However, Mage Nether Palm is like an extension of Joan's limb. When he was ready to cast spells, the fire elemental energy exploded from his fingertips was transferred to the giant palm far away from the hut as soon as his thoughts moved. The dark 5 fingers, thick like a flagpole, are deeply inserted into the throat of the Frost Lizard Clan chief, and the fingertips emit a fiery flame. Puff. 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 Joan remotely controlled the master's nether palm. In just 30 seconds, he threw 5 fire claws into the frost lizard patriarch's mouth. The magical power of the 5 spells converged into a sea of torrents, all poured into the monster's belly, and no trace of Mars leaked out. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 768 Fear Aura. Whenever the black giant palm erupted in flames, there was always a dull popping sound in the belly of the frost lizard clan, and the body twisted violently. The throat blocked by the giant palm couldn't even send out the slightest scream. 5 fire claws. In addition to double fire damage, the total damage is up to 50 energy levels. Who can stand this? Exclamation mark. When Joan released the last fire claw, the frost lizard patriarch had turned his eyes and stopped struggling. Joan remotely controlled the giant palm, waved it gently, and shook off the already paralyzed body. The body of the frost lizard patriarch lies on the sky outside the door of the refuge cabin. The dislocated mouth is still wide open. Sisters Hyla and Zion, as well as Klein and Skorts, who had just finished their meditation, stood in front of the force field shield and stared at the huge corpse outside the house. Through the open throat of the frost lizard patriarch, the smoldered internal organs in the abdomen were vaguely visible, flashing a dark red flame, and a scorched smoke rose from the mouth of the corpse. Continuous high-strength spells, coupled with the mental burden caused by sub-mystery, Joan was exhausted after killing the Frost Lizard clan chief, so tired that he could hardly continue to maintain the mage ghost palm. Hyla, Zion's brother, Klein and Shorts were deeply shocked by Joan's violent and splendid casting style. It wasn't until the frost lizards outside the hut all escaped that they came back one after another. Joan, so perverted. Only one man's power can kill no less than 20 frost lizards, including one of the most brutal frost lizard leaders. It's crazy. Holden couldn't help wondering. Joan alone, in just 5 minutes. The number of frost lizards slaughtered is worth the hard work of the 5 of us all morning. Hyla sighed in a mixed mood. Everyone is a spellcaster, and the spellcasting levels are almost the same. How come the strength gap is so big? Audrey noticed that Joan's face was pale, and her forehead was dripping with sweat. She was sitting on the ground with her eyes closed for meditation and regaining her energy. She quickly waved her hands and told her brother and Hyla to keep quiet, and don't disturb Joan's meditation. Hyla and Holden looked at each other and threw out their tongues, so they dared not speak again. Audrey walked behind Joan lightly, raised her hand on his shoulder, and a white and soft ray of light emerged from her fingertips. The holy treatment of Her Royal Highness, in addition to healing and healing, also has the function of alleviating physical and mental fatigue. At the juncture of exhaustion and disintegration, Joan was soothed by the holy treatment and immediately felt comfortable and refreshed. Outside the hut, the black giant palm suspended in the air had already shown a collapsed situation, and the negative energy broke through the force field constraint and continued to escape outward. As the negative energy concentration decreases, the texture of the palm becomes illusory, and the color changes from dark to gray. At the juncture of disintegration, Joan received Audrey's treatment, rejuvenated her spirit, and enabled the mage nether palm to avoid collapse and return to its original state. Audrey noticed that Joan's face was red again, and her expression became calm, and she was relieved. Remove the palm that rests on his shoulder and turn to Hyla, Holden, Klein and Shorts. Joan has helped us solve most of the frost lizards, including the strongest frost lizard patriarch. Now, there are few frost lizards left in the mine pit, and the fighting spirit is scattered, and it is no longer a threat to us. Now that everyone is well rested, it is better to hit the iron while hot and go out to hunt down the remaining frost lizards, and strive to clean the frost lizards inside the pit before the end of today. Audrey's initiative was supported by all teammates. Quickly sort out the weapons and equipment. A group of 5 people left the shelter and followed the blood, tracking the frost lizards scared away by Joan. Everyone didn't want to disturb Joan's rest, and he didn't say goodbye to him before leaving. However, Joanne still noticed the companion's move and ordered Guru to follow up with telepathy, so as to check the combat situation at any time, and to assist him when necessary. The next battle, as Audrey predicted, the frost lizards remaining in the mine pit witnessed the scene of the Patriarch's tragic killing. They were all scared and unable to organize effective resistance. The frost lizards encountered by Audrey and others on the way are just some scattered soldiers, and it is easy to solve them. Rather than fighting, it is more troublesome to find those frost lizards trembling and hiding deep in the ice cave. Joan tracked her peers through grunting eyes. After observing for a while, I found that there was nothing to worry about, so I switched my perspective back to the body, and my eyes fell on the huge stiff body outside the house. Anyway, nothing happened. Joan decided to study the body of the frost lizard patriarch and see what is different from the ordinary frost lizard. He remotely controlled the mage nether palm, dragged the body into the hut, and then used a needle to draw blood, along with the number 4 rune for blood interpretation. As expected, in the blood of the frost lizard patriarch, a total of 3 sets of magic marks were interpreted. The first 2 sets of magic marks correspond to the enhanced version of frost armor and frozen aura. Compared with the similar capabilities of ordinary frost lizards, the frost lizard chief's ice armor is thicker and harder, and of course provides stronger defense. Its frozen aura also has a larger radiation range, causing enemy creatures within a 60-foot radius the damage is twice that of the normal version of frozen aura. The third set of magic marks of the frost lizard patriarch corresponds to the supernatural ability that ordinary frost lizards do not have, fear aura. The monster with fear aura is either an ancient creature like a dragon, or a leader of a certain biological group, such as the king of razors that Joan hunted on the Wild Boar Island. The frost lizard chief is the latter case. Although the effects of fear aura of different creatures are to make the enemy panic, but in some details, such as the radiation range of the aura, it is not the same. The frost lizard patriarch's fear aura has a radiation radius of up to 120 feet, which is almost the same level as the king of razors. Joan transcribed the magic mark of fear of aura into his spellbook. Not surprisingly, this magic mark will come in handy when he finishes the expedition and returns to school. There is a very famous and practical 3-ring of necromancer arcane, called fear. The moment of successful release of fear, the enemies within a 30-foot cone will experience a negative energy impact on the body and mind. If the willpower is not firm enough, he will be captured by a strong sense of fear, frightened and flee. And even his legs are paralyzed and unable to move. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 769 Dwarf Rewards. Based on previous research experience, Joan is convinced that the magic mark of fear of aura has many similarities with the spell configuration of the third fear. Considering that fear aura is stronger than fear regardless of its influence range and duration, if fear is used as a reference object, then the magic level of fear aura is at least equivalent to 4 spells, even it may be higher. Of course, these speculations are based on the unique individual of the frost lizard patriarch. Replaced with other monsters, even if they also have fear aura, their magic energy level is not necessarily equivalent to the 4th level spell. Audrey's group of 5 went around the mine pit for 4 or 5 hours until the cold resistance was about to fail, before returning the same way. The attack was very rewarding. The frost lizard remaining in the pit was basically wiped out. From now on, the dwarves can carry out exploration work in the pit without hindrance. When the crowd returned to the refuge cabin, Joan had completed the anatomical study of the frost lizard patriarch, and the body had been made into a specimen and put into a backpack. The mission of this trip was completed. Everyone relieved the pressure and felt very comfortable. They boiled water and boiled tea in the hut, drinking tea and chatting while resting. Now that the frost lizard family has been annihilated, The topic of everyone is naturally related to the distribution of the benefits of the Joan team and the dwarf prospecting team. Hyla is not a shy person talking about money, and can't wait to shout, "Uncle Klein, we promised that your business has been done. Now it's your turn to show your sincerity." "Not much nonsense. How much money can we get from this Kingbing mine?" The little girl must not be anxious. The uncle will never treat you wrong. As for the rights and interests of the pit, and listen to me from the beginning. The team formed by Klein is only responsible for the exploration of the veins, and will not personally excavate and operate the mine. According to the contract he signed with the Meadgate Colonial Company, after the Klein team discovered the veins, the first thing to do was to verify the reserves, then estimate the total value of the mine based on reserves, and then estimate the general value of mining rights based on the total value of minerals. Next, Klein must sell the mining rights to the mining group under the Colonial Company in accordance with the provisions of the contract and get a large cash reward. After the team pays dividends, go to explore new mineral veins. This transaction process is simple to say, but actually quite complicated. The most complicated link is how to properly price the mining rights of a mine. Mining right is essentially an option. If pricing mining rights according to the general option model, the calculation is quite complicated. After all, the extractive industry is different from the financial industry. Most dwarf brothers in this industry hate dealing with complex mathematical formulas. In order to reduce the difficulty of calculating the value of mining rights, the mineral extraction industry in the New World has pursued a conventional empirical formula for many years. The discounted price of the mining rights of a mine is roughly equivalent to 120 of the total value of proven minerals. This is very simple to calculate. The exploration results of the Klein team indicate that if the green ice stored in this vein is fully mined, the total value will not be less than 2 million gold dagger. Joan used the navigation compass to check the reserves of Kingbing veins, and the data obtained were roughly consistent with the exploration results of the dwarf prospecting team. Now that both parties have reached a consensus on the mineral valuation, the next thing is easy to handle. Bring the mineral valuation into the empirical formula, and with a little calculation, you can know that the dwarf prospecting team sold the mining rights of Kingbing mine and can earn at least 100,000 gold dagger. Klein made a straightforward proposal, using 4 pounds of magic crystals to buy out Joan's team's interest in Kingbing mine. This quotation is absolutely generous, and even Hyla, who is a fan of wealth, cannot fault it. On the contrary, Joan, who seemed indifferent to fame and fortune on weekdays, put forward an additional condition at the moment when both parties were toasting to celebrate the agreement. "Mr. Klein, I want to dig up a piece of green ice and bring it back to school as a source for studying magic and alchemy." "Of course it's no problem, Brother Joan, as long as you can move, you can take as much as you want." The dwarf laughed happily. Joan wasn't polite with him. He ran to a section of open pit mine vein, and used Mage Joan as an excavation tool to plan out a large piece of green ice. Weighs about 600 pounds. Kingbing is as hard as steel, but its density is similar to ordinary ice. A large piece of green ice of more than 600 pounds is really not small. In order to facilitate portability, Joan casts 3 rings of shrinkage on Kingbing. In a blink of an eye, the huge ice cube shrank to a 1/65th of its original volume and became a cyan cube with a side length of about 7 inches, which can be easily tucked into a backpack. When Joan was digging out the green ice, Klein continued to cast the any door, patrolling the mine pit for a time, and confirmed that there was no frost lizard in the net. The crowd left the pit and spent a peaceful night in the dwarf camp. Early the next morning, Joan and they had breakfast at the camp. After saying goodbye to Uncle Klein, they would end their half-month adventure and collectively transfer back to the camp where they set off. Joan has 2 teleport scrolls in his hand. One was bought by him and his companions, and the other was a loot obtained in the Lockthroat lair. When Joan saw the second scroll, he remembered that there was still a problem to be solved. and he was a little unsure. Audrey asked him with concern when she saw that he stopped casting spells and frowned with a scroll. "Joan, are you worried?" "I was thinking about how to place Guru properly before leaving the dark area," Joan answered softly. "Guru is enjoying breakfast early in the ore heap." Turning over the stones, I found small animals like scorpions, centipedes, and poisonous snakes. They grabbed them, stuffed them into their mouths, and chewed. Audrey glanced back at the lockthroat, her face hard to hide her disgust. The laryngeal monster is evil in nature, and keeping him is a hidden danger sooner or later. Audrey lowered her voice and advised. Her attitude towards Guru is fully in line with the principle of removing evil and doing everything, which is highly respected by the paladins. Joan was hesitant, but he couldn't bear to kill the grunt that followed him for many days. Audrey saw his mind, and his expression turned severe. "If you don't kill Golem, but give it freedom, it's tantamount to indulging its evil nature. In case someone is killed by Golem in the future, you are also an indirect accomplice, and you are to blame." Joan heard his face change. The balance of reason and emotion in his heart, influenced by Audrey, gradually leaned towards the rational and cold side. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 770 Guru's Fate. Joan, if you can't bear to do it yourself, give me the grunt, and I will take it away to solve it, and make sure it won't make it feel pain. Audrey's tone was gentle, and there was an understanding from the heart. Joan was very grateful for her consideration, but couldn't help but bring herself into Guru's position. The gentle and considerate words still echoed in the ear, but they became so cold and cruel. Just when he was hesitant, Hayla and Holden came over and asked what he and Audrey were talking about. Hearing Joan's dilemma, Hayla and Holden immediately gave two different opinions from Audrey. Hayla basically agrees with Audrey's view of Golem, and feels that it should not be allowed to return to the dark region with the evil and cruel throat monster. However, she doesn't think killing Golem is the best way to deal with it. One comes from the heart, and the other comes from waste. Instead of killing Golem, it is better to take it back to school and sell it as a living specimen to a professor who is interested in studying this strange thing. In this way, we don't have to kill Guru with our own hands, but also make a fortune. Sister K.I.Me, you can shut up. Are you afraid of being retaliated for earning such careless money? And my sister, what are the bad ideas? Holden totally disagrees with Hayla and Audrey's attitude towards Guru, and his emotions are even a little agitated. In fact, he didn't agree with the prejudice of Sister and Hayla on Guru at all, nor did they think they had the right to deal with Guru. No matter what Guru's nature is, after all fighting with us and helping a lot, how can you have the heart to kill your comrades, and even want to sell it for money? It is too conscience. The young poet stared angrily at her sister and Hayla and turned to Joan. I think you should still be free to grunt. As for its future destiny, to become better, to become worse, or to maintain the status quo, it should be decided by itself. Holden, don't say such naive and ridiculous words. Audrey refuted his brother's initiative coldly. Guru is only temporarily obeying Joan's orders, and Joan cannot control Guru forever. If you let it go and return it to its original state of existence, I dare say that it won't be long before it forgets Joan, and the vicious re-emergence is not equivalent to the indulgence of evil. Holden wanted to rebut, but Joan raised his hand to stop it. Regarding how to deal with Golem, his three friends, Audrey, Hayla and Holden, respectively, provided him with three different ideas from his own ideas. The ideas of the three of them are very different, and the differences in the three views are so irreconcilable that they will have no result if they continue to argue. Rather than listening to their quarrels, Joanne felt that it would be better to follow his own heart and deal with grunts in the way he thinks is most appropriate. After making up his mind, he whistled and summoned Gulu to himself. The throat monster looked up at the owner, and then looked at the three friends of the owner, and found different expressions on their faces. With Guru's intelligence level, he couldn't understand what this meant, and confusion appeared in his eyes. Joan chanted the spellcasting mantra softly, raised his hand on Guru's forehead, and tapped a secret mark that would never be wiped out. After the cast, Joan Shinshing warned it. Starting today, you will regain your freedom, but you must remember that you must not take the initiative to attack humans in the future, otherwise I will never spare you. No matter where you hide, I have a way to find you, and I can discern every lie you say, so you better remember my warning. Golem was scolded by his sharp voice, trembling in shock, nodding again and again, swearing to obey the precepts. Joan sighed and his face softened. With a wave of his hand, Yeek Singh said, "That's all I want to say, now you can leave." Gulu hesitantly moved his steps backwards, and walked far away, looking back from time to time, seeming to be reluctant, but eventually disappeared into the depths of darkness. Joan looked away in the direction of Guru, and his heart was lost. Holden could not help but cough and broke the silence. "Joan, you are willing to release the grunt, which makes me very happy. However, I have to say that the warning you just gave to Grunt was not properly worded. You are asking Gulu not to take the initiative to attack humans. It is good to be attentive, but this is unfair to Gulu. Think about it, my friend. Although we are all humans, we must admit that humans are not necessarily all good people, just like non-human creatures in the underground world, such as Guru, are not necessarily dumb. You require that Grunt not actively attack humans, so that it is at a disadvantage of passively accepting human attacks, which will make its survival more difficult." Joan didn't want to listen to the poet any longer, interrupted his words by raising his hand, and responded blankly. "Holden, what you said makes sense, but it means nothing to me. I never felt that I was a moralist. My principle is very simple, but I try to avoid trouble as much as possible without violating my conscience. As for other issues, such as fairness and freedom, justice and evil, I'm sorry, I'm just an ordinary little person. I can't take care of so many reasons." On the morning of March 31st, Swire Abyss, a camp in a mining area. Mr. Locke is sitting at a simple desk and is writing to paint. Around the desk, there were more than 20 college students, all wearing Wild Adventure uniforms. For half a month, these young people have been exploring the abyss. Although no valuable mineral veins or biological specimens were found, after all, there is no credit but also hard work, coupled with a long period of lack of light. The face looks a little haggard. It was difficult to reach the internship deadline. Most interns returned to the base camp early in the morning and submitted the specimens and maps collected during the expedition to Mr. Locke for review, hoping to earn more internship points. Mr. Locke aggregated the information collected by the various expedition teams and hurriedly glanced through it, disappointed in his eyes. Judging from his more than 20 years of working experience, the data collected by these students, frankly, is of little value. It is nothing more than taking the road that the predecessors walked through again. However, Mr. Locke did not show disappointment. Young people need time to grow, and they should be more tolerant and patient. Take a step back and say that although the expedition was not very rewarding, at least the students have accumulated experience, and more importantly, they have returned safely. Nothing is more precious than safety. Only when they survive in the sinister underground world can young students have the opportunity to grow and progress. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 771 Return from Adventure. Most of the students who participated in this expedition internship, the only record of their shots, was to participate in the suppression of the kobold gangs that harassed the mining area. With this achievement, they can earn 2 internship points. 2 points. The purchasing power on campus is equivalent to 200 gold dugger. For college students with a solid family, risking death, Working hard for half a month every day and night and earning 200 gold dugger can only be said to be unsatisfactory. However, this is after all the first income they earn. Overall, it was a good start and it was worth having fun. Mr. Locke sorted out the materials reported by the students and looked up at the dim sky. People who have worked in the abyss all year round have mostly exercised a special skill, are very sensitive to sunlight, and can estimate the current time based on slight light changes. The sky is dim, if measured by the light level of the surface world. It is almost dusk. But in the Tiger Abyss, this is the strongest day of the day at noon. It's not too early, but only 23 interns returned to the camp as scheduled. 8 others have not returned, and have not entrusted other students to bring the news back. Mr. Locke was a little uneasy. He opened the roster and clicked again. The 8 people who were absent were Arnold, Lowry, Angel, Lane, Hayla, Audrey, Holden and Joan. These 8 young people, just the best of all the expedition members, left a good impression on Mr. Locke. These young people are also outstanding elites in school. Mr. Locke certainly knows that the more outstanding young people are, the more proud they are. These 8 top students are not willing to spend their time internship like other mediocre students. It is also reasonable for them to choose to break away from the large forces, cross the ground naval, and explore deeper areas. Of course, the young man with a newborn calf pursues a progressive mentality. Of course it is understandable. However, Mr. Locke is worried that these top students overestimate their abilities and lack sufficient awe for their underground environment. As people often say, most people who drown in the river can swim. The dark area is not a calm ivory tower. The young people who are in the school are not necessarily able to adapt to the cruel underground world. Mr. Locke has a detailed statistical data. Over the years, college students who died or disappeared during underground expeditions are all in his mind. Most of these names used to be people on campus. But what is the result now? Mr. Locke didn't want to think about it any longer. He dropped the roster and sighed for a long time. Just when he was restless, the camp suddenly set off a violent magic wave, and a beam of light was lifted up from the ground, and 4 figures appeared. Mr. Locke's eyes lighted up. He quickly pushed away the table and greeted him. "Hey, Arnold, your kid is finally back. I'm really afraid I can't explain to your brother." Arnold turned and jumped down the ground lizard, threw the reins to the bald man who was responsible for recovering the mound, and walked to meet Mr. Locke and gave him a high-five hug. "Sorry, let you worry about me again." Arnold Level, as well as Laurie, Angle and Ryan who followed him back to the base camp, all looked sloppy and even sloppy. Mr. Locke could see that these young people did not suffer much during the expedition. However, all 4 had smiles on their faces. It was a gratifying smile that finally went home after a lot of hard work. "Arnold, I heard that you guys are not afraid of a few days. This time I went to the diking district. It was really lucky to be able to come back alive." "Is it a good harvest?" Mr. Locke asked with a smile. "It is indeed an unprecedented bumper harvest. We will guarantee you a surprise later." Arnold didn't go on. He seemed to want to maintain some mystery. He looked around and searched the crowd, but he couldn't find the beautiful shadow he was expecting. "Mr. Locke, has Audrey not returned yet?" "There is no news of her yet. In addition to Miss Audrey, there are 3 others who have not returned." Mr. Locke couldn't help showing his worry. "Is the other 3, Hayla, Holden and Joan?" Angler plugged in and asked. "Yes, it's the 3 of them. I don't know where they are. The 3 of them and Audrey are in the same expedition team. They haven't returned yet. Shouldn't they be in danger?" Ryan couldn't help worrying. "Hopefully not in danger." The young priest Lowry took out the holy symbol and whispered peace for Joanna and others who had not returned. "When I disbanded the expedition, I signed a gambling agreement with Audrey to see who can earn more internship points within 15 days. Arnold frowned and said slowly, "Audrey is a trustworthy person. If she is safe, she will rush back to base camp before dark." "Just hope that Miss Audrey will not be able to take Joan and go into the too dangerous area because of the competition." Lane couldn't help worrying. The voice was not falling, and the magic net in the camp was again violently turbulent. A beam of light rising from the ground attracted everyone's attention. The figure of the four riding lizards emerged from the radiance of the transmission, and the gradient gradually became clear from the blur. It was the Audrey team who had not returned. Thanks to the gods, all the children are back safely. Mr. Locke patted the foal and let out a long sigh of relief, finally reassuring. Holden jumped off the lizard mount for the first time, kneeling on one knee and raising his arms in front of all the students, making an exaggerated gesture of embracing the sky, as if performing on a theater stage. Sunshine. How beautiful. Finally, I returned to the blue sky again. Ah, praise the sun. Mr. Poet's way of expressing excitement was too artificial and caused a lot of laughter around. Audrey turned over and walked the lizard, handed the reins to Big Ben, walked straight behind his brother, kicked his ass, and said angrily, "The last sentence, praise the sun. It's not your turn. Your kid is not a believer in my Lord Perot. Why do you my lines?" There was another burst of laughter all around, but there was nothing malicious. "Audrey, I haven't seen you for a long time. Am relieved to see you come back safely." Arnold came over to say hello to Audrey. "Thank you for your concern. Are you okay these days?" Audrey politely greets. "Not very good. I went to the Diking district for a walk, fully realized the viciousness and treacherousness of the drow, and almost explained my life." Arnold touched the faintly visible narrow scar on the outside of his neck, revealing a lingering look. "Fortunately, the sword that stabbed me was half an inch, otherwise I would not be able to return." Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 772 Cold Iron Ore. What's the situation? Audrey's face was surprised. "You did the Dark Elves?" "I have to state that we didn't want to cause trouble. It was Zol's first move." Arnold shrugged and spread his hand in mischief. "I don't think you guys will live impatiently and take the initiative to find Zol's trouble." Audrey sneered. "Despite some ups and downs, fortunately, we all came back alive, and the harvest was good." Arnold's eyes flashed a glorious triumph. Audrey heard his implication and smiled unconvincedly. "Our team is also fully loaded. I hope you haven't forgotten your previous bet." "No one will forget the bet that is destined to win." "Really? Then let us compare and see who gains more." Arnold turned to Mr. Locke's desk and asked him to accept the exploration results and convert them into internship points. Audrey's lips slightly raised, turning back and beckoning three of Joan. They also gathered around their desks and reported this trip to Mr. Locke. "Young people, it's inevitable to be strong and competitive. I don't object to your bets, but don't hurt your temper because of the bets. As long as you can all come back safely, whoever loses or wins still comes second. Anyway, there are many opportunities for internships in the future. It doesn't matter if you win or lose." Mr. Locke has served in the school for many years and has extensive student work experience. He noticed the scent of gunpowder between Arnold and Audrey and played around for them in advance. At the same time, Mr. Locke did not delay his job, took over the maps handed over by Arnold and Audrey, and looked skillfully. Mr. Locke looked more and more surprised, and raised his eyebrows. The two expedition squads all penetrated into the unknown area. The maps they provided filled the gap of the existing geographic information. After a comprehensive and meticulous comparison, Mr. Locke finally reached a conclusion. The Arnold team and the Audrey team have conducted fruitful explorations in the underground area and the Dark Mountain area respectively. The maps drawn by the two sides are of equal value. In the first round, Arnold and Audrey were invincible. Next, two expedition teams handed in the underground biological specimens collected in this trip. This is also a key bonus. All biological specimens provided by Audrey are from the hands of Joan, including kobolds, lock-throat monsters, cave dwellers, mutant spiders, sword-footed spiders, phase spiders, cave crabs, war lizard shamans, earth monsters, frost lizard, and Frost Lizard Patriarch. Joan opened the specimen box and displayed these bizarre biological specimens one by one. Mr. Locke and the students watching around all looked straight, and exclaimed repeatedly. Arnold was also watching, his face dignified gradually. Next, it was Arnold's team to submit biological specimens. Lowry opened the specimen box and displayed all the monsters they hunted on this trip. No matter the quantity or quality, it is not inferior to those biological specimens that Joan just showed. Of all the biological specimens submitted by the Arnold team, the most striking is the corpse of an Airdrage dark elf. Joan is also the first to witness the legendary drow elf. Compared with the illustrations in the book, the corpse specimen is obviously more intuitive and more visually impactful. Drow's sharp ears, dark skin and grey hair color impressed Joan deeply. The body of the adult male drow, according to Lovell, was an aristocrat in the Onil dwarf city, and he was born in the Bellamy family where the dungeon was dominant. Although in the Dark Elf Society, the status of men is not as high as that of women, but this Master Bellamy is, after all, the aristocrat who rules the family, and his identity is still quite extraordinary. As a biological specimen, its value is almost the same as that of the Frost Lizard Patriarch Joan hunted. After reviewing the biological specimens provided by both parties, Mr. Locke finally scored the same score after some comparison. After 2 rounds of competition, Arnold and Audrey are still tied. The key to deciding victory or defeat depends on the final expedition, the ore specimen. The only vein discovered by Joan's team on this trip was the Kingbing mine located in the underground ice. The ore specimen submitted to Mr. Locke is a piece of fist-sized green ice that exudes a cold glow. The ore specimens provided by the Arnold team, also shimmering in the cold light, are a piece of dark cold iron ore. The market price of cold iron and green ice of the same weight is not much different. After careful consideration, Mr. Locke finally gave the same score to both parties. However, this time, Arnold said it was unacceptable. Mr. Locke, we not only found this piece of ore, but also found a small cold iron ore vein. The specific location has been marked on the map. Arnold spread the map and pointed it out to everyone. According to our repeated surveys, the proven iron ore reserves have a total value of not less than 1 million gold dagger. Mr. Locke, we found the veins. Shouldn't we add extra points? Oh, this should indeed give you extra points. Mr. Locke gave Audrey an apologetic look. In fact, his arbitrator is in an awkward situation. Arnold was born in the top aristocratic family in Midget City, and he was the offspring brother he could not offend. Audrey is equally extraordinary. Although Mr. Locke did not know exactly what Audrey was from, she just alarmed Mr. Principal and the Colonial Company executives when she first entered school. Audrey's background is expensive, and of course it is not offending. Mr. Locke wanted to draw a tie for both parties, so that everyone could pass the face. However, he did not expect that the luck of the Arnold team was too good. During the internship of only half a month, he actually discovered a vein of cold iron ore. According to the internship terms jointly established by Mage University and the Colonial Company, he must give the Arnold team some internship points as a reward. The specific amount of the reward is equivalent to the value of the mineral vein discovered by the Arnold team, and everything has rules to follow. In such a situation, Audrey has almost no chance of winning the game, so he can only secretly say sorry. After all, Arnold is superior and better luck. Arnold, the cold iron ore veins you found, from the map, are very close to the honor of the Zol city. I'm afraid the Dark Elves will not ignore the mineral deposits on their own sites. So I want to ask you a question. Before you and your team discovered the cold iron ore veins, did there already exist an excavation site established by the Dark Elves in the area? Audrey suddenly asked questions, making Arnold's face a bit ugly. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untlenovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 773 Dark Elf. Of course Arnold could hear that Audrey's implication was to question that he did not really have the right to discover the cold iron veins. It's just to treat the deposits that have been explored by the Dark Elves as a result. The Dark Elves in the Dark Area claim to be the masters of the underground world. The mineral deposits in the underground world, if not all, at least for the mineral deposits in the area around Dawn-Ill, the Dark Elves consider themselves to have sovereignty. However, the human kingdom of the surface world has not established formal diplomatic relations with the Dark Elves, so it does not recognize Zol's enjoyment of the above sovereignty. In this situation of speaking different words, even if the Arnold team really regards a prosperous Zol mine as a mine with no main body, it is marked on the map and it is not a lie for its own credit. It's just that in this kind of mine that actually has a master, the colonial company usually doesn't buy mining rights. Otherwise, a lot of money will be spent, and the underground indigenous people occupying the mine will have to be settled before the official construction can begin. Zol is one of the most difficult underground indigenous forces. The price paid to expel Drow may well exceed the vein itself. The value of this money is too wrong. Audrey's questioning just happened to strike Arnold's mind. I dare to swear to the gods that my companion and I enjoy the right to discover this vein of cold iron ore without dispute. After Arnold took his oath, the words turned and the tone dropped. It's just that during our exploration of the veins, a Drow hunting team broke into our camp, claiming that it was the land of their family, and arrogantly asked us to roll back to the surface world. Of course we couldn't swallow this breath, and we clashed with each other without saying a word, and killed the noble Drow who led the team. Arnold pointed to the Dark Elf that had been made into a specimen, and then told about what happened at the time. After the battle, we were all wounded. Considering that the nearby city of Onl was drowed, Drow will soon bring a large group of people to avenge him, so he had to interrupt the exploration work and hurriedly left the camp. We went too hurriedly, and some mining tools and ore specimens were too late to take away. If the Drow come back to seek revenge and find these tools, ore, and nearby mining traces in our camp, I am afraid that they will realize the existence of cold iron ore veins, and the possibility of illegal mining is not ruled out. However, from a legal perspective, this does not affect our enjoyment of the right to discover and prioritize mining. You are facing a mine that is likely to be occupied by Drow, and it shows that the human rights provisions of human law are really funny. Holden shook his head and sneered, ruthlessly breaking through Arnold's mentality. What do you mean? Arnold's face was flushed and he stared angrily at the poet. I am a human being and a citizen of the overseas provinces of the sacred Ashan Empire. I do not defend the rights and interests with the laws made by my own country. Do I have to comply with the laws made by those black skins? Yes, you are reasonable. But what about that? Holden sneered with more sharp words. The imperial decree cannot control the dark areas, nor can it restrain the greedy and cruel Dark Elves. You said that you enjoyed the property rights of the cold iron mine legally. I have no opinion, but you really can mine this mine and dare to exercise your rights? Arnold was speechless when asked by him. Law is one thing, enforcement is another. The Dark Elves, like a group of unsightly old Lai, forcibly occupied Arnold's house. The law supports Arnold's recapture of his house, but no court will enforce this ruling for him. The ruling received by Arnold was nothing but an empty essay, and he still had to drive Laulai by himself. Obviously, he didn't dare to expel the overbearing old Lai, otherwise he would have to take his own life if he was not allowed. In such a situation, the colonial company, out of consideration to avoid angering the Dark Elves, even though admitting that the Arnold team has the right to discover the cold iron ore veins, it is unlikely to be as happy as the acquisition of the blue ice mine discovered by Klein. A lot of money came to acquire the cold iron mine near Zol Land City. Arnold's so-called mine rights and interests can't be exchanged for real money. The only use is probably to mix a few internship points. Holden's aggressive sarcasm made Arnold's face irresistible. and he refuted it with a strong anger. Step back and say that even if the cold iron or veins we have found are temporarily unable to exchange for actual benefits, it is better than a guy like you who can only play tricks and find no veins. That's not necessarily true. In front of so many people, Audrey wanted to keep Arnold's face a bit. However, Arnold pointed his gun at Holden. As an older sister, Audrey could not bear it. The green ice specimen we turned in was extracted from a green ice vein. The valuation of this vein is at least twice that of the cold iron vein discovered by Arnold's team. It should be emphasized that the green ice veins we discovered have no dark elves or other factors that may hinder mining nearby, and there is no legal dispute. In fact, we have transferred the rights of the mineral vein to the joint discoverer, a professional prospecting team from the dwarf fortress Nidavelland and employed by the Meadgad mining group, which has received a large cash benefit. Hayla followed Audrey's words and added with a smile, Uncle Dwarf has a generous offer, and we are all very satisfied with the deal. You really found a Kingbing mine with a valuation of more than 200 gold duga, and successfully sold the mining rights? Not to mention that Arnold couldn't believe it. Even Mr. Locke was doubtful. A group of rookies, mainly composed of rookies, was first hit by an internship mission and was hit by a pie falling from the sky. If this is true, good luck. I dare to guarantee by reputation and faith, and what I said is true. Audrey looked solemn. Mr. Locke, if you don't believe it, you might as well send a magic message to the respectable Mr. Klein Fire Furnace to ask him for relevant details. Mr. Locke was still hesitating, and Arnold couldn't help it anymore, and hurriedly took out a communication stone enchanted with 3 rings of short messaging. Mr. Klein, I am an ordinary student at Meadgad University, and I venture to ask you something. Arnold expressed his doubts, activated the communication stone, and sent the message. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, Arnold set off a magic wave in front of him, and a small red ball of light appeared, which was the reply of the dwarf prospecting captain. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 774. Sir Arnold rubbed his hands nervously, holding the light ball to read the information. And then his face became very frustrated. Mr. Klein agrees with Audrey's statement, claiming that his prospecting team and Audrey team share the right to discover the Kingbing veins, and has already bid 40,000 gold duga to buy out the rights of the Audrey team. Magic Crystal pays the bill. After hearing Arnold's words, the students watching around couldn't help but exclaim in unison. From their perspective, the original concern was only the Arnold team and the Audrey team, who can get more internship points. I couldn't imagine dreaming that the Audrey team had gone too far and didn't even care about those points. By selling the mineral discovery rights, everyone on average earned a huge sum of up to 10,000 gold duga. Everyone was studying in the same school and had teamed up to fight side by side, but the results were very different. While they were still complacent about those 2 or 3 internship points, Audrey, Joan, Hayla and Holden had already made huge fortunes, and their profits were full, and the gap between people was huge. They did not even feel jealous, they were directly hit with frustration. Arnold also felt disheartened. Klein Stove, a well-known dwarf aristocrat of Nidaville, a prospecting outsourcer contracted by the colonial company, his testimony is beyond doubt. Mr. Locke wanted to congratulate Audrey and others, but when he saw Arnold's frustrated face, he was embarrassed to spread salt on his wounds. Since the Arnold team can take a controversial cold iron mine to earn points rewards, the Audrey team should of course win more points rewards with the uncontested Kingbing mine. Mr. Locke opened the internship manual, compared with the reward rules listed in the book, and finally made the settlement. After a comprehensive calculation, the Arnold team obtained a total of 80 internship points for this internship task. The Audrey team, with a total of 100 internship points, undoubtedly beat the competition. Regarding how points are allocated, neither the school nor the company has made hard rules. In general, Mr. Locke recommends that the internship points be evenly distributed within the team. However, If a member's contribution is particularly large, more work should be done. If anyone is dissatisfied with his own points and thinks that the captain is unfairly distributed, he can file an appeal and the school and the company will decide. On the contrary, if no one complains, Mr. Locke is too lazy to do business. Arnold evenly distributed these 80 points to 4 team members including himself. During this period, he adjusted his mentality, and then took the initiative to find Audrey. His face has returned to normal. Congratulations, Audrey, the first adventure was a great success, which is a good sign for you and your friends. The bet we set before was undoubtedly I lost. I will keep my promise. After returning to school, I will send an invitation letter to Joan, Holden and Hyla in the name of the current president of the Skeleton Society. The 3 classmates, I didn't know much before, but they can accompany you from birth to death in the dark area, and return safely. They must be all elite talents. We are obligated to recruit such elite talents into the Skeleton Society, and I hope you can help me achieve this. Thanks in advance. Welcome. This is what I should do. Audrey nodded with a smile. Joan watched the conversation. At first, he was a little worried that Arnold could not let himself go and said something that stimulated Audrey. At the moment, seeing Arnold admits to defeating with gambling in a frank manner, Joan was relieved, but also convinced by Arnold's gentle and gentleman's demeanor, and the impression of this noble young master was greatly improved. Arnold was still somewhat embarrassed. He greeted Audrey with a few words, then resigned to return to his teammates, and whispered a few words with Laurie Grant, then took Angel and Ryan, and followed Mr. Rock to the large transmission. There, Laurie Grant, who seems to have accepted Arnold's commission, turned to Audrey and Joan, smiled at them, and opened his mouth with Yan. Student Audrey, I have something to tell you alone. Mr. Grant, please tell me in person what you have to say, my friend. Don't need to avoid it. Audrey said lightly. Laura didn't seem to be surprised by his attitude, and did not force Joan and others to avoid it, but lowered his voice slightly. Audrey classmate, Arnold has always been very fond of you, but how could you pursue him without hesitation, so that he was deeply hit? Now that Arnold has realized that you cannot accept his love, he decides to retreat from difficulties. These words Arnold should come and tell me personally. What does it mean for you to bring words? Audrey was obviously a little unhappy, but she quickly restrained her emotions and then asked Lowry, is there anything else? Another thing is about the Skeleton Society. Lowry hesitated for a moment, and seemed to be considering the wording. You also know that Arnold will graduate next year. With your appeal on campus, the next president of Skeleton Society is none other than you. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Grant. But I was short in school, and I don't think I really have any appeal. Besides, next year, who is right? Audrey responded lightly. Lowry gave up the toss consciously, no longer in circles, and directly warned Audrey. Audrey, I hope you can keep Arnold's face a little bit, at least before he graduates. Don't rush to set up another hill in the club and grab the class. I may be a little rude to say this, but it doesn't mean to offend you at all. Please bear with me. Laurie Grant apologized, bowed slightly to Audrey, and then left. Audrey watched the pastor go away, squeezing her lips tightly, her face erratic. Hyla could not help expressing emotion with his hands on his hips. It's a strange creature like a man. No matter how much they love you, once they find that women are better than them, and it is possible to seize their power, all love will become fear, even jealous. Sister Ki Fan. Don't overthrow a boatman with one shot. As a member of men, Holden felt obliged to stand up and refute Hyla's prejudice against men. The kind of political animal you put on top of love does not mean all men. At the very least, Joan and I are not the kind of power-supreme men. It's like, not all women are money worshippers. Huh? What's a gold worship girl? Tell me clearly, who is a gold worship girl? Little hooligan, I suspect you are satire me. And I have evidence. Hyla raised his eyebrows and glared at Holden. Audrey, if you don't care about your younger brother, I'll discipline him for his ugly stinky mouth. It's up to you. As much as love teaches, I don't bother to control him. Audrey looked sullen and sighed long. Suddenly feeling tired. You talk. I want to be alone. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.untlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 775. Lute Holden watched his sister's back go away. A look of surprise appeared in her eyes. I don't know if you found out. My sister is not in a good mood. This may be related to what the pastor said just now. Mr. Grant said a lot. Which specific sentence made your sister in a bad mood? Joan couldn't help asking. Holden felt his chin for a moment. I guess, most probably Arnold decided to give up pursuing my sister. So, how much does your sister like Arnold? A little. Joan followed his line of thought to make inferences. If you are referring to the kind of love above friendship and unsatisfactory relationship, I dare say that there is nothing. Holden looked determined. Joan frowned, very puzzled. Then I don't understand. Your sister doesn't like Arnold. Now people are reluctant to retreat. The sad person should be Arnold. Why is your sister depressed? Joan, you have this kind of doubt. It only shows that you don't understand the girl's mind. Hayla took the conversation with a laugh. Even if Audrey didn't feel Arnold, she had to admit that the other party was excellent in every aspect. Being pursued by such an excellent boy would greatly satisfy her vanity. Now that Arnold gives up pursuing her, it will also hit her vanity, and it is inevitable that her mood will be low and she will be lost. Seemingly afraid of being misunderstood, Hayla suddenly put a smile on his face and affirmed, I said that. It didn't mean to ridicule Audrey. This mentality is not unique to Audrey. If I were her, I would have the same sense of loss. Even if I am not a noble lady, Her Royal Highness, I still like the feeling of being pursued and the stars holding the moon. I dare not say it all, but most girls will have a similar vanity mentality. So, you can't blame men for not understanding women's hearts. Even our women sometimes don't understand their subtle and even ridiculous careful thinking. It is really difficult to understand each other between the two sexes. Neither a man nor a woman, no one is truly morally perfect. In life, no one can live easily, and there will be vanity and even hypocrisy. Like me, sometimes it's inevitable to be annoying. Since everyone is a good friend, I won't see you outside. If I have done something wrong, you tell me in private that if there is something wrong, I will try my best to correct it. But don't criticize me face and make me lose face, then I will definitely not admit it. Hayla smiled a little embarrassedly, and finally turned back to Audrey. I am not qualified to speak on behalf of Audrey, but I guess she thinks like me. At this time, a whistle came from a distance. Mr. Locke is convening all trainees to prepare to return to campus. Joan. They quickly stepped up and followed the flow of people into the transfer station. Mr. Locke named again and confirmed that 31 people had been counted, and he launched the teleportation array. The 12 Stonehenge surrounding the magic circle glowed with magic, buzzing and trembling. A familiar feeling of dizziness hit my head, and Joan felt black for a moment. By the time they resumed their sobriety, they had left the Swire Abyss and returned to the teleportation site on the second basement level of the Austrian Law School of Mage University. Mr. Locke announced the dissolution. The students cheered in unison and walked out of the underground transfer station in groups of 3 or 5. After half a month, I returned to campus again. The blue sky and white clouds above the head, the greenery at the foot, and the busy bees and butterflies in the flower beds on the side of the road look familiar and strange. Standing on the campus under the golden sun, Joan ran into a worldly atmosphere, as if he had left for many years. From the underground world back to the surface world, you may be a little uncomfortable for the first time. Hayla, as the person who came here, shared a little life experience with the 3 teammates who took part in the underground exploration for the first time. For example, the sky above our heads looks like a false stage setting. The hot sunlight will even irritate the skin and eyes that are used to dark, and it is very uncomfortable. Fortunately, this is temporary discomfort, and it will return to reality after at most one day. It's really a bit uncomfortable. The sun makes my hair faint. Audrey yawned. Everyone is hungry. Why not go back and take a nap first? How about having dinner together at night? Don't be busy. I have another important thing to discuss with everyone. Hayala smiled with excitement. Our expedition in the dark area this time, weaving grass and hitting rabbits along the way, carrying hands to get a lot of loot. In addition to the fossils and biological specimens turned over, there are still many good things left. It is better to share it now. Everyone has a share. Okay. There is a secluded shade in front of us. Let's take a break and divide the loot by the way, Holden said happily. Everyone likes to pay for such equipment. The four sat on the grass in the shade of trees and began to divide up the spoils. The first is the internship points gained in this trip. Audrey opened her backpack and pulled out a stack of cards that were similar in size and texture to playing cards, snapping in the palm of her hand. These cards are the vouchers for recording internship points. One card corresponds to 1 point. These certificates are actually a kind of paper currency circulated in the school, with a face value equivalent to 100 gold dugger, stamped with a secret seal to prevent forgery. Of the 100 cards, Hayala counted 20 and left it by himself. The remaining cards were divided into 4 equal parts, which were evenly distributed to Joan and Zion brothers. In this way, Joanne has 20 credits, which is equivalent to 2,000 Kindugas on premises credits, which can be used to rent spell scrolls or buy other necessities for life and learning. To graduate from the Austrian Academy of Law, at least 100 internship points are required. Measured by this gain, it is only necessary to participate in another 4 or so expedition internships, which is not difficult. The next thing to be distributed is various special materials obtained during the expedition. Some can be sold for money, such as the blood of a cave crab, while others can be used as materials for studying magic and alchemy. Joan is responsible for keeping these special materials. He opened the backpack and took it out the same, showing it to everyone, a whole lot of bits and pieces. The venom and eggs of mutant spiders. Sword spider legs with special effects of force field weapons. 2 silk spiders of phase. 2 coils of wire for crab fishing. There are 6 big bottles of blood plasma for the burrowing crabs, with a total of no less than 60 pints. In Hayala's view, among all these things, the most valuable is the cave crab plasma. Get a consignment sale from the Gulf business. The price of each pint will not be less than 20 gold duga. The target customer is of course the dwarf brewer of Nadaville. As for other strange materials, she and Zion's sister are not proficient in alchemy, nor are they good at making magic guides. They are useless, and they are all left to Joan. Joan was also polite and took these materials back to his backpack. Hayala took the container for the crab blood to the merchant, and the money he sold was divided equally. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.untlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 776 Diamond Brooch. Next is the highlight. During the half-month expedition, Joan and they won a total of 6 pounds of magic crystals. 2 pounds of magic crystals are granular, like blue corn kernels, and they are the loot they collected in the spider's nest. To put it bluntly, it is the feces that the mutant spider devours the magic crystal or stone and digests. This is probably the most expensive excrement in the world. There are also 4 pounds of magic crystals, which is the standard industrial magic crystal that Joan received for helping the dwarf prospecting team to eliminate the frost lizard. Cut into cubes of equal size, looking like blue sugar cubes, each piece weighs no more than exactly 1 ounce. The 6-pound magic crystal is divided equally by 4 people, and each person gets 24 ounces. The market price is equivalent to 15,000 gold dugger. Undoubtedly, this is Joan's biggest reward for their trip. Especially for Joanne, the magic crystal not only represents wealth, but also is the most critical enchanting material. With these 24-ounce magic crystals, He has the capital to turn those clever ideas in his mind into real magic guides. In addition to internship points, alchemy materials, and magic crystals, Joan also obtained some loot that was difficult to classify. The first is a teleport reel, containing a gold purse of about 300 gold, a diamond brooch, and a pair of night vision goggles and indestructible miner's lamp. These things were all slurred from the Lockthroat monster's lair, apparently the relics of some unfortunate explorer. In addition, there are 2 magic guides that Joan pulled from the war lizard shaman, old blind man, centipede robe and giant wand. Hayla believes that Joan plays the most important role in the expedition team and recommends that he first select the loot. Joan doesn't want it. Everyone will share it again. Audrey and Holden fully agreed with Hayla's suggestion, urging Joan to be polite and pick whatever he wanted. Joan was a bit embarrassed, but after all the enthusiasm, after a little thought, he first picked out the giant insect wand inlaid with amber balls, and then picked up the teleport scroll. I only need these 2, and you will share the rest. Next, Hayla asked Audrey to pick the loot. Her princess eyes were high, and she turned back and forth. Finally, she picked up the beautiful diamond brooch, not interested in the others. Hayla and Holden discussed distributing the remaining spoils. Some of them didn't need it, so they got the golf business to sell the money. Audrey played with the crystal clear diamond brooch, tried not to put it on her coat, and turned to smile at Joan. "Does it look good?" Joan froze for a moment, then nodded and answered, "Good looking." "Where is it beautiful?" "The brooch looks good." No sincerity. Audrey gave him a weird look. "You have to say a few more words to make it clear what a good opinion it is." This poses a big problem for Joanne. He scratched his head hard, but couldn't think of a well-deserved compliment. After racking his brains for a while, he barely found an angle of criticism that he could say a few words. "This jewelry is not only beautiful, but also very practical." Audrey raised her lips and encouraged him to say a few more words. "It's just a small brooch. What's the use other than decoration?" The material of the jewelry is also very important, and diamonds are particularly valuable. Joan Zengs emphasized, "The book says that diamonds represent beautiful and steadfast love." I have heard this statement, but it is like flower language and horoscope divination, which should not be true. Audrey said due not to be true, but the smile became sweeter. "I don't think it can be taken seriously. Diamonds are nothing but special minerals. They have nothing to do with love, nor can they represent firmness. In fact, diamonds are more brittle than they look and can be broken with a hammer. Representing loyal love with this kind of thing, even if it is only rhetorical, is really ironic." Joan only cared about what he said, but he didn't pay attention to Audrey's smile becoming stiff, and the corner of his mouth changed from rising to drooping, as if pouting. But after all, besides being used as an ornament, diamonds also have a wide range of uses in the field of magic. For example, the 4th ring of stone skin surgery can temporarily provide the subject with a layer of protection comparable to adamantite. It is one of the best defensive spells. Unfortunately, to cast this spell, you must consume some diamonds as a casting material. Joan touched Audrey's chest and helped her straighten the diamond brooch. Audrey's body shook slightly, and she instinctively shrank back. But in the end he restrained the impulse to dodge and bit his lip, his cheeks glowing indifferently. "When I am promoted to a 7th level wizard in the future, I will help you transform this diamond brooch into a magic weapon. You can stimulate skin during battle. Even if it is hit, it is not so easy to die." Audrey's drooping lips turned up again. Her eyes glared. Her expression was irritating and funny, and she raised her hand like a beckoning cat. Kian carefully observed her face, suspecting that she raised her paws, not saying hello, but trying to scratch herself, and quickly reflected on the inappropriate words just now. "I don't mean to curse you. I want to say that unless the enemy also holds adamantite weapons, it will be difficult to penetrate the protective layer provided by stone skin." Audrey nodded with a smile. "It's rare that you are also a little touched when you take the initiative to be considerate of others. I will remember what you just promised." She pointed to the shiny diamond pin on her chest, and her expression was very solemn. "Hurry up and upgrade the mage level, Joanne. Don't forget to enchant this brooch for me." I said it. Joan nodded solemnly. He has reason to believe that Audrey will not wait too long. At his rate of progress, he can be promoted to a 7th level wizard by this time next year at the latest, and he can obtain a 4th level spell slot for stone skin. After everyone finished the spoils, they went to the school cafeteria for dinner together. After lunch, Hayala hurried back to the golf business to dispose of the consignment loot. Joan and Zion brother walked back to the shared apartment, simply greeted the host, Mrs. Anderson, and Joan returned to the bedroom on the 2nd floor to make up. Early the next morning, Joanne had got rid of the discomfort at the beginning of returning to the surface world, and the jet lag was adjusted. Audrey and Holden's sister and brother also regained their vitality, and looked energetic. The three of them had breakfast and met on campus. After saying goodbye, "Go to your mentor separately." Joan stood outside the door of Professor Moriarty's laboratory. When he raised his hands and knocked on the door, he was still thinking about how to guide the instructor to introduce his exploration gains over the past half-month. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 777 People and Tools. In addition to the wizard's report on the adventure, Joanne also wanted to sort out his adventure log and use it as material to write a monograph. He has never written a formal essay yet, and he does not know much about the format and specifications of the essay writing. It is necessary to seek guidance from the instructor. While thinking, the door opened. In the dim room, there was a faint fragrance of fat powder. A charming face peeped out through the door. When she came in contact with Joan's eyes, this delicate and beautiful face immediately appeared a joyful smile. Joan smiled reluctantly. His heartbeat could not help but accelerate. "Good morning, Duo." "Good morning, Mr. Vader." The delightful Glum responded with a smile. The dim light in the room made Joan hesitate and did not cross the threshold for the first time. "Excuse me. Did I come too early to disturb you to rest? Us? Are you referring to me and my master?" Duo shook his head and smiled, helping the young master to dispel doubts. "The host is not in the laboratory, and I am the only one in the room. If you are not against me, I am a person. Of course I don't object." "That, tutor." The host went to New Avalon the day before yesterday and said he was attending an academic conference. Duo opened the door a bit and invited Joan into the room. Through the half-open door, Joan realized that there was only a thin pajamas on Duo. Joan comes from a conservative southern country and attaches great importance to ethics. In his eyes, Duo's status is equivalent to the mentor's lover, and he is regarded as half of his master. Although Professor Moriarty did not agree with his conservative ideas, he only regarded Duo as a slave. However, Qiaoning is willing to stick to his conservative ideas. If the tutor is not at home, if he enters the laboratory and gets along with the two people alone, this solitary man and a widow, is really inconvenient. "Duo, when will the tutor come back?" "This is inaccurate." Duo frowned slightly and thought about it. After the meeting, the organizer will also entertain the professors on vacation, skiing, hot springs, etc., which are the entertainment activities that the host likes. You also know that our professor is a playful man. He must take the opportunity to have a good time. Let me say, it will be too early to return before next Monday. That's it. Then I won't bother. It's no hurry anyway. It's not too late to wait for the tutor to come back. Joan nodded to Duo, put on his hat, and turned to leave. "Mr. Vader, please stay." Duo chased into the hallway in pajamas and took Joan's hand from behind. "Mr. Vader, don't rush in. I still have something to tell you." Joan stopped and looked at Duo in confusion. "Is the mentor something wrong?" "Let me explain to you." Duo's lips were slightly pursed, and his smile looked a little sly. "It's okay to say that. Let's talk in the room." Joan looked around. Early morning sunlight shines through the glass windows, illuminating the wide corridor. Duo stood by the window, and the silk pajamas were exposed to the sun like a hazy pink mist. It is really hard to believe that this pretty girl with bright eyes and bright teeth is actually an artificial golem. This corridor leads directly to the wind-operated ladder. Teachers and students who take the elevator upstairs can see the movement in the corridor at a glance. Joanne didn't want to pull with Dua on this occasion, making her blameless, so she had to follow her through the door with a scalp. Dua, why don't you open the curtains or light the lights? The dim light in the experiment hall is easily reminiscent of the ambiguous atmosphere. My eyes can penetrate the darkness, and the master is not at home. Why should I light the lamp? As for the curtains, when opened, others will see me in the pajamas through the window. Although I am caught in the eye, I will not lose anything, but if it attracts rhetoric or something, it is not good. Dua smiled and explained. That being said, but she still followed Joan's will, raised her hands to high five, and awaken minion. Crisp applause echoed through the hall, and the magic chandelier lit up. However, she still did not open the curtains. Joan took the coffee that Dua handed over and thanked him and sat down on the sofa. Dua sat opposite him. His legs overlapped randomly, and he adjusted a lazy and comfortable sitting posture. Dua, what are you doing with me? It's just some trivial things. Don't be nervous, just chat. The more Dua understates, the more whispering Joan feels. The atmosphere is always a bit bad. Mr. Vader, the host, has no relatives and family members. You are his only student. For me, you are also a half-host. In my mind, the status is second only to the host. Dua's expression and words all show sincerity from the heart. Joan didn't know how to answer, so he didn't appear hypocritical, and kept silent, listening to him to continue. I can see that, Mr. Vader, you are a shy boy, and you will inevitably hate me. Well, it's a slutty thing. This is no way. After all, since the day when I was created by the Master, was set to this character. I didn't look down on you. Joan quickly explained to Dua, of course, it's a little unaccustomed, but it's far from being annoying. As long as you don't hate me. Dua smiled relaxedly. If I say that I am in front of a man other than you and your master, I will also feel shy, so unwilling to contact outsiders. You may suspect that I am hypocritical. Dua turned his head to look at the tightly closed curtains, and no trace of sunlight could penetrate. Joan followed her gaze. I thought, close the doors and windows when I am alone, and don't want to see the light. This is really not like the life habits of bold women. The hypocritical words will not be said, and the next one will be serious. Dua lifted her overlapping legs on the sofa, leaned back slightly, leaning on the soft sofa cushions, and crossed her hands on her abdomen. As a servant, my most important mission is to provide thoughtful and comfortable service to the Master. Mr. Vader, your student as the Master is also the object of my service. I must carefully consider your feelings, at least not always. You walk into this laboratory with embarrassment. Thank you for being considerate. Dua, what are you going to do? Joanne couldn't help being curious, and wanted to know how she could help herself out of the awkward state of mind. In my opinion, Mr. Vader, you always think too much about others, worrying that you will take the liberty to visit and disturb me and the host, isn't it? Indeed so. Facing Dua's burgundy eyes, Joan nodded in shame. You should position yourself as one of the masters of this laboratory, not as a visitor, but I also know that it's just useless to talk about it, and you will still feel cautious. Joanne nodded again. Don't be angry. In fact, I secretly observed your activities here, and found that you are comfortable with the owner alone, and you can't see the restraint in your words and deeds. The topics I discussed with my mentor are mainly academic, which is not restrictive, Joan explained. However, if in present, you don't feel very comfortable, maybe you feel that you are a little in the way? Dua asked with a smile. It's a little bit like that. Joan couldn't help but cheeks hot. Mr. Vader, please allow me to remind you that no matter how realistic I look, after all, it is just an artificial golem. So you don't have to feel constrained in front of me, just treat me as a tool. Dua's smile is still gentle and moving, as if he doesn't feel that self-comparison tool is detrimental to self-esteem. Sorry, I don't like the word tool. In my opinion, any creature with intelligence and emotion, whether born or artificial, should have equal respect. Joan couldn't help but protest in a low voice. For the understanding of respect, Mr. Vader, I am sorry, I cannot empathize with you. Do aside. Thank you for your respect to me, but please don't forget that I'm just a golem that was created without being overly self-esteemed by the owner. So sometimes, in your opinion, my words and deeds may not be self-love enough. Shameless. Joan was speechless, and there was a trace of sadness in his heart. But after all, the host has left me enough free will. At least I can judge who I like and who I hate. If I hate a person, I will tell the host directly. The host also will not force me to please each other. Duo's playful tongue chuckled. All eyes and brows were tempted. Joan could not help hearing what she meant, and her ears couldn't help being hot. He did not know how to deal with this intoxicating temptation, and simply said goodbye to Duo, and fled away from the laboratory. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 778. Rent a laboratory. The main teaching building of the Austrian law school has a fountain square directly opposite the gate. Under the effect of magic, the spring water flows from the low to the high, and it keeps gushing. When the day turns dark, the magic fountain will emit a soft light, like a street lamp illuminating the square. Every holiday celebration, the sound of flowing water in the magic fountain will become a joyous song that matches the festive atmosphere, and the splashing water will become gorgeous and colorful, just like a beautiful firework. Joan was sitting on the bench by the square, with his hands on his knees, looking at the fountain in a dream. After a long time, the chaotic mood gradually calmed down. He was grateful for the kindness of Duo, but he did not intend to accept it for the time being. Indeed, as a healthy adolescent boy, he occasionally has physiological impulses and illusions about the opposite sex. But he felt that both Duo and Professor Moriarty overestimated the negative effects of this adolescent dissatisfaction on daily life and academics. In fact, whenever Joan gets busy, he will immediately throw these messy thoughts out of his brain, which will hardly interfere with his attention. Therefore, Joan felt that he did not need it, at least not yet, and asked Duo or other women for enlightenment education in that respect. Compared with the relationship between the sexes, he still has many more important issues to be studied. The tutor is not in the school, and he is temporarily unable to give directions on topics he is interested in. It is a bit regretful, but he does not intend to waste his time and wait for the tutor to return. Even if no one guides, Joan will still conduct research according to his own schedule. Anyway, he has long been used to seeking alone. Thinking so, Joan got up and left the square to return to the teaching building. The research that he will do next has certain risks, and needs more open space. It stands to reason that he can use Professor Moriarty's laboratory. But the instructor's laboratory was not open enough, and he didn't want to meet with Duo again so soon, so he took the wind-driven ladder to enter the basement of the building and went to the arcane proving ground. The underground proving ground at the School of Olympic Law of Mage University is nominally a public facility open to students of this specialty. But the free open space does not allow too dangerous experiments, and every move will be clearly seen by others. Joan doesn't like the atmosphere of the public proving ground, just like he doesn't like public baths very much. He would rather spend some money and rent a private experimental site isolated from the outside world, so that he can carry out his research work with peace of mind. Do not disturb others or be disturbed by others. The underground proving ground looks like an indoor stadium. A large open space in the middle is where Joan took part in the entrance examination. Surrounding the square is not the auditorium, but rows of small lattice rooms resembling theater boxes, which are independent experimental venues rented for a fee. Joan paid 5 kinduga to the laboratory administrator to obtain the right to use the 77 laboratory for 5 hours. You can also pay for an extension, for every additional Jinduga, an hour extension. Joan made a lot of extra money for this expedition internship. As his wallet swelled up, his consumption concept gradually changed, and he didn't mind spending a few small dollars to get a better working environment. Joan got a magic key from the administrator, found his own cell, opened the door and walked in. The space in the room is much more spacious than it looks outside, like a small theater. In the house, commonly used experimental instruments are placed against the wall, but magic reagents and alchemy materials are not provided. A menu book was placed on the experiment table. Joanne picked it up and turned it over, listing various experimental reagents and more expensive equipment. If necessary, you can spend money to buy or rent from the administrator. Joan left the menu on the table. For the research he is going to conduct today, the materials are all self-contained and there is no extra cost to purchase. Joan used the key to open the closet against the wall, took off his hat, coat and leather shoes and deposited it in the closet. There are free dust caps and slippers provided in the closet, and they all look very clean. However, Joan still used a magic trick, and after changing it himself, he changed into his coat and slippers. He walked to the laboratory bench, opened the storage bag, and first took out the obsidian wand inlaid with amber balls, then a stack of small red handkerchiefs cut into slabs, and a sealed copper can, placed on the table in turn. Joan didn't start work at first, walked around in the laboratory for 2 times to get acquainted with the environment. The space inside the laboratory is divided into 2 parts. The room directly opposite the door, where the laboratory bench and coat closet are located, is about the same size as an ordinary classroom, which is equivalent to an office. There is also an empty house next door, but there are no doors and windows, separated by a transparent force field wall. Joan holds the magic key and can freely cross the force field wall and enter the next room. However, other creatures in the room cannot cross this transparent wall, and dangerous substances such as poison gas and flames cannot spread beyond the force field shield. Joan immediately realized that the empty house next door was the experimental site, a bit like a refuge cabin, also a new-way transparent wall, and also had the function of automatically adjusting the light and temperature. Carrying out the magic experiment in this room, in case the experiment is out of control. As long as Joan quickly passes through the force field wall and returns to the office next door, he can guarantee his own safety, and the accident will also be confined inside the laboratory, so as not to cause outside hinder. After a round of inspection, Joanne was satisfied with the environment of the laboratory, and the 5 gold coins were worth the money. Before returning to the experimental bench, Joan first picked up the obsidian rod. This wand was the spoils he had captured from the war lizard shaman old blind man. The magic wand has 10 charges, and can release up to 4 rings of giant worms up to 10 times per day. If all the energy in the rod is used up, it needs to be charged for a whole day to replenish the magic power. Joan is an arcane spellcaster, unable to learn the magic art of giant worm. But with his profound knowledge and experience in making magic guides, he can use this magic wand to release giant worm. Conversely, divine spellcasters who are good at deconstructing magic guide devices can also try to drum out the arcane spells loaded in the wand. In Joan's storage bag, there is a plastic stone wand seized by killing the herd ermine. Comparing the 2 wands is not difficult to find. Although the spells attached to the wand are different, the methods of use and recharge are very similar. In fact, this is also the general rule of the magic wand type magic guide, reflecting the current common manufacturing process. Joan's main work today is to become familiar with the use of the giant wand and then use it as a basis for a series of related experiments. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 779 Giant Insect Variation 1 Giant Worm is a buff spell that must target one or several designated targets to be effective. This target is limited to worm creatures by spell configuration, or magic beasts similar to worms. Common insects, such as ants, spiders, centipedes, scorpions, wasps, butterflies, moths, etc., are blessed by giant worms and will temporarily become huge giant worms, and within the duration of the spell obey the caster's command. After intensively studying the configuration of the giant worm, Joan found that the spell could only change the physical attributes of the recipient, but could not improve the spiritual attributes. Spiritual attributes refer to intelligence, perception and charm. The worm becomes a giant worm, and the three physical attributes of strength, agility and physique will also increase synchronously, reaching a level commensurate with its body shape, and fighting against the jackal without falling. However, the three spiritual attributes still remain at the level of bugs, and there will be no progress. This also means that small bugs become giant bugs, and their minds are still as simple as they were. Most of the intelligence attributes of insects are lower than 1. If the caster tries to direct it, he can only give the simplest instructions in a telepathic manner, which is a little more complicated, and the other party cannot understand it at all. This is a limitation of the giant insect technique, but it cannot be called a defect. After all, the spell configuration and energy level restrictions are there, and Joan does not expect this spell to increase the intelligence level of small insects. If it can be done, then this spell will not only have 4 rings, at least it has a spell with 5 rings of enlightenment. Joan's first idea was to use 5 rings of enlightenment in conjunction with 4 rings of giant insect. First use enlightenment to make an insect sample, such as a spider, gain an intelligence attribute of about 10 points, and become as smart as humans. And at the moment the spell is completed, you can automatically learn a language given by the caster. In Joan's experimental conception, of course, the human language must be given to the experimental samples for direct communication, then release the giant insect technique to this genius little spider and turn it into a super spider with strong physique and intelligent mind and proficient in human language. What will happen next? Joan is looking forward to this. Unfortunately, this experimental idea encountered obstacles from the first step. Joan is not a druid and cannot learn and use enlightenment. Mage Joan University is thousands of miles away from the Algonquin Valley. He was inconvenient to ask the Candice for help. He had to put aside this idea first, and instead he would study secondly. The research was not so clever, but strong enough for insects. Joan touched his pocket and took out a small glass bottle. There is a small black spider in the bottle, which he just grabbed on the fountain square just now, and it just happens to be an experimental sample of the giant wand. Joan sent the little spider to the laboratory next door, and followed with the giant wand. The little spider tried to climb the wall of the force field, but unfortunately there was almost no friction on the surface of the force field, and its efforts failed to achieve its purpose. So he gave up in a dare and turned to crawl on the ground. Joan held the stick handle, pointed the honey amber ball at the head of the stick at the little spider, and chanted softly to start the spell. Turkifin. Turkifin was an elven word. The meaning is sturdy and powerful at the physical level, which exactly matches the efficacy of giant insect technique. The magic net around the amber ball was violently disturbed, and the ancient bugs inside the ball tremble, as if they were about to wake up and break through the amber bondage. After just 3 seconds, the magic was guided out of the ball, turned into a golden light, and shot directly at the little spider. The little spider was shrouded in golden brilliance and shrunk in horror, its body twisted sharply, and it continued to expand as if inflated. It wasn't until the body size was large enough to fill the fountain pool outside the door of the teaching building. The tiny spider has grown tens of thousands of times, from a tiny bug to a huge monster. Qiao Anming knew that this big spider wouldn't hurt himself. The strong visual impact made him instinctively feel a flutter of skin and scalp numbness. After the giant worm spell is successfully cast, the caster will automatically gain the ability to telecontrol giant worms through telepathy. For security reasons, Joan first shot a mage armor on his body, and retreated to the force field shield before attempting to communicate with the big spider who was looking around with his mind. The spider suddenly became 10,000 times bigger, and he was a bit uncomfortable with the spider's ability to think. I didn't realize that I had been enlarged by the spell. I thought I hadn't changed. It was just that the outside world had contracted suddenly, and everything became extremely small. Joan easily got in touch with the big spider, and sensed that the wandering giant worm was worrying because it worried that it would not catch enough mosquitoes to fill its stomach. Blame the world for getting smaller. The prey has also become smaller. The big spider is depressed. When she thought that she could not find a suitable spouse in this suddenly smaller world, her mood was even more depressed. Joan laughed secretly, and immediately released a mental wave, giving instructions to the worried spider with his mind, asking him to come closer to himself. The big spider hesitated for a few seconds, and obediently followed Joan's orders, and quickly climbed up to him. This behemoth, like a living chariot, rushed over, giving people more oppression than a mad bull. Joan finally couldn't resist the urge to twist his head and drill out of the force field shield. He dared to stare at the rapidly approaching large spider, and he was relieved until the opponent stopped 5 feet away from him. Joan was only 5 feet tall. At such a short distance, the hair tip was just flush with the spider's jaw, under the eyeballs of his opponent's 8 fists. He felt like a worm. Slightly calmed down, Joan took out the tape measure and instructed the spider to fold 8 long legs and lie down. In this way, Joan can climb to his back and measure its body shape data with a tape measure. Standing 14 feet tall, 10 feet long and 9 feet wide, Joan copied the measured data to the experiment log. Next, he pushed the largest scale from the next room, and ordered the spider to climb up and weigh his weight. It took 5 or 6 minutes for Joan to go through the entire testing process and write down a full page of data. Closing the experiment log, Kiao was still not satisfied, and immediately began the next stage of the experiment. The conventional casting method has been verified, and Joan intends to play a chic game next, trying to cast the giant insect on the eggs of the variant spider to see what happens. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 780, Giant Insect Variation 2. This is not a wild idea. Although Joan does not yet have a 4th level spell slot, he cannot directly perform the giant insect technique, but with the accumulation of rich knowledge, he has analyzed the configuration of this spell. Judging from the spell configuration, the giant insect technique can only play a role in ultra-miniature insects. In general, insects over 1 foot long, such as some particularly strong scorpions, cannot enjoy the benefits of giant insects. However, the spell only strictly limits the size of the insects, but does not strictly limit the ethnic group, which provides Joan with a lot of room for imagination. For example, giant insect technique is effective for common spiders. Is it also effective for variant spiders that are not so common in the surface world? The relationship between variant spiders and ordinary spiders is just like the relationship between violent beasts and ordinary beasts, and their biological families are relatively ambiguous. It can be said that variant spiders belong to insects, just like violent beasts are also a kind of beasts. However, it is obvious that the variant spider is not at the same level as ordinary spiders in terms of body size or combat effectiveness. In fact, it is closer to the category of magic beast. Adult variant spiders, the smallest of which are as big as wheels, obviously do not meet the casting conditions of giant insects. However, the size of the eggs of the mutant spiders that have not fully hatched does not exceed the casting limit. The next question is, can eggs or larvae be regarded as worm-like creatures? Joan tends to give a positive answer. Judging from the spell configuration of the giant insect technique, the main role of this metamorphic spell is to promote the evolution of the physical body of the target, stimulate the life potential in the body, and become mature and huge. Eggs develop into larvae and then into adults, which is a growth process in itself, which coincides with the meaning of giant insect technique. Turkey-finned Joan pointed a variant spider egg with his wand, again inspiring a giant insect technique. Surrounded by golden magic light, The worm eggs expanded unexpectedly and grew at a rate visible to the human eye. After just 3 seconds, the magic power was fully absorbed, and the original slap-sized eggs transformed into a fully mature large mutant spider. The scene in front of him completely verified Joan's conjecture, making him overjoyed. At this moment, the mutant spider opposite him ripened with the giant wand of the worm, shook his limbs, and even actively sent him telepathy. "Are you my master, Waterfax?" Joan was shocked. This product clearly looks similar to the normal spider after it grows bigger. How big is the IQ difference? Actually, I will take the initiative to recognize the Lord. I am your master. Joan responds to the mutant spider with his mind. The mutant spider did not question his declared power, and obediently accepted the dominance. Joan asked it a few more questions. Most of the variant spiders said that they could not understand or answered questions. Joan's question is actually a series of intelligent tests. The results of the test made him just still boiling, and gradually cool down. The intelligence level of the mutant spider is not as high as he had thought, and it is not even as good as a well-trained domestic dog. But in any case, the other party can have limited interaction with his master, which alone is much stronger than ordinary spiders. Just when Joan was thinking about it, the mutant spider inadvertently found that there was a spider bigger than his body in the same room, and immediately became interested in the guy. "Master, what monster is that?" "Like you, it's a spider." Joan responded casually. "No. That guy is not my kind." The mutant spider's eyes flash, revealing killing intent. "From it, I smell a breath of the weak. It can't perfectly control its own body, it's just a waste of nothing." "Master, can I hunt it?" Joan, while receiving the idea of the variant spider, automatically translated it into human language. The grammar and rhetoric are inevitable in the translation process. It sounds more fluid and vivid, which is convenient for Joan to understand, but it does not deviate from the original intention. After a little hesitation, Joan nodded gently and agreed to the mutant spider's attempt to hunt its distant relatives. By observing the fighting process of two spiders, he can obtain a lot of valuable experimental data. The mutant spider was authorized by the owner, and immediately rushed towards the big spider. Its size is obviously slimmer than that of the big spider. For creatures whose intelligence level is not enough to invent and use weapons and equipment, a larger size often represents stronger strength. Especially among the same kind, the smaller body usually does not dare to challenge the larger body. The behavior of the mutant spider violates this rule, and Joan can only think that this aggressive guy simply did not regard the giant insects grown by ordinary spiders as his own kind. Just like a thin and sturdy professional killer, he wouldn't think that an obese mental retardation can pose a threat to himself. The hostility of the variant spider makes the large spider on the opposite side uneasy and immediately attempts to fight back. However, its actions are completely the same old habits before it was enlarged by the giant insect technique. For spiders the size of nails, this fighting method is very reasonable. But for giant insects, it is no longer applicable. The mutant spider didn't miss the opponent's flaws, suddenly jumped up and rushed to the opponent's back. Obviously, it knows its sports ability better than its prey, and it is better at this heavyweight fight. Considering that this mutant spider was just an egg just 2 minutes ago, and had no chance to receive hunting training during this period, Joan can only think that its combat skills are an instinct, mainly derived from innate inheritance. It's like a newborn baby who drinks milk without teaching. The mutant spider presses its distant relatives under its own body, uses its powerful octopus to launch the grapple, and sharply clamps the narrow junction of its head, chest and abdomen with a sharp jaw, to ensure that the other party is struggling no matter what, can't throw it off his back. After steadily occupying a favorable position, the mutant spider easily detected a sharp mouthpiece, tried to pierce the exoskeleton of the prey, and injected deadly venom into the flesh. Seeing the mutant spiders easily, he controlled his distant relatives, who were larger than his body. He was surprised. After a little thought, he performed higher endoscopy to check the attributes of the two large spiders. Detection target: large spider. Health status: paralysis of poisoning. Attributes: strength 14, agility 15, constitution 13, intelligence 1, wisdom 10, charisma 2. Detection target: large mutant spider. Health status: good. Attributes: strength 15, agility 17, constitution 14, intelligence 1, wisdom 12, charisma 3. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 781, Rejuvenate. Comparing the physical properties of the two large spiders, it is not difficult to see that the variant spiders are slightly stronger than the giant ordinary spiders in all aspects. Looking at each attribute alone, the advantages of the variant spider are not obvious, but the combination of the 6 attributes. The advantage is like a snowball, opening a decisive gap among all these attributes. The most critical one is undoubtedly the gap in intelligence. The intelligence attribute of the mutant spider is only one, which does not seem worth mentioning. However, most of the higher creatures that occupy the head position on the evolutionary chain, such as reptiles, have only one intelligence. As for insect creatures, due to the relatively simple physiological structure, a perfect brain has not yet been formed, and the intelligence level cannot reach even 1 point. The intelligence of the giant spider still meets the standards of common insects. In contrast, the mutant spider is completely in a position of crushing IQ. It is not a problem to slap this distant relative with a well-developed limb and a simple mind. Just as Joan recorded the observation data, the mutant spider had injected a sufficient amount of venom into the prey, paralyzing it, and could only twitch and wait to die. When the blood of the giant spider was dissolved by the venom, the mutant spider drank delicious soup with a straw, and soon sucked the prey into an empty shell, supporting the stomach round and resting on the ground with satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, the debris of the spider sucked into an empty shell contracted sharply, reverting to the size of a normal spider. Joan controlled the clock in the laboratory and confirmed that from the time when the spider is enlarged by the giant wand and killed by the mutant spider, a total of 11 minutes have passed, which is exactly the duration of the giant insect. Now that the spell has expired, the magic power has been exhausted, and the spider's body has returned to its original shape. Joan's eyes turned to the mutant spider that was dozing. The weight of flesh it has just sucked is much larger than the actual weight of ordinary spiders. Where did the extra flesh come from? Joan pondered slightly, guessing that most of it was generated by the magic of giant worm. Joan sorted out the experimental data. 5 or 6 minutes passed, and the giant insect technique applied to the mutant spider also reached the time limit. The moment the magic was exhausted, a miraculous scene appeared before Joan. On the mutant spider, a miracle of rejuvenation occurred. As if back in time, just a few seconds later, this huge spider degenerated from an adult into a large fist-egg. The eggs lay quietly on the floor, and the spiritual connection with Joan was cut off. Giant insect surgery itself does not need to cast materials, nor will it consume the eggs that are the target of the operation. Joan recorded what he observed, and thus started to associate. Since the worm eggs are not spellcasting consumables, it is likely that the worm eggs are still alive after the spell ends. In order to verify his speculation, Joan opened the storage bag and took out the perspective hand mirror. Observing through the hand mirror, Joan confirmed that the eggs of the mutant spider were indeed alive. This means that the eggs can be used as the target of giant worm before hatching, which is equivalent to the recyclable casting materials. It would be better if the eggs kept their current state, neither dying nor hatching. Joan muttered to himself. Once the eggs hatch into larvae, their size will exceed the standard, and the giant insect technique will not work. Is there a way to keep the eggs dormant for a long time, neither dying nor hatching? After a little thought, Joan thought of cryogenic freezing naturally. In low temperature environments, the physiological activity of some eggs will drop to a very low level, stop hatching, and enter a state similar to hibernation, so as not to be frozen to death. Do mutant spider eggs have this hibernation feature? In addition, how to create a low-temperature environment suitable for insect egg hibernation. A series of thoughts appeared in Joan's mind, and a clever idea gradually formed. However, now that we are not in a hurry to consider these things, we must seize the time and make the most of the laboratories rented out. Joan turned back to the next room, picked up the metal jar on the bench, released the secret lock, and unscrewed the bottle cap. This tightly sealed jar contains a lot of eggs of different colors. The small ones are like broad beans, and the big ones are comparable to eggs. These eggs were the spoils that Joan had obtained from this druid of the condemned after the killing of the herderman Ida. Joan has always suspected that Ida used these eggs to set off a worm disaster in the Yolfheim area and destroy local agricultural production. Prior to this, Joan couldn't figure out what method Ida used to transform the eggs into mature giant worms and control them. Up to this moment, after a series of experiments, he had a deeper understanding of the giant insect technique, and naturally made a guess. The secret of Idol's manipulation of pests is likely to be closely related to giant insect surgery. In order to further verify his conjecture, Joan decided to experiment with these sealed eggs. There are about 100 or so eggs in the jar, which belong to 4 different types of insects: big stag beetles, bombarded giant beetles, giant wasps, and earthworms. The first 3 giant insects are similar to variant spiders, and the species is between insect creatures and magic beasts, and is more inclined to the former. The situation of the ground worm is slightly different. Although the appearance and habits are similar to insects, it is actually closer to the magic beast. Since the giant insect technique is effective for variant spider eggs, and so on, this spell should also be effective for big stag beetles, projectile giant beetles and giant wasps. But is it also effective for bug-shaped magic beasts such as ground worms? Joan had no idea. For reasons of stability, he decided to divide the 4 types of eggs into 2 groups for testing. Joan first took out 1 egg each of the big stag beetle, the giant bomb beetle, and the giant wasp, and brought it into the next testing ground and placed it on the floor. Scrubbing the giant bug wand, Joan recalled the spell configuration of giant worm before he started casting spells. Giant insect can turn multiple insects or eggs into giant insects. The specific number is proportional to the level of the caster. Giant bug wand was made by the old blind man. The cast level is fixed to the level of the old blind man when he made the wand, which is the 8th level druid. In addition, the amber ball embedded in the magic wand has an enhanced effect on the giant insect, and it has an additional 3 caster levels with a combined caster level of 11. Calculated in this way, each time the giant insect technique is activated with a magic wand, up to 11 insects or eggs can be turned into giant insects. However, the spell configuration also has an implicit constraint that these targets must belong to the same family. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 782 Cunning Mother Bee. For example, Joan holding a giant insect wand and casting spells on 11 spiders can turn the spider mass into giant insects. If a centipede is mixed into the 10 spiders, it is troublesome. The caster must make a choice in advance, whether to cast the spell on the 10 spiders, or on the 1 centipede. The experimental samples selected by Joan at the moment belong to 3 different types of insects, which can only be released by giant insect technique and tested one by one. Joan raised his wand and faced 3 differently shaped eggs, making 3 consecutive clicks. The amber ball inlaid on the head of the stick releases 3 red magic pulses symbolizing the change school one after another, illuminating the 3 insect eggs on the floor one after another. Joan put away the giant worm wand that had consumed half of the energy and backed up to the force field shield. Holding his breath, He focused on the eggs that were changing, and he was ready to pull off his legs when the situation was bad. Anyway, the strong field shield blocked. Even if the fierce giant worm lost control, it could not chase next door to bite him. After just a few seconds, the 3 eggs have completed the life course from hatching to maturity. Appearing in front of Joanne was the first big stag beetle blessed with giant worm. Then came the giant beetle. Finally, the giant wasp that fluttered its wings and shattered its hum. In the first half of last year, Joan invested a lot of energy and time to fight the pests that swept across north and south of Yalfheim. The 3 giant worms in front of them are the main scourges that caused the worm disaster. Among them, the giant wasp is the animal partner of Idar. Of course, he is no stranger. Joan put away the giant insect wand lightly and squinted slightly to view the physical attributes of the 3 giant insects on the opposite side with higher endoscopy. After some comparison, he found that the data of the experimental samples were at the same level as the giant insects he had encountered before. This shows that giant insect technique can indeed play a role in maturing eggs. However, giant worm is after all a time limited. After more than 10 minutes, these matured giant worms will use up their magic power and return to their original form. If Idar also used giant insect technique to hatch eggs, how did he solve this time limit problem? Is the optimization of the giant insect technique promoted to a higher ring position, so as to obtain more magic power to extend the time limit for the huge? Or does it mean that the primitive sect affiliated with Idar possesses a certain secret method, which can greatly enhance the power of giant insect surgery, so that the insects will not change back to eggs? Both of these possibilities exist, but it is a pity that Joan cannot carry out further research. After all, he is not a divine spellcaster, nor a primitive believer, neither can he optimize the giant insect technique by himself, nor can he find out the secrets within the primitive sect. Just when Joan was thinking about it, the 3 giant insects in the experiment field had been getting impatient for a long time without getting instructions from his master. Among the 3 giant insects, the largest stag beetle with armor protection is the most violent and aggressive. He glanced at the giant beetle that was smaller than himself by 1 size, and the more he looked at it, the more insignificant and abominable the goods were. Since the owner did not prohibit fighting, the big stag beetle readily indulged its combative nature, and approached the projectile giant beetle in a big way. Deeply buried his head, using a pair of hard antlers spread on his forehead as a shovel, he shoveled the projectile giant beetle, flicked his head, and flew out with a loud sound. The bombing giant beetle rolled into the air, bumped into the opposing force field shield, rebounded and landed, and the pain was low. This giant worm also has a bit of a tantrum. Although some injuries are not fatal, it provokes its anger. Turned over and climbed up, with his back facing the approaching big stag beetle, he raised his high, posing in a provocative gesture. The big stag beetle thought it was a surrender ceremony of welcome to fuck, and climbed over proudly. Unexpectedly, just within 20 feet of the other side, the bombarded giant beetle could not help releasing a fart, and a hot brown airflow was sprayed from the anus. With a highly toxic high-temperature shockwave, it slammed on the face of the big stag beetle. Although the big stag beetle was strong and could not be caught by a shot, the high-temperature burning and the stimulation of the poisonous gas were also unbearable. It tumbling with wailing and tried to escape the high-temperature poisonous gas as soon as possible. The brown heat wave spread in the experiment field. The farting giant beetle bombarded the powerful enemy, squeaked proudly, swooped up and took the opportunity to bite the big antlers. The big stag beetle suffered a sneak attack and its strength was impaired, but with its larger body and stronger body, it was not afraid to fight against the bombing giant beetle. The 2 giant worms could not wait to kill each other, so they fought fiercely, entangled in a ball, rolled on the floor, and squeaked with hate from time to time. Vesper did not participate in the fight. As soon as the big stag beetle revealed the mentality of finding a fight, the hornet was sensitively alert and fluttered into the air. When the big stag beetle fought against the giant beetle, the giant wasp suspended in an elegant manner over the 2 insects, watching the two Coleoptera stupid dead fights, and the eyes were full of contempt. Joan was aware of the battle in the proving ground, and also sensed the mindsets of the three giant insects. The big stag beetle hovered in his head, but there was only a furious thought: Lao Tzu must kill your petty today. The idea of throwing a giant beetle is more complicated, mainly due to regret. Damn it, I shouldn't have rushed my brain up. This guy is so powerful, I'm too disadvantaged to fight me. You have to find a way to extend the distance and do it again. As for the giant wasp, all I thought about was gloating. Fight, fight. Two Coleoptera idiots. When you get both defeats and injuries, the old lady will go down to harvest the head. Each bug and one needle, the old lady will send you to death fairly. Pang 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 pang, oh ha ha ha. Rest assured, you will not die in vain. I will lay eggs in your corpses and feed your lovely baby bee with your flesh and blood. Joan couldn't help wiping cold sweat. No wonder the ancients likened the heart of a bad woman to a beetle needle. The giant wasp is really vicious. Joan didn't want to waste valuable experimental samples, and immediately ordered the big stag beetle and the giant bomb beetle to stop fighting with his mind. The two red-eyed giant worms hesitated for a while. After all, they were forced to obey Joan's will and parted reluctantly. The two giant worms, according to the corner of the room, licked each other's wounds and stared at each other fiercely, apparently resentful. Seeing this scene, the giant wasp was so disappointed that he flew over and danced the 8-character dance around Joan, buzzing, seeming to complain that he had ruined his wishful thinking. Joan felt her disgruntled mood, but did not want to ignore her, nor did she want to watch her dance, and waved her hand angrily, shooing the disgusting girl aside. The intrigue of three giant insects did not last long. After 11 minutes, the big stag beetle, the giant bomb beetle and the giant wasp were successively beaten back to their original form and degenerated into egg form. Joan picked up 3 eggs and took photos of the perspective hand mirror to make sure that they were all alive. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 783 Single Worm. Next, Joan counted 11 earthworm eggs from the jar and placed them in a pile in the center of the laboratory floor. Joan raised his wand and released the giant insect technique at the eggs piled up on the hill. The honeycombed amber ball emits a beam of red light, illuminating 11 eggs. As a result, as Joan expected, a single giant insect technique would enable multiple eggs of the same kind to evolve simultaneously. After the short and vigorous incubation process, 9 mature earthworms appeared on the floor. 5 green and 4 brown, a total of 9 10-foot-long fat giant worms, entangled in a pile, saw Joan straight goosebumps. These giant worms can't wait to show their digging abilities as soon as they are mature, all lying on the floor and digging in. The operation was as fierce as a tiger, but it didn't work. The floor is also covered with a transparent force field shield. Although the earthworms are naturally good at burrowing holes, their sharp jaws cannot damage the force field shield. Joan barely restrained the disgust, let out the mental turmoil, drove all 9 digging worms to stay in the corner, and vacated the venue for his master. The digger could not dig the hole. The morale was greatly frustrated, and the mood was generally low. However, after all, they are insect-shaped magic beasts, and their intelligence level is slightly higher than other insect creatures. Obediently obeying the master's orders, crawled to the corner, curled up into a pile. Joan walked to the center of the empty field, squatted down to observe the ground carefully, and found 2 unhatched eggs. How is this going? Joan frowned secretly. Judging from the spell configuration of the giant insect technique, in theory, a maximum of 11 eggs can be hatched into adults at the same time. What happened to these 2 eggs? Joan initially suspected that the giant insect technique had insufficient magic power. However, he immediately dismissed the idea. Just like the mathematical formulas, the spell configuration will not lie, and it will not be discounted for no reason. Joan hugged his knees in both hands and squatted to observe the 2 disobedient eggs for a long time, and gradually realized. He took out the perspective hand mirror to observe the physiological activities inside the chrysalis. As expected, the chrysalis appeared intact, but the interior had withered. The two larvae in the pupa had already died before being blessed by the giant insect technique. No wonder they could not hatch. Joan sighed regretfully, picked up the dried insect eggs, and slowly stood up. At this time, strange insects came from his ears, arousing his curiosity. Turning his head toward the corner, Joan couldn't help raising his eyebrows, his face surprised. The group of ground-dwelling insects has just matured and is in the puberty period. Originally they wanted to vent their excess energy by digging holes. However, the abominable floor cannot be digged at all. The owner also forbids them to fight, shrinking in the corner and having nothing to do, simply pairing male and female, and collectively starting the great cause of succession. 9 ground worms, 4 females and 5 males. Each of the 4 females picks out a male spouse, and finally leaves only one male spouse, without a spouse. Joan didn't understand why only it failed to get the opposite and became a single worm. Is it because the body is not strong enough? The skin color is not beautiful enough? Or is it not handsome enough by the standard of earthworms? After all, Joan is not a ground worm, and she can't get into the mate selection criteria of female ground worms. In fact, he couldn't understand it. Together with the spouse selection criteria, the single worm, only a single figure, squeaks and whistles, and can only watch the other worms doing fire and fire, looking very pitiful. Joan felt the collapse of the single insect's mentality, and couldn't bear it. 11 minutes. If it doesn't grow long, you will all change back to eggs later. The experience at this moment will not leave a trace in your memory, nor will there be a dilemma in which the insect remembers you at the moment. 11 minutes. It's not short. Ready first, maybe which male worm will finish faster. You still have a chance to come off the bench. Joan doesn't know how much comfort he can play. Perhaps the mood of the single bug might be better. In just 10 minutes, Joan was unable to conduct an in-depth study of the psychological activities of the earthworm. When the time is over and the magic power is exhausted, the 9 ground-dwelling insects have successively degenerated into eggs. Joan took a look at the eggs one by one with a perspective hand mirror and confirmed that all 9 eggs were alive. He relieved himself secretly, took the eggs back into the metal can, tightened the can lid, and then added a secret lock. The experimental results are basically in line with Joan's expectations. The only shortcoming is probably that single bastard. In the end, he didn't wait until the bench had a chance to rotate. It is a bit sad. Joan pulled open his chair and sat down in front of the experimental bench, supporting his cheek with one hand, falling into a long period of thought. The series of experiments carried out around the giant insect technique were still smooth, and there was only one link that made him unsatisfied. In order to perform the giant insect technique, it is necessary to prepare the corresponding insect as the subject in advance. It doesn't matter at ordinary times, if you use the giant insect technique in combat, should you temporarily catch the applicable insects. This is not only very troublesome, but also impractical, especially in indoor environments. It is difficult to find the insects you need. Without the subject, the giant wand cannot exert its power. In order to enhance the practicality of this wand, Joan must prepare the subject in advance. Catch some insects to carry with you? This is not a good idea. Catching insects is not difficult. How to store for a long time and keep insects alive. Joan doesn't want to spend too much energy raising bugs. If you don't want to keep bugs, there is a compromise, which is to replace insects with eggs. The experimental results just now show that the giant insect technique is also effective on insect eggs. Compared with the restless adult worms, the eggs are obviously easier to store and carry. However, Joan felt it was not convenient enough. It is troublesome to think about temporarily opening the sealed jar during the battle and taking the eggs. The bigger disadvantage is that Joan's existing eggs are only 3 or 4. So the utility of giant insect is also limited. Collecting or buying more kinds of eggs is a feasible method, but it is still very troublesome. Joan is too lazy to spend time catching insects or collecting eggs. Is there a way to summon a group of insects out of thin air as the subject of giant worm? If this idea can be realized, all troubles will be solved. You don't need to catch insects, and you don't have to collect and keep eggs. When you need to use the giant insect technique, you can temporarily summon the designated species of insects. As a mage, Joan always used to seek a breakthrough from the magic level when solving difficult problems. This time is no exception. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 784 Swarm Will Summoning bugs with magic is actually not difficult. Various levels of nature ally summoning can be used to summon insect creatures. Joan is neither a druid nor a ranger, and he cannot use nature ally summoning, but it doesn't matter. He recently happened to learn a 2-ring spell that is suitable for summoning insects. This spell is the flying beast he passed out from the old blind man's centipede robe. Flying insects and beasts can summon a large group of insects or small animals according to the mind of the caster. This spell cannot summon giant insects that are almost magical beasts such as variant spider, ground worm, big antler, big bomb beetle and human bee. But spiders, centipedes and ants, ordinary insects such as scorpions, moths, etc., can be easily handled. Solve the source of the bug. The next question is, can the bug summoned by magic be used to bless the giant bug? This question, in fact, the old blind man has already provided the answer to Joan with action. When he was exploring the underground ice cave, Joan and his party met with the old blind man on a narrow road and clashed. Joan clearly remembered that the old blind man used the flying beast attached to his robe to summon a large group of red-headed centipedes. When these centipedes were summoned, they were ordinary centipedes, and their length was less than 1 foot. When the old blind man released the giant insect technique with his wand, these little centipedes became a group of giant insects, and their fighting power increased by 1,000 times. As can be seen from this example, the 2-ring flying beast and the 4-ring giant insect can be combined into a simple and practical chain tactic. What Joan will do next is to personally verify the feasibility of this tactical combination. The red handkerchief on the table was bought by Joan as a casting material for flying beasts. He picked up a handkerchief and returned to the test site next door. Standing in the middle of the field surrounded by the force field shield, Joan made a series of slightly jerky cast gestures. It has been less than 3 days since he obtained the flying bugs. During this period, he hardly dedicated his energy to learning this spell. He only carried the spells when he copied it. He just reviewed the spell configuration just now, and he was not very proficient in it, but the success rate was still guaranteed. If a wizard of the same grade learns that he has only seen it twice, he can successfully cast a new contact 2-ring spell. I am afraid it is unbelievable. Ask Joan, why is the efficiency of learning new spells so high? In fact, there is no trick, nothing more than bypass, plus a little smart. Joan had previously learned level 1 monster summoning technique and level 2 monster summoning technique, and had a basic understanding of the basic configuration of summoning spells. Based on this, learning other summoning spells, such as flying beasts, is more effective. In addition, superb comprehension and memory are also essential. If someone else is like Joan, who has a little cleverness of up to 29 points of intelligence, it will not be difficult to learn flying beasts in 2 hours. Yal Kiawan chanted the last Kenu mantra representing summon, successfully completed the flying beast casting process, and waved the red handkerchief. The bright red cloth seemed to be held up by a stream of air, maintained at a height of 5 feet above the ground, and slowly hovered in the air. The distribution of the magic net around the handkerchief has subtle changes. Numerous magic threads that cannot be seen by the naked eye are interlaced and shuttled. Using the red handkerchief as the base, a complex set of spells is woven. When the spell configuration was finally completed, the magic red handkerchief burst suddenly. Countless flax flakes flew in the air, turning into a group of sparkling fireflies. These tiny coleoptera flying insects have a delicate pink head and a pair of slender black armor sheaths, with silky soft transparent wings hidden underneath. A smile appeared on the corners of Joan's lips, looking up at the fireflies flying in the air. Joan releases the spirit wave and communicates with the flying insects. After some attempts, he found that he could not directly direct an individual in the swarm. However, he can issue a group of hundreds of fireflies together as a whole to issue instructions to them. Little fireflies, whose intelligence level is too low to communicate with each other, Joan is not surprised. However, why do hundreds of bugs gather in groups to create a common will to communicate spiritually with themselves, and even understand more complicated commands? Does it mean that even mediocre bugs with extremely low IQs can produce qualitative changes as long as there are enough numbers to form a common will with both developed intelligence and delicate emotions? If the number of individuals is large enough, they can cooperate with each other and learn from each other's strengths. In the most ideal situation, it is indeed possible to unify the will of all individuals into a personalized will of the group, with amazing wisdom, reason and emotion. This kind of worm swarm will, if compared with human society, is called national will, institutional will, or collectively called Leviathan. In nature, the greater the number of individuals in a group, the stronger the worm will and the higher the level of wisdom. With more than 100 fireflies, it is almost impossible to form a worm will under natural conditions. Even those insects that are more social and more orderly, such as ants and bees, must be assembled by thousands of individuals to form a weak worm will, and this common will cannot be purely pure. The existence of mental form must be embodied in a spokesperson worm. The spokesperson worm selected by the worm will is the queen or the queen bee. The social nature of fireflies is far inferior to ants and bees, and there is no after fireflies to lead the group. So, how have these beautiful bugs, which have been praised by bards since ancient times, symbolizing freedom and romance, formed the bug will? Moreover, it is more advanced than the ant colony and the bee colony, and does not require the king or the emperor as the endorsement, and the more pure swarm will. This kind of worm will, which does not rely on entities, exists purely in a spiritual way, is actually close to a spirit in the religious sense. Joan recalled the spell configuration of flying bugs and beasts and gradually realized the fact that a small number of fireflies can condense the swarm will is entirely the result of magic catalysis. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 785. The Swarm Will 2. It is a pity that flying bugs is just a 2-ring spell, and the magic level is too low. The worm swarm condensed from this core has a relatively low level, and the equivalent intelligence attribute is between 1 and 2. With efforts, it can barely touch the intelligence level of the domestic dog. Nonetheless, the swarm will is the smartest of all the insects Joan has encountered today. Joan released a mental wave, calling for the swarm will to approach himself. The swarm will obeyed his instructions and transferred them to the minds of every individual in the swarm. The fireflies flying in the air seemed to be controlled by invisible forces, turned collectively, and flew towards Joan. Joan's lips are slightly raised, and the remote control of the swarm feels fresh and interesting. However, he can't indulge in this new and interesting game now. He must first complete the follow-up experimental process. Thinking so, he raised his wand and released a giant worm towards the swarm. Yal! The honeycombed amber ball glowed suddenly, and after 3 seconds, it was full of magic, and a beam of golden light was shot. The fireflies are like pink stars shining in the night sky. The moment the insect swarmed by the golden magic light, a small part of the fireflies were randomly selected by the spell, differentiated, and the volley expanded into a huge giant insect. Joan counted, and a total of 11 fireflies were affected by the spell, turning into giant griffins. Fireflies that are 10,000 times bigger. Not cute at all. It looks a little scary. The temperaments of these giant insects did not tend to be fierce and aggressive due to changes in body shape. They still danced around Joan and the back of the flashed. It's just that the Mo attribute is often closely linked to petite. The larger fireflies are no longer cute, and the airflow brought by the flight becomes a violent wind. The flashing light at the tail is too dazzling, just like a lighthouse for navigating ships on the coast. As for the remaining fireflies, their size did not increase, and the turbulent airflow fanned by the giant insects made the wind messy and frightened to avoid it. The giant fireflies bred by magic no longer belong to the original ethnic group, and they automatically break away from the control of the swarm's will. As 11 individuals were stripped out, the size of the insect swarm was reduced, and Joan vaguely felt that the wormwill was slightly weakened. Based on this, Joan was able to verify an inference. The strength of the swarm will is indeed positively related to the number of individuals in the swarm. Joan jotted down his thoughts in the experiment logbook. In the future, if there is a suitable opportunity, we will conduct an in-depth study on the swarm will. 11 minutes passed in a blink of an eye, and the magic power of the giant insect technique was exhausted. The giant fireflies flying in the air transformed into a normal body and returned to the swarm. Shortly thereafter, flying beasts also reached the time limit. Hundreds of fireflies disappeared one after another. All the twinkling stars fell into darkness. The room was empty and silent. Joanne is very satisfied with the experiment. The results show that the swarms summoned by flying beasts can be used as a prerequisite for launching giant insects. The two spells fit closely together to form a chain of tactics. If there is anything unsatisfactory in this set of chain tactics, the flying beast is limited to the magic level. Although there are enough insects summoned, the individual strength is not strong enough. Joan has tested in previous experiments that huge ordinary spiders can't beat the mutant spiders out of the eggs, not to mention the big stag beetles, bombarding giant beetles, giant bees and digging ground insect. From this point of view, the advantages of flying bugs are mainly convenient and fast, especially suitable for occasions requiring rapid response. If there is sufficient preparation time, especially when preparing to fight a strong enemy, Joan prefers to use special eggs with giant insects, so that the created swarms are more powerful. At the end of this stage of the experiment, Joanne returned to the office next door, sat in front of the experiment table, and reorganized all the data to ensure accuracy. The hour hand of the clock points to 12 noon, and Joan rents a laboratory with a time limit of almost an hour. Without rushing to check out, he opened the metal-sealed canister storing special eggs again, poured all the eggs on the table, and took a look at them with a perspective hand mirror. After spending more than half an hour, Joan carefully inspected all 82 eggs, and the result was quite regrettable. Among them, 20 eggs, and the larvae in the pupa have died. Joan picked out the dead eggs and threw them away, feeling sorry but also found a problem. A metal can with a magic seal is not the best container for long-term preservation of eggs. The longer the time, the more eggs will suffocate and die. However, keeping eggs in the open air is also not a good idea. Before long, the larvae will tear off the cocoon and hatch out, which cannot be used to launch the giant insect technique. Just when Joan was thinking about it, the magic key placed on the table buzzed and flashed, reminding him that the laboratory had reached the time limit, and if he needed to continue using it, he had to go to the administrator as soon as possible. Renewal. Joan stood up and stretched his waist, cleared the table, and picked up the key to leave the laboratory. Returning the key to the administrator, Joanne walked out of the underground test ground, and could not help but scream. Afternoon, he decided to go to the restaurant to eat something, fill his stomach, and then continue to study the problem of storing eggs. Joan didn't want to waste too much time in the restaurant, so he ordered a snack. A smoked salmon sandwich with a bottle of mixed vegetable juice. Salmon is one of the most prestigious seafood in Port Meadgard, Fresh and tender salmon meat is cut into slices, and the flavor is better after a little smoke. This simple lunch is not only convenient, but also delicious and healthy. For Joan, it can't be more perfect. In the weather of mid-June in early April, there was still a little bit of spring cold. Joan took a sip of cold vegetable juice and shivered. This cold drink inspired him, and the originally vague idea in his mind quickly became clear. Joan swallowed the sandwich in 2 or 3 mouths, covered the stopper with the unfinished fruit juice, took it in his hand, and hurriedly left the campus to return to his apartment. Zion's sister and brother are not at home, and the quiet atmosphere is suitable for devoted research. Joan closed himself in the bedroom, sat at the desk, opened the storage bag, and took out the materials and tools that he needed to use next. The first thing to take out was a large piece of green ice, which was placed on the table and immediately exhaled the chill, and the temperature in the bedroom quickly dropped. Green ice collected from deep ice in the dark area is a very special mineral. The composition of King Bing is actually no different from ordinary ice cubes, that is, cooling and freezing water. However, affected by the magic of earth veins, King Bing's alchemy characteristics are very different from ordinary ice cubes. Not only is the hardness comparable to steel, but also the melting point is similar to steel. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 786 Green Ice Hibernation. Can the melting point of iron is as high as 1600 degrees, and King Bing is similar. Under natural conditions, King Bing is almost impossible to melt. This means that King Bing is a stable natural refrigeration source, which can continuously radiate cold air to the outside world, causing the temperature in the surrounding area to drop. This feature has given King Bing great commercial value and is widely used in the refrigeration industry. The container made of King Bing can keep the temperature inside the container near the freezing point or even below the freezing point according to the sealing situation. The open green ice container, commonly known as the refrigerator, can keep fresh food for a short time, and of course can also make cold beer. A covered ice container is usually called a freezer. The internal temperature is far below the freezing point. It can store ingredients that are not afraid of freezing for a long time, or use the quick freezing characteristics of the container to make cream ice cream. What Joan has to do now is to use King Bing as a material to make a freezing container for storing eggs. In the sealed blue ice container, the eggs will stay in hibernation for a long time, neither dying nor hatching. King Bing's hardness is similar to steel, but its toughness and ductility are not as good as steel, so it is not suitable for forging. The general method of processing green ice in the magic industry is to throw the raw material of green ice into the steel-making furnace, melt it into ice water at high temperature, and mold it with the mold. Joan has no industrial equipment available, and can only process green ice containers by hand carving. The cutter for cutting green ice must be hard enough. Ordinary steel cutters can't meet the hardness requirements of processing King Bing, but after enchanting the cutters, the hardness will be significantly improved. Joan picked up the enchanted dagger electric blade and tried to cut the green ice. There was a rustling sound from the tip of the knife, and the crystal ice powder fell down the blade. Joan focused on cutting ice cubes, and it took an hour to cut a cylindrical embryo material. The ice surface was slightly rough and the size was not bad. Next, Joan patiently hollowed out the King Bing embryo material and carved it into a cup-shaped hollow container. After measuring the size of the embryo material with a ruler, Joan took out a large piece of sandpaper and polished the rough inner and outer surfaces smoothly. After some meticulous treatment, King Bing embryo material was reborn and turned into a crystal clear hollow cylinder, which shone cold and bright under the light. Joan dusted off the ice dust on her sleeves, moved her sour fingers, took out the metal jar containing the eggs, poured the eggs into the green ice container, and then put the ice shell into the jar. There is a slight gap between the ice shell and the tank wall, and Joan plugs the crushed ice that he just cut into it as a filler to prevent the ice shell from shaking in the tank. After doing all this, Joan covered the jar and blessed the secret lock to ensure that the eggs in the jar went into hibernation in a low-temperature environment. Putting away the hibernation jar, Joan found that a layer of cyanide dust was scattered on the table, and used a ruler as a scraper. Carefully collected all the dust and put it into a crystal bottle. King powder can be used to make preservatives. Alchemy solutions, magic potions, and blood samples are easily corrupted if not stored properly. As long as a small amount of green ice powder is added to these liquids, it can play a role in long-term preservation. King powder is essentially condensed water droplets. Although the temperature is very low, taking a small amount will not cause any harm to the human body. When Joan left the cafeteria, he took back the bottle of unspent fruit juice and placed it on his desk at the moment. After busy, just want to drink a cold drink to refresh, he twisted a handful of green ice powder and sprinkled it into the juice bottle, shaking it evenly. After just a few seconds, a layer of hoarfrost appeared on the glass bottle wall. The juice in the bottle was originally a suspension, and King powder was mixed into it. Almost no trace was found, but it quietly exuded coldness to cool the juice. Juice ice was just right. Joan drank it all at once, and hiccuped comfortably. He was very satisfied with this self-made cold drink. A series of studies around giant insect technique come to an end. However, Joan's interest in insect creatures is still unsatisfactory. He opened a thick notebook and concentrated on reading. This note is the expedition log he wrote down during his trip in the dark area. Joan intends to extract the contents and data of the underground insects in the diary. Based on these materials, write the first paper in his career. For the next 3 days, Joan was in the library from morning till night. Some of the creatures involved in the expedition log, although he has personal experience, but these experiences mainly stay on the perceptual level. In order to gain a deeper understanding of your research objects, observation and anatomy alone are not enough. You must refer to relevant research literature to find out what previous studies have been done on these underground organisms. In these 3 days, Joan eagerly read the literature, and he read no more than 100 monographs and papers. During the reading process, if he feels the same about the author's argument or inspires inspiration, he will pick it up and record it. Joan's school experience is actually quite short. From Leiden College to Mage University, he received orthodox academic education in less than a year. In such a short period of time, his energy mainly focused on the 3 major subjects of learning: magic, alchemy and architecture. Master Alls is a pragmatic professor who has no opinion on Joan's energy distribution, and his usual teaching to Joan is mainly based on making dry goods such as constructs. As for the skill of dance writing, in the eyes of Master Alls, they are all bells and whistles. 9 of 10 papers are meaningless irrigation. It's not that the thesis is useless, but the most important thing for young students is to be pragmatic. Let's learn the hard skills that can really fight and make money after leaving the school and entering the society. As for reckless things like writing articles, when it comes to graduation, when you need to publish a mixed diploma, it's not too late. According to Master Alls' tailor-made teaching plan for Joan, he will not wait until the graduation season to start guiding him to learn the relevant skills of essay writing. Something unexpected may happen any time. Master Alls only took Joan for 1 semester, and was assassinated in a murder case, and the follow-up teaching plan died. In this way, when Joan left Leiden College, he had not formally contacted the course of essay writing. Later, he entered the Austrian Academy of Mage University, and chose Professor Moriarty as a wonderful tutor. So far, he has only seen 2 sides of the tutor, let alone accept the guidance. So far, Joan has only read a lot of papers, but he does not understand why all papers must be written in a fixed format. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 787, paper opening, abstract, index at the end, acknowledgement. What's the use of these things? Joan was subtly influenced by Master Alls, and subconsciously regarded these formatted things as bells and whistles of formalism, and he did not care much in his heart. He reads a paper and only cares about dry goods. Determination, argument, conclusion, plus experimental data and calculation process. Other non-nutritious texts, even a glance, just didn't go to my heart. When he spent a lot of time and energy, preparing all the writing materials, sorting out his ideas, and writing his own essays, as far as writing skills are concerned, he is still a layman. It took Joan 2 days to write a draft paper. In this nearly 20,000 word article, Joan discusses in detail the physiological structure, living habits, habitat and ethnic characteristics of several arachnids in the underground world. The research samples selected by Joan are all creatures he has personally dealt with, including mutant spiders, sword-footed spiders, phased spiders and deformed spiders. Joan named this paper he wrote as Analyzing Arachnids in the Dark Area. After Joan edited and revised the draft himself, he looked at it from scratch. Initially satisfied, however, I soon felt empty and uneasy. He has not received formal essay writing education, but he has read hundreds of papers in related fields after all. The authors of these papers are no lack of authoritative masters in the Austrian and French industry, and each name is golden and glittering. All these academic authorities and their papers have left a mark on Joan's subconscious mind, forming a writing paradigm that is not clear enough but has a strong sense of presence. The recognized paradigm in the academic circle is like clearing the rules and regulations. You may not agree with it rationally, but emotionally, you have to admit to fearing it. Respect the authority of the industry and succumb to established rules. This is the mentality that normal people will have. Joan shares this mentality. He is not a fool anymore. When he compares his thesis with the authoritative masterpiece, he will find that there are differences in the writing format, and he lacks a lot of bells and whistles. The question is this level of rebellion considered serious? Rational voice echoed in Joan's heart. You are just a kid, no matter what your education or seniority is. You have no reputation in the academic world. In fact, you are not yet qualified to enter this circle. An unknown rookie like you, who writes such a large subject as soon as he gets started, is this not arrogant? However, Joan is also a mortal, and will have 7 emotions and 6 desires that are not constrained by reason, such as arrogance. He really felt that he could write this thesis. Of course, he is not as good as the authority Daniel, but at least not as inferior as the author's disciples' articles. At their level, they can publish a core journal. But why can't I? The monk can touch it, I can touch it. At the very least, it's not a sin to give it a try. Big Deal was rejected. For security reasons, Joan carefully read his draft paper twice. This is a good time. The mentality is even more chaotic. When I looked at the first page, I still felt good. After turning the page, I suddenly felt that something was wrong, and every word seemed so awkward. It was a pile of text garbage. Joan forced himself to throw away the paper and went to the window to breathe. The cool night breeze blew ahead, and the feeling of upset was eased, but the kind of uneasy anxiety could not be eliminated. He vaguely felt that he was making mistakes and was ruining his academic future with his own hands. However, he really couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. That paper that doesn't conform to the rules will not become an academic stain. But he thought it was okay to write sincerely. With an uneasy mood, Joan tossed and turned on the bed and didn't sleep well all night. Early in the morning the next day, when going downstairs for dinner, Joan couldn't help but confide his thoughts to Zion's brother. I wrote something recently. Will the paper be issued in the first semester? Holden smiled and reached out to him. Great genius. Don't mind if I read your masterpiece. Don't talk nonsense. It's not well written. It's a joke. Joan's face flushed red, very annoyed. No kidding, I want to take a look too. Audrey also cast a curious look. In fact, Joan originally wanted to ask the two friends to help the check, and he pushed, and shyly answered, and took out the manuscript. Audrey and Holden, the two men's heads immediately came together, just at the table. reading with interest. I feel good. After Holden saw it, he affirmed the contents and style of the paper. However, his evaluation is only for the article itself, and he himself also lacks experience in essay writing. Joan, does the paper have a specific format? Your article looks like prose. Is it a bit too casual? Audrey appeared calmer, and her words hinted at her worries. I haven't written academic papers yet. I don't know what to say. Or, you sent Hayla a letter and asked her to come and take a look at you? Forget it. It's not as good as Jones as far as the academic level of Sister Ki-Fan. Holden snorted and opposed his sister's suggestion. Sister Ki-Fan is just a mess in school, and she's not a master. She knows something to tell me. Joan should still give his essay to his mentor for review. After all, the opinions of professionals are worthy of attention. For laymen like us, it is better to have less bad ideas. Joan thought that Holden's words made sense, and after a quick breakfast, he took the manuscript to visit the instructor. Knocking on the door of Moriarty's laboratory, Joan realized a problem. The tutor went to the field to participate in academic conferences, but I am afraid I have not returned today. Mr. Vida, please come in. It was Duer who opened the door, or the night dress that Joan dared not look directly at. The pink silk was almost transparent. Duer, good morning. Joan entered the house with a scalp and asked her in a hurry, have the tutor not yet returned? Not yet. Duer handed him a cup of coffee. I received a magic message from the owner yesterday, saying that I was inspecting the Great Glacier in Jotunheim. In fact, it is not just going on a ski vacation. Duer smiled indifferently, showing the self-confidence of the man's thoughts. Did he say when he will return? It will be next week at the earliest. Are you in a hurry? I wrote something. I want to ask my instructor to help me revise it. Joan handed the manuscript to Duer. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 788. Exotic Tutor. Duo, holding the thick manuscript in both hands, thought for a while, and then made a suggestion to Joan. I will copy a manuscript for you, and then send it to the master immediately. With the help of magic, it will be delivered to the master tomorrow at the latest. However, I can't guarantee that the host will spare free time to help you review the manuscript. If you feel that there is no problem, you can actually submit the manuscript directly. Direct submission. Joan hesitated. According to his understanding, freshmen in the Austrian Academy of Law rarely published papers in the first academic year. Freshmen will also study essay writing, but this type of essay is nothing but homework. After writing it, you can just show it to your instructor. You don't need to think about it. Mr. Vida, if you are not at ease, you can ask the elder sister and senior sister of this major to help review the manuscript. Duer made a copy while he made a random suggestion. Joan's cheeks were flushed and he rubbed his hands awkwardly. I am not good at communication. The seniors of this major do not recognize it at all. He was in the Olympic Law School, and he had only two friends, Angel and Lane. These two guys are also freshmen and may not be able to help him review the manuscript. Of course, Angel and Ryan are both loyal boys, and will certainly not refuse to help. Joan expected that if he showed them the manuscript, Angel and Ryan would definitely take it to their mentor for review. Dean Franklin, of course, is a good professor and an authority in the academic world, but Joan didn't want to trouble Mr. Dean. First, I am embarrassed. Second, it will embarrass my tutor Professor Moriarty. Just as Joan thought left and right, time passed silently, and 2 hours passed unconsciously. Duer put down the quill pen, rubbed his white and slender fingers, and looked up at Joan with a smile. I've finished copying. Do you want to check it to avoid errors in useful words or grammar? Joan shook his head quickly. You have worked hard, Duer, and this copy will also trouble you to send me to the tutor. Due to service, you don't have to be polite. Duer smiled softly. After Joanne thanked him, he took the manuscript to say goodbye to her. On the afternoon of the next day, Joan received the windstorming technique from Duer. In his letter, Duer told Joan a little apologetically that Professor Moriarty was crazy and could not help him review the manuscript for the time being. The playful professor, also asked Dewey to give his students 2 words. Whatever the thesis, just write it. As long as you think there is no problem, take it for submission. At the end of the next letter, Dewey told Joan apologetically, "I'm so sorry." When the master received the manuscript, he was drinking in a strip club. At that time, his mind might be a little sober, and he talked more casually. Don't go to your heart. Joan's own tutor was not qualified to complain about Professor Moriarty's slow attitude, but he sighed helplessly. With an eagerness to get rid of trouble, Joan decided to handle the paper immediately. He bought stamps and the largest envelope, put the manuscript together with a short self-introduction into the envelope, and then filled in the delivery address. There are a large number of academic journals and journals related to Austrian law majors with varying levels of quality. If a student like Joan, who has just entered the graduate school, if he intends to submit a manuscript, he or she will usually choose a medium-grade journal or journal under the guidance of a tutor to try the water, and then get a good face. Joan's situation is rather special. First, he has no experience, and secondly, he lacks the guidance of the mentor. He unknowingly made a mistake in the paper submission. The academic journals he usually reads were not specifically selected at first, so they read whatever they had. I looked at it later, and found that the articles published in many journals were of such a poor level that he could not stand even as a rookie. One can imagine that this type of journal itself is a mess of water. After a lot of reading, Joanne found that only the 4 core journals affiliated with the Valais Austrian Law Society published articles with excellent quality and guaranteed level. Now it's his turn to submit a manuscript, so he naturally regards these core journals as a reference for his manuscript submission. It is also a core journal, but it also has a distinction. For the 4 major journals of the Austrian Law Society, the highest level Austria Exploration belongs to the special core journal. The second level Austrian newsletter belongs to the authoritative core journal. The second rank Journal of Austrian Law belongs to an important core journal. The Austrian Law Review, ranked 4th, is classified as a general core publication. Those outsiders who read these classification rules are likely to be stunned and wonder what these are. Joan actually had the same confusion, and initially even suspected it was just playing a word game. For example, the term general core publication seems very funny. If you don't want to admit that the attributions general and core contradict each other, you can only think of this as a black humor. Having said that, Joan still selected the samples of the 4 core journals mentioned above in a pragmatic spirit, and read them all in contrast. After reading it, he had to admit that people's hierarchical classification still makes sense. The higher-ranked journals and the articles they publish are indeed of a higher level. In terms of personal perception, most of the articles in the Austrian Law Review are interesting, light and lively, and there are many small and beautiful ideas, which are in line with the orientation for school students and young scholars. Article: Joan's perception of the Journal of Austrian Law is mainly rigorous. The style of the article is not as light and lively as that of the Austrian Law Review. The writing and argumentation are very solid. Article: As for the higher-level Austrian newsletter, it is even more powerful. Every article published is completely dry, like a bombshell. Sometimes it is just a seemingly inadvertent sentence, but it needs Joan to study repeatedly to understand the intention of the author, which reflects the profound and solid academic level of the author. For Austrian newsletter, Joan is reading with a mood of learning. In fact, he can only understand a small part of the article, or even just a few paragraphs in the article. As for the level of others, a chicken like him can't dare to comment. As for exploration of Austrian law, after opening the journal and reading 2 pages, it was silently put down. It's like a divine book, almost completely incomprehensible. Inexplicably feels so good. Looking back, since the articles published in the 4 major journals correspond to different amounts of academic points, it is also reasonable to widen the gap between the 4 major journals. After all, academic points can be used as money in schools. If top journals are so easy to publish articles, is it not a cat or a dog that has to be poured into the water to cheat money? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untlenovel.com Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 789 Post After some careful comparison, Jones' position became clear. At his current level, he barely meets the threshold of O for review, so don't think about higher grade core journals. According to the submission address publicly published in the journal, Joanne carefully meticulously affixed it on the envelope, affixed the stamp, and put the paper into the post box that afternoon. Joan bought the most expensive airmail stamps, and the letters were delivered by the Magic airship. The Austrian Law Society has a branch in the New World. It is said that it is located in the capital of Newton Avalon, the colony of Forent and Jotunheim, where Professor Moriarty attended the academic conference. Joan inquired about it. It took only 1 or 2 days for the Magic airship to travel from Newark to Midvalda. The editorial department usually takes 3 to 4 working days to review the manuscript. Calculated in this way, after waiting for about a week, he will receive a reply from the editorial department of L for review. Under normal circumstances, this letter only informs him that he has received the manuscript and enters the review process. The author is patiently waiting for the review comments. Editors do not usually review the manuscripts in depth, but forward the manuscripts to at least 3 scholars in related fields, and invite the other party to be the invited reviewers. The opinions presented by the reviewers will directly determine whether the paper is qualified for public publication. In fact, the majority of manuscripts submitted to core journals are ultimately killed by reviewers, and there is no chance of revision. Joan knew nothing about these things. A half knowledge is actually better than not understanding at all. I don't understand. At least my mind is at ease. Even if I vote, I don't have any idea of what will happen. Since the submission of the manuscript, Joan has fallen into an abyss of anxiety. When I opened my eyes every morning, the first thought that broke into my mind was, will you receive a reply from the journal editorial department today? Every day I'm worried about replying. I can't calm down doing anything, and my emotions become more anxious. After spending 5 days in panic, Joanne finally received the letter from Zhao Saipan. However, when he really received the reply, his emotions made another 180-degree turn, and he heartily resisted opening the envelope. When there was no news, he looked forward to replying every day. Now that he really received the reply, he was afraid, and felt that there was bad news in the envelope. If the hunch comes true, it might as well not be submitted at first, at least not to be hit. Joan did not dare to open the letter in front of others, so he hid the reply in his arms and hurriedly left the campus. Back at the rental apartment, he closed himself in the bedroom and locked the door. When he took the reply from his arms, he realized that the envelope had been soaked in tense sweat. Joan sat at the desk, held his breath, braved all the courage, and opened the envelope. A thick stack of paper slipped out, and it was the manuscript he posted. Seeing this scene, Joanne felt black before her eyes and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Settling in, he found that there was still a piece of paper in the envelope, which he quickly took out and unfolded. This is the reply from the editorial department of Austrian Review. After reading the letter in a hurry, Joanne fell into the ice cave and trembled uncontrollably. As if the nightmare had come true, all the things he feared most were now a reality. It was even 10 times worse than the worst prediction he had made in advance. Yes, this is a rejection letter. And it was a letter of rejection full of anger and sternness. Through the lines between the words, it is not difficult for Joan to imagine that the writer is trying his best to control his emotions, but he is full of displeasure, and he still can't stop flowing out of the pen. The text in the letter, like countless sharp shots, was thrown into Joan's heart, making him almost stop his heartbeat. After the gentleman's reply, the editor-in-chief opened the door to express his attitude. Our journals only focus on the quality of the papers, and do not consider the age, background and resume of the authors too much. Unfortunately, Mr. Vader, your article has not yet reached the publication standard of this journal. On this issue, I had a dispute with my colleagues in the editorial department. Mr. Vader, you claimed in the submission letter that you are only 14 years old this year, and you have to say that this surprised me. My colleagues, I am surprised that you are still so young. It would be nice to write such a paper. I think you have a great future. You may wish to make an exception and open up the internet for you, but my opinion is just the opposite. Because you are still so young, we can't make an exception for you, conniving at your bad habits in writing papers, so that you mistake it for a privilege that a young genius deserves. Mr. Vader, please allow the contempt to say a few unpleasant advice. Your paper is a mess, and it's not even real paper. Your writing format is extremely irregular and the literature index is incomplete. At best it can only be regarded as a draft. Mr. Vader, these low-level mistakes you made me have to wonder how you treat your academic research results with a restless attitude, and how to treat our journals with a slow attitude. Our Austrian Law Review is a serious core journal, an academic platform for the exchange of Austrian law research results, not a prose magazine, nor a popular tabloid. Your work, even the most basic paper format, is not standardized. This is a great offense to serious academic journals. Mr. Vader, I can't help but ask, did you seriously consider a question when you submitted your manuscript? Submitted this to our journal, but is it really qualified? Speaking in this, I hope you think deeply. Stationery soaked in cold sweat, trembling in his fingers, slipped down gently. Joan reached out to pick it up, but as soon as he bent down, there was a strong sense of nausea, and his stomach rushed straight into the throat. He resisted the urge to vomit and supported the table with his hands, struggling to stand up. Staggering into the bathroom next door, lying on the sink, vomiting violently. Since his birth, Joan has not suffered such a heavy blow. The psychological shock caused him to provoke a strong physiological reaction, which made him unable to resist nausea until he vomited his stomach contents. The mouth soaked in bile, sour and bitter. Joan held the washstand, feeling his legs fluttering and spinning. He wanted to calm down, but he couldn't. Only one sentence echoed in my head. Are you qualified? Are you qualified? Are you qualified? Maybe I am really not suitable for academics. This unprecedented thought of despair, like a huge boulder, pressed against Joe's heart, making him almost breathless. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 790. Bloke Joan has long known that he has many shortcomings, and many things can't be done well, such as social activities. Criticism, he is not unacceptable, but this time is very different. He always thought that even if he lacked talents in other areas, at least in the field of academic research, he still had some talents. All along, his schooling experience has been relatively smooth. In addition, he does have outstanding intellectual advantages. It is inevitable that some small conceit will gradually breed in my heart. I feel that I am very suitable for taking the scholar path. In fact, due to his solitary personality and social barriers, he has never been able to find a position that does not embarrass him outside the school. Over time, immersing himself in studying the topics he was interested in became his only spiritual sustenance and motivation for life. Learning more magic can only bring happiness to himself, and outsiders have no way of knowing it. Publishing research results can help him win a reputation and win wider social recognition. For Joan, becoming a scholar means integrating into the society without the help of social activities, which means that he does not need to be in close contact with people to make the other person recognize his value. In human society, he can only find this only one suitable for his position, which is destined to be destined. Other than that, he had no choice. All along, Joan has made unremitting efforts towards the goal of becoming a scholar in all his career and life planning. Suddenly, this road seemed impossible. So, if a monster like him that is out of step with society, if he can't find his place in the ivory tower, what should he do in the future? Joan looked around blankly, his eyes seemed to be endless night. There was no way for him to prepare, so that for the first time in his life, He lost his sense of direction. This deep sense of frustration even made him feel that living in such a world incompatible with himself was really boring. After vomiting, Joan felt collapsed. Reluctantly raising his strength, he flushed the sink with water, and then walked back to the bedroom like a wandering soul. He fell on the bed, his face buried in a pillow, and he was not interested in doing anything. His heart was grey, just lying on the bed in such a muddled manner. I don't know how long after that, there was a bell ringing downstairs. It was Mrs. Anderson, the landlord, who greeted him downstairs for lunch. Everything in Joan's stomach spit out, and the occasional stomach acid caused a strong burning sensation, extending from the stomach to the throat. He knew he should have something to eat, and pressed the sour water rising from his stomach, but he had no appetite and did not want to go downstairs to meet someone. Mrs. Anderson saw that he hadn't responded for a long time. Maybe when he fell asleep, he didn't say anything. Joan lay for a long time between half awake and half awake, and suddenly realized a serious problem. I can't hide in the bedroom forever to be ashamed. In the evening, if you don't go downstairs to eat, the landlord's wife is likely to go upstairs to visit, and Sister Zion will knock on the door to ask, how will you respond by then? Lie to pretend to be sick? This can only be concealed from Mrs. Dong, but Audrey, who is proficient in holy treatment, cannot be deceived. What's more, Audrey and Holden knew about the writing of his paper, and they often asked him about the reviewing manuscripts these days. If you ask about this again, how should you answer it? Joanne believes he can be honest, but he can't guarantee that he can act as if nothing had happened. In case Audrey and Holden see that they have been hit hard because they have been rejected, so much that they lose their souls and do not think about it, it makes him feel more embarrassed than the rejection. Joan felt more and more uncomfortable, and absolutely did not want to contact with Zion's younger brother in this situation. So he braced himself, and quietly went downstairs and slipped out of the apartment. Where should I go next? Standing on the street in the afternoon, Joan suddenly realized that the city in front of him became very strange. Go to school? Of course not. Holden's big mouth. I am afraid that he had already publicized the writing of his thesis. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if a classmate asked about it? Joan has been in Midget City for almost 3 months. But it is only until today that he has found that he lacks the most basic understanding of this city where he lives. The trajectory of daily life is nothing more than 2 points and 1 line of school and apartment. Now that neither the school nor the apartment can go, he doesn't know where else to stay. After walking aimlessly along the street, Joan found a green area on the corner of the street, with benches for pedestrians to rest on. He sat on the bench and reflected on his behavior, feeling ashamed the more he thought about it. Before submitting the manuscript, he thought that he was prepared for the rejection of the manuscript and could face it calmly. However, when the worst expectations became reality, he did not show the strong qualities he thought he had, but was deeply hit, lost his soul, and fragile as a soft egg. Reason told Joan that the rejection letter was actually no big deal. Although the criticism of the journal editor is severe, it will not prevent him from continuing to submit articles in the future. The failure of a paper does not mean that his academic career will die. What's more, the criticism of the other party mainly points to his imprudent attitude and format error, not to the content of the paper, and there is no denial of his ability. If you are strong enough, you can calmly deal with this setback, instead of violently giving up here, wasting a good time in vain. The word strong is simple to say, but it is difficult to carry it through in life. Joanne always felt that he did not lack strong qualities. Judging from his past experience, he really has reason to claim to be strong. He once plucked out his own eyes and hung upside down on the tree for 9 days and nights, but no tears flowed. He also fought battles on the front line of Brass Mountain. In the face of the siege of the jackals and the fire giants, even when it came to the point of playing the best of food, he had no idea of giving up resistance. Not to mention, he risked his life to go deep into the dark area, and after hardships and dangers, He never flinched. Almost all suffering and torture in the world can endure in silence. Can such a person be said to be vulnerable? However, the human mind is not an abstract point, but more like a three-dimensional body composed of countless planes. No matter how strong a person is, he cannot guarantee that all planes that make up the mind are equally indestructible. A person's inner world cannot be simply defined as strong or fragile. People who are not afraid of death are not necessarily afraid of life. Weakness in showing something is because we care too much. The more you care about something, the more vulnerable you are. Just when Joan was uneasy, a magic wave suddenly set off in front of him, and a small red ball of light emerged, calling him silently. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 791. The tutor returns. Of course, Joanne can see that this ball of light is a magical manifestation of 3 rings of short messaging, loaded with the message the caster is trying to convey to him. The question is, at this time, who will write to him? Joan hesitated for a moment, and finally reached out to hold a ball of light, and a wave of thoughts came to his mind. Joan silently received the letter, and his face became stranger afterwards. SMS was sent by Duo, informing him that Professor Moriarty had just returned to school and asked him to go to the laboratory immediately. Professor Moriarty, have a chat with him about the paper. The mentor summoned that Joan did not dare to obey and had to go back to school with a stubborn daring. Knocking on the door of the laboratory room, Kian walked in with fear, even looking up at the flower that opened the door for her. At the moment, he was only thinking about one thing: how to explain to the teacher. He was rebuked by the editor-in-chief of the Austrian Law Review for blaming this affair. Good afternoon, my dear student. Professor Moriarty's hearty laughter echoed in Joan's ear. He quickly looked up, and the wizard bowed and said hello. Professor Moriarty is dressed casually at home, with breeches and riding boots, a white shirt on the top and a black pullover cardigan, carrying a cup of coffee, his left hand in his trouser pocket, and nodding and smiling at Joan. Come and sit down, Joan. Come and tell me, what kind of spell did you make, making Albertini angry? Professor Moriarty sat on the couch, tilted his legs, and beckoned Joan to sit down and chat. Ha ha. The old guy also made a special trip to the ski resort, grabbing my collar in public, and scolding me with my face. It is inexplicable. What qualifications does he have to accuse me of not being entitled to a teaching post? But looking back, I do not seem to have fulfilled my responsibilities as a teacher. Professor Moriarty touched his nose, and rarely showed a trace of shame. Duo held the mahogany tea tray and stood behind Mr. Professor's sofa, pursed his lips and laughed, seeming to find it interesting that the master was scolded. Professor Moriarty looked back and gave a pretentious glance. The delightful Gollum quickly put away his smile, hugged the tea tray, and turned his head back to the kitchen. Although Old Man Tennyson loves to do much business, he is not the kind of person who has nothing to do. There must be some reason for it. Joan, when Old Man Tennyson roared at me, it seemed that your name was mentioned. Maybe you can tell me something about this matter. Are you sure that Mr. Tennyson mentioned my name? Joan looked at the tutor suspiciously. Although I was drunk at the time, I never got the wrong name for my only student. Professor Moriarty shrugged. But I don't know any Mr. Tennyson. Alva Tennyson, Executive Director of the Villiers Austrian Law Society and current Editor-in-Chief of the Austrian Law Review Editorial Department. Do you really have no impression? Professor Moriarty patiently reminded. Joan's face suddenly turned pale, and then turned red. He remembered that the letter A middle dot T in the rejected letter was not the acronym for Alva Tennyson. Because of this rejection letter, Joan suffered an unprecedented blow. But he never thought that the editor-in-chief had such a hot temper, and in the letter rebuked him that the author had not finished the meal, and went to his mentor to protest in person. Joan felt more ashamed and blamed herself, and tears could not help turning around in her eyes. I'm sorry, mentor, it's me who has troubled you. Just last week, I voted for the paper I wrote for the Austrian Law Review. This morning, I received a reply. The editor-in-chief of the journal, Mr. Tennyson, severely criticized me in his reply, pointing out that I made many serious mistakes in the paper. But I didn't expect it to be a matter of rejecting the manuscript. He even went to complain to you. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Joanne couldn't talk anymore, and finally couldn't resist the choking urge. Professor Moriarty silently listened to his ins and outs about the whole story, without any comment, got up and walked to the hanger, took out the handkerchief from the jacket pocket and handed it to Joan. Joan looked up embarrassedly, took the handkerchief handed over by the tutor, and hurriedly wiped the wet corners of his eyes. "Do you still keep that letter?" Professor Moriarty asked softly. Joan nodded and quickly took Mr. Tennyson's rejection letter out of his pocket. Professor Moriarty took the letter and scanned it quickly. His face became more and more gloomy. He suddenly shattered the letter, rubbed it into a ball, threw it on the ground, and trampled it on. "Damn it, meek old bastard. Damn old thing, write a letter to a child. Can such a vicious wording be used? It deserves your wife." Joan was overwhelmed by the tutor's rage. Duo heard cursing in the kitchen and hurried to the door. The probe looked at the living room, his eyes full of concern. Professor Moriarty was like a fierce tiger in a cage, pacing back and forth in the living room, scolding. After a long time, he gradually calmed down, unbuttoned the neckline, and took a deep breath. "Teacher, you are quiet. This can't blame Mr. Tennyson. I also know that I don't blame Tennyson, but it doesn't prevent me from scolding him in the back and letting out a bad breath." Professor Moriarty's magnificent rogues made up by, making Joan a little cry. Duo hid in the kitchen door and chuckled at her mouth. Seeing that the owner had calmed down and regained her rogue nature, the worries in her eyes dissipated. "Overall, I don't blame you for this matter, nor can I blame Tennyson for overreacting. The person who should be responsible is me." Professor Moriarty patted his chest. "I blame myself for my pleasure, not reading the paper as soon as I received it, but instead saying something irresponsible and encouraging you to submit at will." Old man Tennyson accused me of not fulfilling my mentor's obligations, neither teaching you thesis writing skills, nor checking your manuscript review. This is indeed my fault and indisputable. But having said that, old man Tennyson, as the editor-in-chief, didn't need to write a rejection letter in person, and there was no need to ask my teacher to blame, and he did so. "Joanne, why do you think this is?" Professor Moriarty looked deeply at his students, his grey and blue eyes that subsided with anger, and they became deep and wise again. "Mr. Tennyson is a responsible good editor." Joan couldn't help but feel ashamed that he had complained about Mr. Tennyson's hard-pressed rejection letter. This is only part of the reason. The more important factor is that the old Tennyson actually appreciates the outstanding talents you show in the paper, as well as your early wisdom. Your passion for academic research shows a genius. The potential of scholars like Master Mr. Joan. Please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 792 Rogue Spirit. Trust me, boy, the old Tennyson has reviewed the amount of papers in his life. He is a talented young man. He has seen much more. If it is not a truly peerless genius, it is not worth moving. Professor Moriarty smiled, and then analyzed the mentality of Avar Tennyson for Joanne. "It is because of appreciation to you that the old man of Tennyson is even more intolerant of the flaws exposed in the manuscript, which makes him react too violently. After he wrote back to you, he was still bitter, and he soon realized that your mistake was entirely due to a lack of systematic education. This should obviously be blamed on your mentor. The old guy went to trouble me angrily. It is justified." Is that true? Joan's analysis of the mentor was half-trusted. However, in his reply, Mr. Tennyson clearly accused my paper of being a mess. Professor Moriarty laughed. That's just his angry words. A truly messy paper is only worthy of being thrown into the trash. Will you lose your temper for this kind of thing? Joan shook his head embarrassedly. The old man Tennyson is also the same. If he sees a garbage paper, he is furious. I am afraid he will have been alive and dead. After listening to the instructor's words, Joan felt much better in his heart, and also added a bit of favor to the stern editor-in-chief. "Joan, I have read your paper and it is very solid, but you lack academic paper writing experience and do not know that academic papers have their own specific models. It is inevitable to make many low-level mistakes. In fact, this is not a big problem, but it is really easy to anger the editor." Professor Moriarty sat down at the desk, picked up the pipe and filled it with tobacco. Joan quickly got up and followed the tutor to the desk to listen to his teachings. A stack of manuscript papers spread out on the desk. It was the manuscript that Duo helped Joan transcribe. Joan glanced at it and found that the manuscript was marked by red pens, and there were dense comments. It seems that although the mentor did not review it for the first time, he spent a lot of energy to help him correct it afterwards. Joan couldn't help being secretly grateful. Professor Moriarty lit the pipe and took a deep breath. In the following time, Professor Moriarty instructed Joan how to revise the thesis and complete the incomplete abstract and index. The mentor and the disciple discussed the 2 hours, and the sun slanted westward before dawn. Joan listened intently until he suddenly groaned, and then remembered that he had not eaten all day. Even the stock in his stomach was hungry after receiving the rejection letter. It was already hungry. Professor Moriarty heard his stomach growl and suspended the lecture, and gave him a smirk glance. Joan's face was flushed blushing, and he quickly covered his uncomfortable belly. The professor stood up, supported the back of the chair, and turned back to call the maid. "Master, what did you tell me?" Duo ran happily. "Get some refreshments, the sooner the better." Professor Moriarty pointed to Joan. "Your task now is to feed this poor child." Duo chuckled, turned and ran into the kitchen lightly. Within 10 minutes, she brought a plate of deliciously baked cupcakes and a hot pot of mellow black tea. Joan was also polite and sat down to eat and drink. In a short while, I swept a large plate of refreshments, touched my full stomach, and moved forward to clean up the dishes. Duo gave him a charming smile, blinked, picked up the plate and floated back to the kitchen. After eating and drinking, Joan continued to listen. The mentor and the student worked late into the night and revised the paper from beginning to end. Joan retranscribed the revised paper according to the advice of the tutor. If there was no problem, he asked the tutor to review it. Professor Moriarty smiled after seeing it. "I don't think there is any problem. Joan, do you want to submit another manuscript?" Joan had just been hit by the rejection today, and there are still some psychological shadows. After hesitating for a long time, he tentatively asked, "If I submit again and choose a non-core journal, would it be better?" Professor Moriarty glared at him angrily. "Please, your kid is a little bit out of pocket." Joan's cheeks were hot immediately. "Then, it's still voted for review. Isn't this good?" "Where is not good?" Professor Moriarty asked back. "Will seeing my manuscript again, will Mr. Tennyson be angry?" Joan was quite embarrassed. "You are wrong." Professor Moriarty leaned back in his armchair and nodded at him with a pipe, a strange smile. "The facts are just the opposite of your concerns. If you are stumped because of a one-time rejection, and you dare not submit to the ELF review in the future, the old Tennyson will be disappointed with you. Conversely, if you have a thicker skin and are not afraid of blows, and continue to submit articles after the revision, the old guy will feel relieved even if he doesn't say anything. Is that right?" Joan scratched his head. "Deeply touching and complicated, more elusive than magic." Now that the instructor has made a clear hint, Joan can't flinch, but has to bite the bullet and agree to submit the revised paper to the Austrian Law Review for a try. Anyway, it has been hit. Joan has produced some antibodies. Even if it was rejected again, it will not cause him a more severe blow than now. "Joan, if you want to mix in the academic world, you must have a little rogue spirit. The thicker your skin, the more you eat." Professor Moriarty's words sounded like a joke, but his expression was serious. Joan was a little uncertain. The tutor admired the so-called rogue spirit. Was he playing with his student, or was he really teaching life experience? Some things have been thoroughly understood by the instructor, but it is inconvenient to help students understand it. but he still has to rely on his own understanding. Professor Moriarty also told Joan that when submitting a manuscript, in addition to introducing himself, he also needed to provide some necessary information, and all had rules to follow. For example, is there any fund support for topics related to the thesis? As far as Joan is concerned, there is no financial support from his father, and it is purely for carrying out research on dry food. In addition, the authors of the paper are divided into several categories. For example, corresponding author, first author, second author, and so on. Joan is undoubtedly the first author of the paper, so whose name is the column of corresponding author? The corresponding author, who is the person in charge of the research group, is responsible for communicating with the editorial department of the journal, as well as the primary responsibility for the quality of the paper, social impact, and even academic morality. Correspondingly, the academic reputation and economic income brought by the thesis to the research group, the corresponding author will also enjoy the largest share of rights. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 793. Reviewer. Generally speaking, when a student publishes a paper, the corresponding author is his own instructor. However, Professor Moriarty hesitated. If he fills in his name in the correspondence author column, the benefits are obvious. When the journal editor receives the manuscript and recognizes his character, he may greet the reviewer in private, and it is easier for Joan to pass the review. The problem is that he did not participate in Joan's research on arachnids in the dark areas. By listing yourself as the corresponding author of the thesis, there is a suspicion of stealing student achievements. If he didn't sign, and the corresponding author and one of the works were Joan himself, then this paper would be a bit dangerous. Neither the editor of the journal nor the reviewers can recognize the name Joan Vito as an unknown soldier. Some things are more difficult. Professor Moriarty hesitated for a long time, and finally made a bold decision: fill in the name of the correspondent in the column of correspondence author, Joan. It's not a bad thing to teach the cruel reality of the academic circle early. Joan didn't understand what the tutor meant, but he was a little uneasy. This time, I received a reply 3 days after submission. Squeezing the thin envelope, Joan secretly relieved. There is no original manuscript, and it is not a rejection letter. Opening the envelope, there is only a notice of routine business, telling him that the submitted paper has entered the review process. Please be patient. The results of the review will be notified by the editorial department. This letter made Joan mixed. He was relieved not to be rejected again. But the reviewer's level is probably more sad than the editor's level, and there is still the possibility of being killed. This ups and downs entangled Joan for 2 weeks, and finally received a second letter from the editorial department of the journal. The 3 reviewers have similar attitudes towards his paper. In simple terms, there are more criticisms than affirmations. The conclusion is to review after revision. With the bottom of his first rejection, Joan has seen the critics' criticisms, but although he has also been hit, his mentality is much calmer. At the very least, there is no feeling of wanting to die. Now he just wanted to find a wall and use his head to test the impact resistance of the wall. Joan didn't really hit the wall. Slightly sorting out the broken self-esteem, Joan took the reply and went to the lab to find a tutor to complain. The result was beyond his expectations. Professor Moriarty read the opinions of the reviewers. Instead of being angry, he laughed happily. Teacher, what's so great about this? Joan is very puzzled. Of course, happy for you. Professor Moriarty smiled and patted Joan on the shoulder. My dear student, it's time to say congratulations to you. Aren't you kidding me? Joan surprisedly pointed at the stationery. Isn't this a rejection letter? Yes, but not exactly. Professor Moriarty explained to him patiently. Reviewers' comments are for you to revise the paper with reference to their suggestions, and then post again. After they read it, if they think there are no other problems, they will agree to publish it. This is not the difference between suspended sentence and capital punishment compared with rejection. Joan spitted. Approbation is better than a death sentence, and judging from the attitude of the reviewers, You will probably not die this time. Professor Moriarty comforted with a smile. You will know in the future. It is normal for students like you, including young scholars, to have their papers reviewed and revised by reviewers. It is normal for everyone to come here, with few exceptions. But can it really be published after the revision? Joan was pessimistic. Not necessarily. Sometimes it's enough to change it once. Sometimes it's still impossible to get back and change it 3 or 4 times. It can torture people to death. The key is to look at the reviewer's attitude. Professor Moriarty flicked the letter paper, his face determined. I have also served as a reviewer for core journals. From my experience, these 3 reviewers are still very optimistic about you. But the old guys are proud and always pick out some bones in the eggs. It's easy to refuse to praise young people. With 1 or 2 words, you're already proud of you. In short, if there is no accident, you only need to modify this time to pass the level. The mentor's encouragement gave Joan some comfort. In the following time, according to the suggestions made by the 3 reviewers, under the guidance of Professor Moriarty, he worked hard to revise his thesis. The next morning, Joan presented the revised manuscript to the tutor for review. After seeing it, Professor Moriarty said that he will definitely pass this time. Joan himself was somewhat lacking in confidence, and even suspected that the energy he spent to modify the paper was purely useless. In his opinion, the suggestions made by the reviewers cannot be said to be bad. But most of them are small problems that are not painful and itchy. Even if you modify it completely in accordance with the reviewer's opinions, you can't essentially upgrade the grade of a paper. If the editorial department of Austrian Law Review refused to publish his paper because the level of the paper does not meet the requirements of the journal, will the publication standard be met after the revision? Joan was deeply skeptical. In his view, a truly high-level paper is a high-level one from the beginning, not by revision. If an article relies on minor revisions and supplements to reach the publication standard, it can only be said that the level is still not high enough. It is nothing more than to hover around the pass line. Whether such a paper can be published in the end does not really depend on how many times the author repeatedly revises it. It depends largely on the mood of the journal editor and reviewer. With such a thought, Joan couldn't help feeling dull. Instructor, after this revision, if the paper is returned, then forget it. What does even forget mean? Professor Moriarty looked at Joan in surprise. In other words, if I were returned again, I would lock the manuscript in the drawer and no longer seek to publish it. Joan feared that the instructor mistakenly thought he was arrogant and gave up and quickly explained. I wrote this paper. The original purpose was not to publish it publicly, to gain reputation, but to sort out my notes during the expedition and make a summary of the knowledge and insights gained during the expedition. The paper is written. No matter what the quality is, my original goal has been achieved. It's good to be able to publish and get the approval of others. If it can't be published, it means that my knowledge accumulation and research capabilities are still lacking. Revising a low-level article repeatedly is like chewing unnutritious food repeatedly. Rather than wasting time and energy, it is better to learn more valuable things to enrich yourself and improve your academic level. When the academic level is raised to a certain height in the future, I will try to write a better paper. If my thesis level is high enough, even if someone wants to pick a bone out of the egg, it can't be picked out. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 794. Have some fun. Professor Moriarty raised his eyebrows, watching Joan's eyes for a long time without saying a word. It seems to be speculating whether the words he just said were sincere, or whether they were just arrogant. The silent atmosphere continued for 2 minutes, and Professor Moriarty suddenly patted his thigh, jumped up, and put on a cheerful expression. Joan, you are also tossing enough during this time. It is necessary to go out to relax and change your mood. Thesis or something. Let it go. It'll take you out to wander around and have some fun, including what you like. When Joan looked at the vague expression of his instructor, he instinctively realized that he might not take himself to any serious place. As soon as he couldn't find a suitable reason for refusal, he tentatively asked, "Don't you go with Duo?" Professor Moriarty didn't seem to expect that he would ask such a question. He froze slightly, turned his head to look at the maid, his eyes hesitant. "Duo, are you going with us?" "It depends on whether the owner thinks I'm in the way." Duo seemed to laugh rather than laugh, as if guessing something. Professor Moriarty looked back at Joan, scratching his chin slightly awkwardly, and said to Duo, "Go change clothes and dress up." "Good host. He'll be here soon." Duo couldn't hide the joy on his face, and ran back to the bedroom to dress up quickly. When she returned to the living room, she had put on a men's clothing, and also changed her appearance and figure with transformation. She looked like a handsome young man with elven blood. Professor Moriarty was satisfied with Duo's appearance, put on the coat she handed, and walked out of the laboratory first. Joan was about to catch up, and Duo caught up to hold his hand, and sweetly said thank you in his ear. "Welcome," Joan answered softly. He could see that Duo really wanted to go out and play, so he would thank him for taking the initiative to take her out to relax. However, Joanne was a little puzzled. Why did Duo put on a men's clothing and cast a spell like a boy? When going downstairs, he took the time to raise this question with Duo. Duo didn't answer directly, and told him with a smile, "You will know later." Joan noticed that the ambiguity of her eyebrows was quite similar to the mentor's expression when she said "find some fun" just now, and her anxiety grew stronger. Going downstairs, Joan and Dora followed behind Professor Moriarty and walked out of the campus gate. Professor Moriarty stood by the roadside and looked around. Joan thought that the instructor was looking for a rental wagon and quickly rushed forward, planning to help him get a car. However, Professor Moriarty waved at him, and then he snapped his fingers, and the space in front of him set off a magic wave. In an instant, a luxurious convertible carriage was summoned out of thin air by Professor Moriarty. 4 black horses dragged the carriage and obediently waited. Duo seemed uncomfortable with this scene. He pressed the cap and jumped into the driver's seat skillfully, just like a skilled driver. Professor Moriarty got in the car, and Joan quickly followed him, sitting side by side with the tutor. "Master, still go to the old place?" asked Duo. "That's right." Professor Moriarty lifted his leg, lit the pipe, and took a comfortable deep breath. Duo swayed his leather whip, drove a galloping horse, and drove the open carriage along the street. Joan sat in the car and touched the soft cushion with curiosity. The carriage created by magic feels no different from a real carriage. In the street shrouded at dusk, the carriage was galloping briskly. "Leave the block where the college is located and turn to the pier side." When night fell, the carriage finally reached its destination and slowly stopped outside the door of a building. Joan jumped off the carriage and looked at the brightly lit building by the road. There are 3 floors above and below the building. At first glance, it looks like a luxury hotel. However, Joan soon noticed that there was laughter from the lobby on the first floor, accompanied by an orchestra, more like a dance hall. Outside the building door, there is a sign blessing the indestructible flame. A line of glittering gold letters on the signboard read Velvet Club. Joan frowned secretly. Judging from the signboard, this does not seem to be a serious place. The crowd traveling in front of the door further verified his guess. Often there are drunken men and women with arms around the flowers. They flirt in public and don't mind the eyes of passers-by. They board the carriage and go away. "Come on, Joanne. Let's go in and have some fun." Professor Moriarty took the lead to the door of the clubhouse and handed a gold coin to the waiter. From his skillful tipping, he can be seen as a frequent visitor to this club. "Teacher, what is this place?" Joan couldn't help asking. "A place that can change you from a boy to a man." Professor Moriarty smiled secretly. "Here, don't call me a mentor or a professor. Well, Mr. Moriarty." Joan's quirky correction has vaguely guessed what the club is doing. Upon entering, The lobby on the first floor is a bar room with a dance floor in the center. An exposed voluptuous girl is dancing around the steel tube on a high stage. Joan could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He is no stranger to the scene in front of him. When he was in Port Leyden, he took the New World cruise ship to Wild Boar Island, and there was such a striptease show on a cruise ship. As a healthy man, Joan is actually very interested in striptease performances. However, he couldn't stand the noisy atmosphere and flashing lights in the dance hall, making his hair dizzy. Turning his head to look at Professor Moriarty and Dora, the master and servant seemed contented and seemed to enjoy the performance on stage. Joan was not good at sweeping their enthusiasm, so she sat on the sofa and endured it silently, thinking that she could leave the dance hall and go out to breathe until the end of the dance performance. However, he was wrong. The striptease show is just an appetizer tonight, and the instructor also arranged a richer dinner for him. As soon as the show was over, Professor Moriarty snapped his fingers, called the waiter, and ordered him to bring the menu. Joan was surprised when he heard the word menu. Is it possible to order food in the ballroom? This dim light and chaotic atmosphere seems not very suitable for dining. Just when he was puzzled, Professor Moriarty had got a thick menu and opened it easily. Joan glanced curiously, suddenly stunned. There is no dish name in the menu at all, but there is a beautiful illustration with beautiful details and a text introduction. It turned out that what Professor Moriarty ordered was not a dishes but a call girl. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 795. Good dream. Professor Moriarty read 2 pages at random, and put the whole menu in Joan's hands. The girls here have a decent figure and work well. You should really try it. What to try? Joan held a thick picture album, and was overwhelmed. Little fool, don't you understand? Dua couldn't help but smiled and leaned into his ear, whispering, the woman on the menu, whichever one you like, just pick it out and let her stay with you overnight. Don't worry. Master treats. Joan's ears were so hot that he jumped up like a on fire. Teacher, the air here makes me feel very uncomfortable. I have to go out and take a breath. I'm lost. Throwing a far-fetched pretext in a hurry, Joan ran out without looking back until Professor Moriarty answered. After rushing out of the door of the Velvet Club in one breath, and leaving behind the hustle and bustle of the indulgent sensuality, Joan stopped. The cool night breeze blowing on his face helped him find some reality. At this moment, familiar footsteps came from behind. Mr. Vader, don't it matter? Dua caught up and asked with concern. Joan looked back at her and was surprised to find that she had lifted her body and restored her form. I'm fine, Dua, thank you for your concern. Joan took a deep breath and then said, the mentor wants to take me out to relax. I am grateful, but I really don't like this kind of place. I can tell. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Do not mind. Dua shook his head with a smile. Actually, I don't like this kind of place. I'll go back to the apartment. You go to accompany the instructor. Joan turned to the roadside and raised his hand to greet the rental carriage. Dua followed, and said softly behind him, I will send you to the car, and by the way, I will also complete a task assigned by the owner. What task? Joan looked back at her. At this moment, Dua suddenly took a big step forward, took the initiative to fall into his arms, and quickly kissed him on the lips. It feels like an electric shock. Kian stunned, blank in his mind. The host said, I can't let you leave with a bad mood. Let me give you some comfort. Dua hugged his neck. The most sultry seductiveness and the most innocent naughty reflected in her smile. There was no sense of violation. Am inconvenient to give you more consolation on the road where people come and go. I hope this goodnight kiss will make you feel better. The burning sensation spread from Joan's lips to his cheeks, and then quickly spread to the ears. Facing Duo's tender eyes like water, he could only look away in embarrassment. Thank you. It really feels better. I can rest assured that. Duo smiled. Mr. Vader, please don't forget that agreement between us. Agree? Joan was surprised. In his impression, he did not make any contract with Duo. Duo, What do you mean? If you have a physical need, Mr. Vader, please don't be shy. Despite coming to me, no matter what aspect, I dare say that you are more satisfied than the vulgar call girls. Duo's solemn expression made Joan feel embarrassed, even embarrassed. I'm not going to find any call girls, let alone confuse you with call girls. As soon as the words came out, Joanne felt that she was hypocritical, even hypocritical, and quickly changed the subject. Duo, I can't figure out something. The instructor obviously already has you. Why are you still interested in visiting strip clubs? If a person is thirsty and has no clear water to drink, it is understandable to barely drink a few sips of muddy water from the roadside pit. However, the kettle that I carried with me was obviously filled with cool and thirst-quenching honey water, but I had to make a special trip to the mud to drink the sewage. This is very strange. In Joan's view, Professor Moriarty's behavior is so inexplicable. Duo can fully understand his confusion. His lips slightly curled, and he can smile. Mr. Vader, the reason why you can't understand the Master's mentality may be because you are too young. First of all, I want to thank you for your praise. Frankly speaking, I also think that I am more and beautiful than the call girls in the club. However, no matter how beautiful and women, once they get along for a long time, they will also make men feel tired. I have followed the Master for too long, and for him there is no freshness. Man always need to seek fresh stimulation, which is also impossible. A taxi wagon came over and slowly stopped beside Joan and Duo, which forced them to end the conversation tonight. Dora pulled the door open and drove Joan into the car, smiling and waving goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Vader, I wish you a good dream. When the driver waved his leather whip, the carriage started, and the pretty face outside the window with a smile waved away gradually, and finally disappeared at the end of Joan's vision, blending into the night. No trace was found. On the way back to the apartment, Joan's mood could not be calm for a long time, so that when he got off, he almost forgot to pay the fare. The warm and tender feeling between his lips accompanied him all night, and even the routine meditation was unsustainable because of his uneasiness. Fortunately, Joan is not a sentimental person after all. When he woke up, the absurd things of last night had faded out of his mind. His mentality returned to normal, and his life was back on track. For most of the day, Joan was in the library, indulged in a sea of documents, and read widely the journal articles he was interested in. After dinner, Joan will go to Moriarty's laboratory to make up lessons. Professor Moriarty is still working on the issue of viral weapons entrusted by the military. Although Joan can't help, but from the news revealed by the tutor's chat, the work is going smoothly. Professor Moriarty is busy with his own affairs, and will spend 1 to 2 hours every evening to guide Joan's paper writing notes and related skills. Reading a lot of literature, coupled with the mentor's careful guidance, benefited Joan greatly. At the same time, he gradually got rid of the psychological shadow caused by the rejection of the manuscript, and the idea of creating a new paper emerged, but there is no suitable topic. A week later, the time came to early May. The enthusiasm of summer sunshine dispelled the last bit of chill from the stubborn resistance of the north. In the city of Midgard, the fashionable young girls' stores were replaced with cooler and more eye-catching dresses, which added a little youthful vitality to the streets. Joan's only response to the seasonal changes was to change the woolen jacket to a single. There is good news for him who came to him with summer. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 796 celebrate 1 week after the revised manuscript was sent out. On the morning of May 2nd, Joan received a letter from the editorial department of the Austrian Review again. As Professor Moriarty predicted, this letter informs Joan that his paper has been reviewed and, if nothing unexpected, will be published in the latest issue of Austrian Review. The good news made Joan Yuan's heart finally fall to the ground, and he couldn't help waving his fist in excitement. After the incident passed, Yuan's mentality also calmed down. Looking back at his debut, it was fair to say that it was a bit naive and unsatisfactory. The editorial department and the reviewers gave him 20 academic points for the comprehensive evaluation of this paper. 20 points. What level? It is just enough to distribute core journals. I have to say that Joan's paper is full of amends and only needs to be revised twice to pass, and there is a certain amount of luck. Although Joan was not very willing to admit it, he knew in his heart that most of his agent's schooling experience earned him a lot of sympathy and extra points from the reviewers. A poor orphan who was born in the south of the country, was motivated to study, suffered ups and downs, and finally admitted to the highest school in the new continent. Needless to say, this is a story of inspiration and inspiration. People are easily impressed by inspirational stories, and editors and reviewers are not immune. Joan studied at the Austrian Academy of Mage University at the age of 14, and started his own project in the first semester of the school. He completed an essay independently in the capacity of communication and writing, although the quality of the essay itself can only be said well-formed and unsatisfactory, but it also showed a glory of genius. The ecology of the Austrian academic circle is a bit strange. The scholars mixed in this circle are quirky with each other, tricky and mean, nervous, crazy, and even as rash as Professor Moriarty, and defying morals and ethics, are normal phenomena and should not be fussed at all. But on the other hand, this circle is also the most inclusive of newcomers and new ideas, and it doesn't pay much attention to the generation of capital and family background. If you want to win the respect of your peers in this circle, you must have excellent strength or genius potential. Joan belongs to the latter case. If this were not the case, the editor-in-chief of the journal was too lazy to write a letter, so that he was almost autistic, and even personally ran to his mentor to anger him face-to-face, and the 3 reviewers would not let him go so easily. Raise your hand high and let him pass. In this letter written by Mr. Tennyson again, a small secret was revealed to Joan. Since the establishment of the School of Austrian Law at Mage University, as a first-year freshman in the academy, it has set a precedent for publishing a paper in a core journal, but there are hundreds of people. Among these young talents, the author of the first paper is the number of correspondence authors. Of all these precedents, Joan's thesis level is not outstanding, but he is the youngest and has the lowest qualifications for formal Austrian law education. The total time spent at Leiden College and Mage University is less than 1 year. Joan's thesis reflects not the academic achievements of the school, but an excellent example of self-study. What does this mean? Mr. Tennyson did not say it clearly, but the implication is self-evident. Yes, this is the so-called genius. The successful publication of Analysis of Arachnids in the Dark Region not only earned Joan 20 academic points, but also created a small record. Joan will become the youngest correspondent author of a core journal in the history of the Austrian Law School of Mage University. In the Austrian African academic field, it is very difficult to keep your own records. Even most of the well-known academics can't do it. Despite some setbacks, after all, Joan successfully crossed the threshold of entering the academic circle, and his first appearance was still very exciting, creating his own record and firmly wearing a genius aura. In the days to come, unless you die, it will not be difficult for you to gain a foothold in Austrian African academia. Of course, the aura of genius is both a blessing and a curse. Most of the young and talented geniuses are not aware of a cruel fact: the generous gifts given to them by fate have in fact already won the price tag. The spring breeze of the first 2 decades of life is often compensated by the frustration of the rest of the life. The young geniuses who were more dazzling and shocking than Joan were not without them before, but most of them failed to break through the curse, and the highest achievement in their lifetime was the paper that earned them the name of genius. When the age grew older, the aura of genius gradually faded, but it was unable to produce a higher level of achievement. The prestige that he enjoyed in his youth has now turned into irony. Such a psychological gap, few people can bear it. Joan's mentality is quite peaceful now. He has not swelled to complacency, and he believes that his academic future is very good, but he will not be exhausted by his prestige. He was simply gratified. For the past month or so, The energy he has put into writing and revising the paper has not been in vain. 20 academic points are not too many, but the graduation criteria for Austrian and French graduate students only requires 40 academic points. Now I have 20 academic points, and the pressure of graduation has been reduced by half. The latest issue of the Austrian Law Review will be officially released in mid-May, and then Joan will receive a sample magazine sent by the editorial department to see how his article becomes a printed matter. Issue points to friends and family. But Joan felt that he probably didn't have that thick skin. Not to mention giving away sample magazines. Joan was even embarrassed to announce the news of the manuscript. After all, half a month before the publication of the journal, what should I do if my paper is withdrawn in case of an accident? I am afraid that there is a precedent for such a small probability event. Thinking about it this way, Joan decided to hide the letter from the editorial department and not show it to anyone. If someone asks him about the status of the manuscript review, it's confusing. Blow the cowhide out now. In case there is an accident in the future, it would be embarrassing not to come to Taiwan. In a mood of suffering, Joan walked to Moriarty's laboratory. As soon as the door opened, there was a muffled sound of ping in my ear. Joan was alert for the first time, and he turned his head in time, thrillingly avoiding the oak plug that was flying towards him. When he was in shock, all the laboratory lights were on. In the brightly lit hall, Professor Moriarty was holding a bottle of sparkling wine with white foam in his hand, and came over to him with a smile. Duo followed the professor with a smile on his face, applauding as he walked, as if welcoming Joan back. Teacher, Duo, what are you doing? Joan hesitated. Of course celebrating. Professor Moriarty gave Duo a gesture and told her to take a glass. Any happy events worth celebrating? Joan asked. It's your happy event. Isn't it worth celebrating to publish a paper in a core journal for the first time? Professor Moriarty poured amber champagne into 2 goblets, picked up 1 glass himself, and handed the other to Joanne. That's right. Joan took the champagne and scratched his head embarrassedly. I just received a notice from the editorial department and I haven't had time to report to you. In fact, he did not intend to report at all. As a corresponding author, it is reasonable to say that the editorial department will only contact him. But I don't know where Professor Moriarty got the news, and it is more informed than the author himself. I prepared champagne for him in advance. Professor Moriarty clinked glasses with his students, sipped champagne, and smiled. Joan, congratulations, you have successfully taken the first step towards the Austrian African Academic Circle. Joan thanked quickly and said gratefully, this is inseparable from your guidance. Come on, you don't need to say polite words. Professor Moriarty drank out the champagne, put down the empty glass, and smiled with excitement. It's rare to be so happy today. Let's go and have some fun and celebrate. Have fun again? Exclamation mark. Joe Anton felt dark in front of him. Tutor, have fun or something. Even if I don't have that interest. It's different this time. It'll take you to some excitement, including what you like. The professor patted the chest and packed the ticket. Do you want to play a bit more stimulating? Exclamation mark. Joan panics. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 797. Dinner. While racking his brain to find the excuse for rejection, Joan suddenly set off a magic wave in front of him, and a ball of red messaging light appeared. Joan's eyes lit up and he quickly held a ball of light. After reading the information, he was relieved and turned back to Professor Moriarty and apologized. Teacher, I am in a hurry. I'm out of company first. Your kid greets people ahead of time. A secret code is issued here, and a letter will be sent to you over to fake the illusion that you are in a hurry and have to leave quickly. Professor Moriarty's eyes are sharp, as if to gain insight into the student's thoughts. Kiaon twitched the corner of his mouth, secretly vomiting the tutor's brain to make up a powerful skill, and explaining grievously, I swear I didn't lie to you. It's really urgent. Oh, Your kid is really disappointed. Go and go." Professor Morud waved his hand and sent him off. Joan flew out of the laboratory with a whistle like a little bird who had regained his freedom. An arrow sprinted into the wind ladder and stomped skillfully. The wind element, which is responsible for transporting the elevator, emits a whistling noise under the floor, seeming to complain about the rudeness of the passengers. The staircase slowly descended and stood still in the lobby on the first floor. As soon as Joan walked out of the hatch, he saw Sister Zion standing at the door, clearly waiting for himself. "What's the matter with me in a hurry?" Joan looked at Holden. "He just sent the short message technique just now. I'm not looking for you. It's my sister." The young poet smiled and pointed to Her Royal Highness beside her. "My sister's plan is to invite you to dinner first, take the opportunity to fill you with some fascinating soup, and it does not rule out temptation, and finally reveal the true intentions, fooling you to help her do a very dangerous internship task." Audrey exposed her brother's overall plan to her brother, and it seemed not surprising that she slapped the talkative guy away with a slap. "Joan, I really have something important to discuss with you. Let's eat together at night, and Hayla will come," the one Holden just said. "Won't it be true? It's generally good to remove the enchanting soup and seduction parts." "That's good." Joan relieved. "Lust lure or something. One flower is enough for him to suffer." Coupled with the High Princess, he was a bit overwhelmed. The three young men talked and laughed and walked to the school gate. Kian saw a familiar back from afar, and wanted to say hello, but the woman in a long skirt stood too ladylike, making him suspicious of confessing the wrong person and daring to speak the first time. It wasn't until the girl heard footsteps, turned around, and waved at this side with a smile that Joan confirmed that it was indeed Hayla Green. In Joan's impression, Sister Lucky is always dressed neatly, as if ready to fight at any time. Unexpectedly, today, like Audrey, she changed into a dress in response to the seasonal changes, wearing a female hat with a veil net hanging down diagonally, and a large blue ribbon bow was tied above the brim. The whole person adds a bit of elegance. It must be said that Hayla's outfit gave Joan a refreshing sense of surprise. Holden teased and ridiculed, and gave proper appraisal to the treasure fan sister wearing style. Compared to the two young gentlemen, Audrey looked a little squinted. With both eyes shining, she hurried to hug Hayla and kissed her cheeks on both sides, praising her how beautifully she is dressed today, making her unable to bear the urge to sprout love. Hayla couldn't stand the enthusiasm of Her Royal Highness, so she finally got rid of her claws and quickly jumped into the carriage. Audrey caught up and sat beside her. When Joan and Holden also got in the car, the two girls had already discussed the fashions popular this summer. A little stuffy in the carriage, Hayla took off his hat and fanned. Joan noticed that her hairstyle did not change with the dress style. She still had a playful pair of ponytails and couldn't help but smile. "Joan, what are you laughing at?" Hayla captured his subtle expression changes sensitively. "Laughing. My eyes are not good. I saw you just now. I feel a little strange, and I dare not recognize each other." Then, now when you take off your hat and show your braid, the strange feeling just now disappears," Joan answered truthfully. A little bit of shyness appeared in Hayla's face. Stroking the dreadlocks on his shoulders, he said to him, "I don't think the hairstyle and the skirt match well, and I'm too lazy to cross my head, so I cover it up with a hat." "Very good," Joan answered. Audrey's eyes moved on Joan and Hayla's faces. Suddenly seized the hat in Hayla's hand, put it on his head, smiled and asked Joan, "How is it?" Before Joan spoke, Holden shook his head and sneered. "It's not like that. You have a big face, wearing a little round cap of the fortune sister, like a mushroom on his head." This made everyone laugh. Audrey herself was also angry and funny. Her white and handsome face flushed red, her teeth clenched, and she kicked her brother's feet hard. "You have a big face. You have a big face." She took off her hat in dismay and returned it to Hayla, but she was still unwilling. "Joan, do I look bad in a hat?" Realizing that Holden's mouth was about to move again, He immediately glared over and threatened his brother not to intervene. "I don't quite understand the taste of women's dressing. Just intuition. A larger hat may be more suitable for you." Joan answered the words carefully. Holden said his sister had a big face, not all ridicule. Audrey's natural skeleton is large. The advantage is a tall head, with proud big breasts, rich hips and long legs. The price is slightly wider shoulders. Hands and feet also appear larger than ordinary girls. If you compare Audrey with Hyla, compared with Hyla's face that can be completely covered by a slap, Joan actually prefers Audrey's goose egg face, which is dignified and magnificent. However, it is only a subjective impression of who looks better. The objective fact is that Her Royal Highness's head total size is larger than that of Hyla. It is of course inappropriate for her hat to be worn on her head. Audrey knew that Joan was not good at speaking, and it was very difficult to speak compliments at this point. She shook her head with a smile and then asked him, "I have long hair, will it look better?" Joan analyzed her subtext. Was she trying to make her face look smaller and more elegant with the short and long hair? He felt that Audrey didn't need to worry about this, it was already pretty good. However, she still had to answer carefully with her temperament. "I don't know if it will look better, but it might look a little quieter than it is now." "Yo, when did your kid's mouth become so sweet?" Hyla was taken aback. This kind of words that make people feel comfortable. "But it really doesn't seem to come from your mouth." Joan smiled awkwardly and told the truth. "You don't know how much brains I spent to hold a few decent words." The genius mind of intelligence attribute 29, in order to make you two girls happy, had to run at a high load. "How big is your face? Don't you feel ashamed?" Holden scolded the girls for nothing. Hyla and Audrey were a little embarrassed by him, but they just looked at Joan and smirked. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 798 Military Mission. The same is true. If Joan saved this thought and used it in academics, he could conceive a new paper. Audrey didn't sing the opposite tone with her brother this time. "Speaking of papers, Joanne, is there any news about the paper you submitted last time?" Hyla asked. Joan hesitated for a while, and finally took out the reply he received not long ago and handed it to Hyla. Sister Zion immediately probed over and looked curiously at the stationery. After reading the reply from the editorial department of Austrian Law Review, they learned that Joan's paper has passed the review and will be published in the core journal in the middle of this month. They are all very happy for Joan. The carriage stopped in front of a restaurant in the college district. Hyla took the lead to get off the bus and led Joan and Zion into the restaurant. Today's meal was Audrey's treat, and the restaurant was picked by Hyla, a ground snake. The restaurant is not big and has a family atmosphere. The owner himself serves as the head chef. The couple are both immigrants from the old world aquamarine kingdom. The restaurant also specializes in dishes with a rich aquamarine flavor. Hyla had already greeted the restaurant in advance and had booked the main dish, a crispy roast pork roll that took a long time to prepare. This sea blue country specialty dish is made of fine pork belly, cut into rectangles, large enough to be covered with chopping boards, and thick enough to be an inch thick. The surface of the pork is carefully coated with a mixture of rosemary, thyme, sage, black pepper, lemon and salt, and then rolled up, tied with cotton thread and placed in the furnace to roast. Roast the pork until it is half cooked and remove it. Place the cut vegetables such as bell peppers, onions, potatoes, carrots and asparagus into the roasting pan. Soak the oil oozing from the meat. Put the pork rolls on the grill above the vegetables. Return the baking tray to the oven until the pork is fully cooked. Joan. They sat down at the table and the main course was served. The proprietress cut the pork rolls with the cotton thread, cut them into pork chops, garnished them with grilled vegetables, and finally drizzled with secret sauce. The roasted pork rolls are just right on fire. The skin is rosy and oily, and the taste is crispy. After cutting, the gravy overflows, exuding a strong vanilla smell, and accompanied by refreshing beer with a white foam. It is really appetizing. Joan forks a piece of roasted meat and stuffs it into his mouth. The delicious taste erupts in his mouth. and the taste buds suddenly get great satisfaction from all directions without dead ends. Only food can bring him such a pure sense of happiness. Zion's brother and sister were also full of praise and praised Hayla for choosing a good restaurant. Audrey suggested that everyone toast to celebrate Joan's successful publication of the paper, and immediately received a response from Holden and Hayla. Joan was burying his head to eat meat. When he saw it, he quickly put down his knives and forks, toasted with his 3 friends, and poured a big sip of beer. He usually hardly touches alcoholic beverages, and he is a little bit resistant to the bitter taste of hops. However, he rarely comes out for dinner with friends. If you don't try, I don't know, the perfect match between beer and grilled meat. The slightly bitter taste just happens to release the greasy effect. A sip of wine and a bite of meat can't stop the rhythm. While enjoying the food, Joanne didn't forget about the business, so he asked Audrey, who was sitting opposite, what was the matter and needed his own help. There is one thing to ask everyone for help, but to be precise, I am also trusted. Audrey put down her knife and fork, instead of rushing to answer Joan's question positively, but instead brought the topic to the club's community activities. Joan, have you recently participated in the activities organized by the Skeleton Society? Skeleton Club? Kian froze for a moment, only to remember that since he returned from the Dark Area expedition last time, he, Holden and Hayla both received an invitation letter from Arnold. After signing, he was considered a newcomer to the Skull Society. As the most prestigious student association of Mage University, the Skull Club is like an elite club on campus, and club activities are held every weekend. There are no certain rules for the content of the event. Sometimes it is more casual. Everyone gathers to chat and debate. Sometimes it is very formal, such as holding a grand masquerade. Kian has been in the club for more than a month so far, but he has not participated in a club activity. After receiving the invitation letter, he put it aside and did not want to attend. Now when Audrey asks, it reminds me that Audrey is her referral. I am always absent from the activities of the society. It is a messy figure. I am afraid that it will cause dissatisfaction with other members of the society. It may even affect the referee of Audrey. Sorry, I haven't attended the club event. Angel and Lane ask me why you are always absent. I tell you the truth. You have been busy writing essays recently and have no time to get out and participate in social activities. If those 2 mage masters knew that your paper was about to be published in Austrian Review, I don't know how envious they should be. After hearing Audrey's words, Joan added a bit of affection to Angel and Ryan. It is rare that others take the initiative to care about themselves, and they should communicate with these 2 students in the future. After all, they are studying in the same major, and there are many topics to talk about. Audrey, I have only participated in a club event once, but I have never attended it again. Will members like Joan and I, who often put pigeons, be expelled from the Skeleton Society? Hayla asked with some worry. Exclamation is not enough. Skull Society is a very good social platform. Occasionally attending club activities and meeting some new friends will not hurt you. Audrey turned to Joan, her eyes soft. Don't think that the club activities are a group of wealthy sons and sisters get together to eat, drink and have fun. In fact, there are many good students like you in the Skeleton Club. When they meet at the party, they often argue about academic issues. Maybe you will be interested. Topic: I will definitely participate in the next club activity. Qiao Anxing promised. Actually, what I'm going to say today also has something to do with club activities. Audrey got it right. You also know that the school will release new internship tasks every month. The partner of the internship is either the Colonial Company or the Midgard military. Most of the Colonial Companies issue exploration missions, and the military missions are often closely related to the local security situation. One of the internship missions this month is to cooperate with the military, and the risks are even greater than the last expedition mission we performed in the dark areas. Audrey's face became serious. Joan, Holden, and Hayla all accidentally put down their knives and forks, listening to her with curiosity and expectation. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 799 Monster of Bylon Mountain 1 You probably don't know yet. The military has recently changed the internship liaison assigned to Mage University. In the future, this post will be held by Arnold Level. The interns involved in military missions are also in charge of the school. Recruit, Audrey told news that has not been officially announced yet. The current garrison commander of the Midgard colony, Baron Benedict Level, is the brother of Arnold. With this relationship, it is not surprising that Arnold works as a military agent part-time as a student. Hayla said thoughtfully. Listening to what you mean, Arnold wants to recruit a group of people from the Skeleton Society to assist the military in carrying out the mission, Joan asked speculatively. Audrey nodded with a smile. At present, the number of students who have signed up for military missions is quite large. Unfortunately, they lack strength and can only follow the troops to help them. They cannot bear the heavy responsibility. Arnold just took office and is anxious to prove his talent in his new position. He needs to recruit some strong and trustworthy helpers to help him complete a special mission during this military operation. The successful completion of this mission is related to the success or failure of the entire military operation and even directly affects the security situation of the towns around Bylon Mountain. Due to the importance of this, Arnold decided to recruit people to participate in this special mission within the Skull Society. Laurie, Angel and Lane all accepted Arnold's invitation, but the manpower was not enough. Arnold found me and Holden, hoping that our sisters and brothers would join his team. I agreed to participate in the operation, but I didn't want to be under Arnold's command, so I made a proposal to him, and I was responsible for forming a team on my own to cooperate with his team to perform the special tasks delivered by the military. Arnold agreed to my request and made a commitment that if the task can be successfully completed this time, all personnel involved in special operations can earn at least 10 internship points. 10 internship points, equivalent to 1,000 gold dagger, as a minimum reward for internship tasks, can be considered quite generous. However, Joan also knows that there is no free lunch. The military is so generous. Of course, it is not doing good deeds, it can only show that this task is very difficult, and the risk is huge. If you fail to do this, you will lose your life for these 10 internship points. But after all, Joan didn't flinch in a dangerous place like a dark area. He also went to the front of the Brass Mountain to fight battles. There was nothing particularly terrible in his eyes about military tasks. Since Audrey needed help, of course he was duty-bound. Audrey, I don't mind participating in military missions, but some things have to be asked in advance. What exactly does that so-called special mission mean? The questions raised by Hayla happened to be Joan's doubts, and Audrey was expected to give a positive answer. Sister, don't hide yourself. You don't have to explain things. Everyone has no idea, and you don't even know what kind of enemy to deal with, who dare to follow you to die. Holden rarely put his smile away, and he spoke very seriously. Audrey nodded and said in a deep voice, I didn't intend to hide from you. When I asked everyone to come out for a meeting this time, I wanted to publish the contents of the mission so that everyone could make full preparations in advance. The mission will be performed at Bylon Mountain. The military will send a cavalry battalion, plus interns recruited from the school. The total number is not less than 400. As for our enemies, it is said to be a group of evil warcraft entrenched on the top of the mountain. The Magic Beasts subvolume of Monsters of Vales contains such flying monsters, named deer eagle beasts according to their physical characteristics. However, the residents around Bylon Mountain are more accustomed to use these indigenous people to obtain names for such monsters and call them Polydon. Joan couldn't help but change her face slightly when she heard the name Polydon. In his mind, a monster image with 3 biological characteristics of deer, eagle and wolf quickly appeared. Audrey, do you mean Polydon, a peculiar creature with a body and horns resembling an elk, wings and claws like eagles, and a skull like an evil wolf? Your description of the appearance characteristics of Polydon is very appropriate. Audrey nodded in agreement. A monster like Polydon looks like a mixture of 3 beasts, combining the stamina of a deer, the brutality of a wolf, and the flying ability of an eagle. Joan, no wonder Holden said that you can recite the full set of Vare's monster book verbatim, like a living encyclopedia. Hayala smiled and exclaimed, Joan has indeed read through the complete works of the Vare's monster book more than once, knowing the habits of thousands of creatures listed in this series. However, it is too exaggerated to say that he can recite the whole text verbatim, but it is just rhetorical technique used by poets. I have indeed seen introductory texts and illustrations about Polydon in the book, but besides that, I have also personally seen the live Polydon 3 months ago, a building on the western foot of Bylon Mountain near the abandoned mine pit. At that time, Joan was developing 2 rings of aphasia. In order to verify the effectiveness of the spell, he needed to use humanoids as experimental subjects. He heard the landlord's wife say that when there were goblins near Bylon Mountain, he became an eagle and flew to the mountain area, trying to catch a few goblins to experiment. Unexpectedly, it is reasonable to say that goblins are very rare in the Bylon Mountains. Joan spent a lot of energy, only grabbed a goblin, and kept it in a prison cell transformed from an abandoned mine as an experimental body. Just a few days later, while he was raising the goblin, he accidentally saw a monster flying from the top of the mountain, which is what Audrey said of Polydon. At that time, I did not know the depth of the other party. For safety reasons, I quickly went into hiding. Polydon didn't bother him, but he used the hard horns on his head to open the door, dragged out the goblin imprisoned in the pit, and cut his heart. Strangely, Polydon seemed not interested in the smelly goblin blood and flesh, only holding the goblin heart in his mouth and flying back to the top of the mountain. At the time, Joan was deeply puzzled by the fact that Polydon didn't devour the goblin heart immediately, but took the heart away. Driven by curiosity, he trailed Polydon in the form of an eagle, all the way to the top of the main peak of Bylon Mountain. The main peak of Bylon Mountain is an extinct volcano. The crater at the top of the mountain accumulates precipitation and forms a natural lake. Just below the cliffs by the volcanic lake, Joan saw a large group of Polydon, the number of which was not less than 100. After that, he also witnessed the whole process of the male Polydon courting the female. Before begging for joy, the male pelican specially presented the heart of the fresh goblin as a gift, and successfully won the favor of his spouse. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 800 Monster of Bylon Mountain 2. After listening to Joan's detailed account of what happened at the top of Bylon Mountain 3 months ago, Audrey, Holden and Hayala were all in deep thought. One of the ancient Azap poets that has been circulating to this day is the theme of Polydon, which reveals the origin of this warcraft through a love tragedy. Under the curious gaze of everyone, Holden continued to tell the tragic story about Pelican created by the ancient bard. It is said that there was a young Azar noble in ancient times. When he was hunting in the forest, he met a beautiful witch and fell in love with it. Despite the opposition of his family, he pursued the witch enthusiastically. After countless twists and turns, the 2 lovers finally became a partner, and their life after marriage was very loving. Unfortunately, this happy time didn't last long. The young husband soon became tired of his witch wife and fell in love with another girl who was younger and more beautiful than his wife. The witch was aware of her husband's empathy, and frequently went out to meet her lover, so she was jealous and vowed to get rid of her rival. In order to find a rival, the witch decided to pretend to fall asleep. When her husband left the house and went out for a quiet meeting, she also quietly followed in the back. Husband was riding on horseback at first, and the horse was galloping in the forest. The witch could not keep up with the horse's footsteps by her own legs. In order to track the husband riding the horse, and without causing suspicion to the other party, the witch cast a strong stag, mixed in the forest deer herd, galloping all the way, continue to track his husband. Just like this for an hour, a large river appeared in front. The witch's husband dismounted on the riverbank, and then towed a small boat hidden in advance from the reeds and drove across the river to the lover's hut across the riverbank. The anxious wife wandered on the beach and watched her husband drive away. but couldn't find even a canoe for crossing the river. The witch eventually had to give up sailing across the river, but fortunately cast magic, turned into a heron, spread his wings and soared, and flew directly across the turbulent river. The witch maintained heron form and landed on a large tree near the riverside hut. Through the hut window, she saw her husband cheating with his new love, the flame of jealousy, burning in her heart, almost mad! The witch silently endured the torture of jealousy and resentment, and patiently waited for the husband and his rival to end the quiet meeting. As he came, he quietly left the hut, took a boat to cross the river, and drove home while riding the night, lest his wife would see through the night. The scandal that will never return. The witch waited until her husband walked away before jumping off the tree and casting magic again, first to become her husband's appearance, tricking her rival to open the lock and let her into the house. After this, the witch turned into a bad wolf, threw down her love rival on the ground with full of jealousy, bit her throat, took out her heart, and swallowed it in revenge to seduce her husband. After the revenge was completed, the witch quietly left the hut and became a heron. Before the husband got home, he flew home and pretended to be asleep. The witch's husband did not notice any abnormalities and thought his wife was still kept in the dark. On the day after swallowing the heart of his rival, the witch found herself pregnant. Thinking of recaptured her husband and about to become a mother, and unknowingly removed her rival. Even if someone found the corpse in the hut, it would only be a vicious wolf. She would not suspect her head, she feeling contented. However, shortly afterwards, her crime was exposed and eventually hanged. The witch's body was hung on the gallows to show her death, together with the unborn baby in her belly. The souls of the mother and son, under the combined effect of resentment and magic power, have produced an incredible effect. The corpses hanging on the gallows decayed rapidly during that hot summer, attracting many scavengers to scramble to eat. These birds that eat the carrion of the witch mother and child have shared the curse of the mother and child, and have become the first batch of Plagon in the world of Vales. This new monster, with its deer's body and horns, heron's wings and claws, and the head of the evil wolf, corresponds exactly to the three animal forms that the witch changed on the night that she traced her husband and murdered her rival. Female pelican has a hobby, and every estrus season, a lot of fresh hearts of humanoids must be swallowed in order to lay eggs smoothly. The ancient poet who created this tragedy believes that this peculiar habit of pelican originated from the witch who devoured the heart of his rival. So far, Holden's story is over. Hayla deeply sympathized with the tragic fate of the heroine of the story, and was filled with indignation. It's mad. Wife killed Xiosun. What's wrong with this? What's even more annoying is the negative guy. Obviously he is the most abominable guy in this tragedy. It is unforgivable to be derailed in marriage. If I were the witch in the story, it wouldn't be enough to kill my love rivals. When I got home, I slaughtered that guilty man together. That's what makes the people happy. Sister K, I'm me. This is just a story. Don't you get into the drama too deep, okay? Holden shook his head and smiled bitterly. Of course, the husband who betrayed his wife is wrong, but the woman who seduced the married man is more dumb. Audrey's reaction to this tragic story is a little weird. Audrey, you are also a woman. How can you favor your heart instead? You must position yourself. Hayla reminded displeasurely. I'm not partial to anyone. To be honest, in the story, I only sympathize with the poor wife. The heartfelt man and his affair lover should die, Audrey said lightly. At the same time, she glanced at her brother Holden intentionally or unintentionally. Holden seemed to perceive something. His face flushed instantly, suddenly stood up, and walked out the door without a word. What's going on? Is this? Hayla felt baffled by Holden's excessive actions. Little hooligan, you are not married again. We criticize the negative heart. What is your reaction so intense? Also said that I was too deep into the play. I think you brought yourself to that flowery husband. You misunderstood. Holden was angry for another reason. He blamed me badly. I didn't pay attention to it for a while. If I said too much, it might make him feel that I was taunting his mother. Audrey looked at her brother's back, and she couldn't help revealing self-blame. Joan listened to her explanation before thinking of her half-brother's iron. More coincidentally, Audrey's father, Canaan's contemporary monarch Joshua VIII, had an affair with Holden's mother during the time when Queen Juno was pregnant with Audrey. A very disreputable extramarital affair. Later, somehow this extramarital affair was exposed, and the royal scandal once appeared on the headlines of the major gossip tabloids in Bethlehem, the capital of Canaan, and became the capital of the capital's citizens after tea and dinner. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest.